Chapter 453, Genetic Ability, Mutate. Chapter 453, Genetic Ability, Mutate. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. After careful consideration, Old May decided to directly carry this young Hilsey beast over to that excellent producer. What made him even happier was the fact that more and more people had seemingly completed the mission, perhaps thanks to the red spheres. Some were returning with dead young Hilsey beasts, while some were back with young Hilsey beasts that were still alive. There were now more and more young Hilsey beasts. Unfortunately, none of them would be able to leave this place alive. Almost all of them would be welcomed by Old May at a certain unavoidable route before being bombarded to death, nourishing Old May's strength. Naturally, the smart Old May would deliver all the young Hilsey beasts to the producer, trading them for the red spheres. Curiously, though, that producer's gaze when looking at him became stranger and stranger. From the initial astonishment, it had become a gaze of longing and then a burning gaze when looking at him. That gaze. Perhaps this guy was one of those who preferred the same sex, and preferred older individuals on top of that? At this thought, Old May shuddered. No. Old May comforted himself that this producer was probably admiring his strength. That had to be the case. Old May was able to trade all the young Hilsey beasts he had obtained for red spheres without any hiccups. Thanks to this continuous trade, despite his numerous operations, his supply of red spheres was still abundant. Together with his Hilsey beast pet that would get killed occasionally, Old May did not lack red spheres at all. Schwa! Once again, Old May returned with another young Hilsey beast. By now, the crowd there was already looking at Old May with an amazed yet numbed gaze. He's back again. Yeah, back with yet another young Hilsey beast. Previously, when he returned with young Hilsey beasts without stop, I thought that he was merely lucky. Unexpectedly, this guy is actually able to keep bringing young Hilsey beasts here without stop. Maybe he has some tunneling-related ability or something. That's possible. How many young Hilsey beasts has he brought here thus far? They sighed. They had been watching on as this Old May had returned with young Hilsey beasts an uncountable number of times. Moreover, this guy hadn't carried the beasts out of this mountain at all. On the contrary, he carried all of them to the producer. Here, another one, Old May stated calmly. Chen Feng looked at him with an amazed expression. Why are you sending yet another one here? Old May assumed a regretful expression. It's already dead. Each and every time, if I attack too lightly, the enemies survive my attack, yet when I attack too strongly, I accidentally kill the young Hilsey beasts instead. Sigh. So that's the case. As the others heard this, they took joy in this seeming calamity. No wonder this guy had carried so many young Hilsey beasts here instead of leaving. So he hadn't completed the mission either? At this point, nobody was bothered with the 5-star secret arts anymore. Among those who had survived this long, which of them were bothered about some mere 5-star secret arts? All right. Chen Feng completed the trade in a well-practiced manner. After receiving the red sphere, Old May left. As for Chen Feng, he appeared rather gratified as he gazed at Old May's leaving figure. Another young Hilsey beast obtained. Spirit, does this young Hilsey beast fulfill the requirement? Yes. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Good. Let's continue, then. How many young Hilsey beasts had he obtained now? He had never expected that just as he had been about to give up on this, Old May would be the one who carried one young Hilsey beast after another to him. Moreover, each of the young Hilsey beasts seemed to be stronger than the previous. Even though all the beasts were dead, Chen Feng was able to see that these beasts had all been freshly killed. This old chrysanthemum freak that had schemed against Chen Feng back then had actually transformed into Chen Feng's lucky star here at this other shore mountain. Of course, the premise for all this was him not knowing Chen Feng's real identity. Chen Feng stared at the 10 gene reagents he had. All these were newly produced gene fusion reagents, all of them were mutated gene reagents. Since the process of improving had been recorded by Spirit previously, not much luck value was required for him to produce these new mutated gene reagents. For each production, less than 10 luck value was required. Despite this, Chen Feng was still unable to control the mutation. This was because the type of mutation was not a matter of probability. Rather, it was determined by the type of genes contained within the young Hilsey beasts he used. Therefore, this depended on fate. Naturally, Chen Feng could also choose to first use luck value to discern the type of genes within the young Hilsey beasts. However, based on Spirit's calculation, doing this would consume more of his luck value. Since the number of genes within a single Hilsey beast was too high, 10 luck value would be required for each study. For a single production, only around 3 luck value would be required. Therefore, he had decided to directly produce all of them instead. Mutated God Punisher 1. Among the abilities the user has used before, choose the type with the highest damage and then release them all once. Consumption, all energy. Cooldown period, 1 day. This was a totally different version of this ability. The original God Punisher released one of each ability, yet for this version, a single ability would be chosen for the release. For example, a huge amount of Nethergazes would be released if this version of God Punisher was used instead. This was indeed a rather powerful mutation. In short, if the user had only used Nethergaze 10 times in his entire lifetime, this God Punisher would release 10 Nethergazes instantaneously, which would be equivalent to an amplification of 10 times the power. If the user had used it 100 times before? Or 1000 times? This would be an extremely powerful ability equivalent to the eruption of one's strongest attack after being amplified. Naturally, the limitations were rather huge as well. For example, the user could only select a single ability that was the strongest of all. In Chen Feng's case, that would be Nethergaze. If he wanted to use God Punisher to release other abilities instead, it wouldn't happen. However, this would still serve as a formidable trump card. In a way, this version of God Punisher was even stronger than the regular version. God Punisher 2. Select all the healing abilities used previously and release them once. Consumption, all energy. Cooldown period, 1 day. All healing abilities? If so, repeated abilities were allowed? If so, this was totally a godlike healing ability. In the hands of an expert healer, this ability would simply become a bug-like existence. Unfortunately, it wasn't useful for Chen Feng. Despite that, Chen Feng had still kept this version. He believed that with this, the strongest genie shop would once again have a legendary B-class gene reagent for sale in the future. This version of God Punisher was so powerful it could even match those A-class abilities. God Punisher 3. Select all the support abilities used previously and release them once. Consumption, all energy. Cooldown period, 1 day. All support abilities? Repeated abilities allowed again? Abilities such as Golden Steel Reincarnation or something like that? With this version of God Punisher, if it was used to unleash some stackable buff abilities, the target could even be buffed to the point he became undefeatable. This was much more useful than even Viagra. Unfortunately, once again, this ability wasn't particularly useful for Chen Feng. As for the rest of the mutated God Punisher gene reagents, they were in similar situations as well. Despite being powerful, they were not suited for Chen Feng. These were indeed very powerful. However, after careful consideration, Chen Feng noted that if he decided to use them, he was better off using the regular God Punisher instead. This was because the regular God Punisher would suit Chen Feng more than these mutated versions. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Let's keep trying. Once again, Chen Feng and Spirit started gene production. After a long time, the production was completed. At this point, Chen Feng was already numb towards successful production. As such, he wasn't as overjoyed as earlier when he had first produced this God Punisher gene reagent. At the very least, with Spirit's help, Chen Feng was able to determine that the mutation direction of this young Hilsey beast was not the same as the previous ones, that it would have an entirely different mutation. Hopefully, this mutation will be usable. Chen Feng wasn't placing much hope in it. Based on his guesses, the mutations of the God Punisher gene reagent were only comprised of some simple changes or minor improvements. Unfortunately, these changes weren't anything much, merely reaching a point where it would be wasteful to discard the reagents despite not being useful to him. Schwa! Nonchalantly, Chen Feng scanned the newly produced gene reagent. Instantly, he blanked. Abruptly, his eyes widened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 454, Undefeated Old May. Chapter 454, Undefeated Old May. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. God Punisher, select one of each different abilities the user has used previously and unleash them all. After each ability unleashed, the subsequent ability will be strengthened by 1%. Consumption, all energy. Cooldown period, 1 day. 1%? Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. The mutation had succeeded. Regardless of what ability it was, the subsequent ability would be buffed and would be stronger than its initial state. This was even better than the regular God Punisher. With this alone, Chen Feng was already satisfied. As for this 1%, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This 1% might seem little, even neglectable. However, the phrase, the subsequent ability will be strengthened by 1% was a rather terrifying concept. In other words, the strength of the buff would be related to the total amount of abilities unleashed. The first ability unleashed would have its regular power. The second ability would be strengthened by 1%, the third ability by 2%, and so on. For a regular person, this ability wouldn't be that useful. Generally, genetic warriors only had a few main abilities. Even after those self-created abilities were taken into consideration, one might only have less than 20 abilities in total. Therefore, the final buff would be less than 20%. This wouldn't bring about too big an effect. But for Chen Feng suddenly asked, "How many different abilities I have presently?" "Please wait a moment." After calculating, Spirit replied, "Presently, the history of your previously used abilities is 1,367 types of different abilities. However, you have a total of 16,000 different abilities in your grasp." 16,000 abilities. Chen Feng's heart jolted furiously. Even he himself was not aware that he had so many abilities available to him. Myriad illusions. This had to be the amount granted to him by his myriad illusions. The only reason he had used so few of them previously was due to some of them having such low trigger rates, with some of them even requiring luck value for activation. That was the reason he had never used them yet, as there were a huge amount of abilities with trigger rate of 0.001%. These abilities were those Chen Feng had never seen before. Naturally, if he truly wanted to use them, he would only require luck value to do it. What shocked Chen Feng was the fact that with this amount, if they were all unleashed with God Punisher, the mere thought of what would ensue planted fear in Chen Feng's heart. Could one even begin to imagine what 16,000 abilities signified? These are mostly one-star low-level abilities, Spirit explained. Chen Feng's gaze was burning. I know. Such low-level abilities wouldn't cause any damage at all to his enemy. However, Chen Feng did not need them to be able to deal any damage anyway. The only thing he required was the overlapping 1% after unleashing these abilities. That alone would be sufficient. With 16,000 abilities, that would be equivalent to an amplification of 160 times. This also signified that the final ability unleashed by Chen Feng would be amplified 160 times. This would be a heaven-defying ability. Even imagining that scene alone caused Chen Feng to be overwhelmed with emotions. The present him was a mere B-class warrior. A peak B-class warrior would be 10-fold stronger than him, while a peak A-class warrior would be several hundred-fold stronger than him. If he used this ability, he would be able to fight it out with even peak A-class warriors. In other words, after fusing with this God Punisher, Chen Feng would possess a power equivalent to a single full-powered strike from a peak A-class warrior. Moreover, this was only the might of the final unleashed ability. All the abilities he had unleashed before that would be amplified as well. Moreover, this was merely the base amplification. If his nether gaze was chosen as the final ability to be unleashed, what would the result be? How strong was nether gaze? What about the strength of the nether gaze he used one whole day to activate back then at the Wild Saint family? How would this nether gaze look like after undergoing an amplification of 160 times? Would it be able to insta-kill a peak A-class warrior? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. Naturally, the premise of all this was Chen Feng having used all 16,000 of his abilities at least once. For this, a huge amount of luck value would be required. However, it would be totally worth the consumption. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Presently, his heart was burning. He wished for nothing more than to fuse with this ability immediately. At this, he glanced at the initial Hilsea Beast blood essence he had kept to spare. He wondered if something even more powerful could be created from this. Once again, he started his gene production. Select all passion-rousing abilities before unleashing all of them? What is this? Is this particular Hilsea Beast horny or something? This is obviously. I could probably sell this to Xia Zhongtong later. After finishing his preparations, Chen Feng started his fusion. He had been in B-class for quite a while. Finally, he could truly fuse with his new genetic ability. Light swirled around, and a terrifying radiance bloomed. Time to start my breakthrough. At the same time, at a certain location in Othershore Mountain, Old May was also full of joy as he stared at his fusion degree that had reached 98%. After killing another enemy, finally, he reached 100%. Finally, I succeeded. Ha ha ha. Old May was overjoyed. After 10 whole years of preparation, he had finally succeeded. Genetic Union. Gene Production Association. Chen Feng. Chui Hua. Old May started mumbling out one name after another that had caused him endless hate. Soon, I will be back. Bang! Two clumps of flame ignited in Old May's eyes. The shape of the two clumps greatly resembled plum blossoms. This was the 6-star secret art Old May had taken 10 years to prepare by accumulating a huge supply of energy before successfully fusing with that energy, Plum Blossom's divine eye, an extremely terrifying flame. The requirements for obtaining this ability were extremely harsh. 6 extremely rare genes were required for this, 6 extremely rare genes that Old May had exhausted all means available to him to obtain. Even the final fusion required a huge amount of life force to successfully refine this ability. Only after all this was that divine flame able to bloom. Who? Old May raised his hand. A plum blossom-shaped flame hovered above his fingertips. No cooldown, no fixed shape, even the energy exhaustion was extremely low. This was an ability Old May could use as he wished, an ability he could release as he wished. Right at this instant, several people appeared distantly. That was an entire genetic squad. 3 mid-tier A-class warriors and a late-stage A-class warrior. Due to their high amount, when Old May had seen them previously, he had decided to avoid them noiselessly. When they saw Old May, they mere snorted as a response. Scram! They were able to discern that Old May was a mere early-tier A-class warrior. However, they had no intention of killing him, since A-class warriors generally possessed their own trump cards. As their true goal was young Hilsey beasts, they were not interested in having any sort of conflict with him. However, Old May merely smiled at them. He raised his hand. He. Xiao. The delicate-looking flame drifted toward the 4 of them. They raged. You are courting death. This guy was a mere early-tier A-class, yet he dared to provoke them? Any single one of them would be sufficient to beat this guy up. Kill him, one of them stated impatiently. Bang! Light swirled around. As that person moved, a huge sword ray slashed at the drifting flame. However, when the sword ray touched the flame, a terrifying gust of energy reverberated out of the point of collision. Bang! The sword ray shattered. Their expressions changed greatly. What? Who? The speed of the flame abruptly increased. Bang! Instantly, the sword user was penetrated. On his body, a huge hole appeared. Around the hole was a halo of flame spreading without stop. The flame spread and the others watched this terrifying sight as a single instant was required for that person to be completely burned clean. One could not neglect the fact that this 6-star secret art of Old May's was an ability that had been formed after fusing with the fatal elements. How is that possible? The rest of them were horrified, and they started fleeing. Alas, it was already too late. Xiao! Xiao! Multiple clumps of flame streaked out, followed by numerous howls filled with grief. Only after a long time did the clumps of flame vanish. Old May looked over calmly. Where the squad had once stood, nothing was left, as everything had already been burned clean. Not a single trace of them remained, not even dust. Old May played with the flame in his hand with a faint smile on his face. I have been waiting for this moment for way too long. From today onward, he would become one of the strongest. As for those surpassing A-class, when he reached peak A-class, he would most certainly be able to kill even those surpassing A-class. He believed that this wouldn't be too far away in the future. As for now, his gaze became cold. Everyone here, those who were still thinking of completing his mission, he would not allow a single one of them to survive. After all, those secret arts he had issued as rewards were also things he had prepared for himself. Shwa! His figure vanished amid the darkness. For the first time, he traveled amid this land in an absolutely unrestrained manner, without relying on any Hilsey beasts or fatal elements. As for the aura surrounding his body, it was now even more terrifying. This place had now transformed into his home ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455, Kill Everyone. Chapter 455, Kill Everyone. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Other Shore Mountain. A red shimmer appeared in the dusky sky. What's that? Some unique ability? Wow, it can even cause a natural phenomenon, Or maybe, instead of being a natural phenomenon, it's simply a red light shining upon the sky. Who would be so free they could shine some red light on the sky? What a waste of energy. Everyone was curious. Right at this instant, a figure could be seen escaping in a sorry manner from the direction of the red light. Fear was plastered all over his face, his entire body was stained with blood, and one of his arms was missing. Be careful. Instantly, the rest increased their vigilance. There had been way too many incidents where someone pretended to be seriously injured before ambushing the onlookers. However, this seriously injured person here was an exception to those incidents. "Run! Fast!" that person screeched in horror. "That red light! He has broken through. He's slaughtering." Finishing his words, he continued escaping in the direction of the foot of the mountain, leaving the squad there looking at each other. Red light? Breakthrough? Slaughter? Who was it? Staring at the distant red light, they were confused. Perhaps something has truly happened? It might be a trick. He. First, he will flee behind us. By the time someone appears from the other direction, he will appear behind us, attacking us from two directions. When that happens, perhaps we won't even know how it happened before dying. We can't retreat. We must continue advancing. The young Hilsey beast is already nearby. We can't let the others get it. True. They decided to continue their advance. However, not even 3 minutes later, their steps halted, because at this moment, they saw a familiar figure. The guy called Old May could be seen taking a stroll in a relaxed manner. Here at this danger-filled other shore mountain, he was strolling without any defenses in an absolutely unrestrained manner. Slowly, he walked forth, until he noticed them. Who? A little clump of flame drifted forth, heading toward them. He's actually attacking us with something like this? One of them laughed before taking a wide stride forward. At this time, his team member suddenly recalled the earlier scene where a person had been escaping in horror. Instantly, his expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he took out a red sphere. Shio! The red sphere was tossed toward Old May. Alarming them, when the red sphere was midair, it clashed with that weak-looking flame before being forcefully eliminated then and there. This red sphere containing a huge amount of energy was actually ineffective against this flame. How is that possible? At this sight, all of their expressions changed. What joke was that? That red sphere was equivalent to the full-powered attack of an A-class warrior. Just like that, it was gone? As for the flame, it was still slowly drifting through the air. Run, the captain ordered without any hesitation. As for the person who had stepped forth rashly earlier, it was already too late for him to escape. First, the flame touched his arm. Instantly, the terrifying flame started burning. He was not able to defend against it or destroy the flame. The flame continued spreading without stop. Pooh! Seeing this, the captain chopped his arm off without hesitation. Go, he yelled. Shwa! Accompanied by a terrifying energy shockwave, the speed of the entire squad increased abruptly as they started leaving speedily. Only now did they understand how the earlier person had lost his arm. This flame! All of them were ashen-faced. Flee! 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 After an unknown period of time, they finally escaped the range of that clump of flame. Old May was rather surprised. They actually possess a speed-enhancing ability? Shortly after, though, he shook his head. It didn't matter. Ultimately, all these people were mere cannon fodder, and it was only a matter of time before they died by his hands. However, this encounter with them had reminded Old May of something. I can't allow you guys to leave, Old May muttered. A plum blossom bloomed in his hand. Shio! This plum blossom formed by a unique flame drifted through the air, heading toward the foot of the mountain. That was precisely the exit of Other Shore Mountain. This would serve as the prelude to Old May's legend, right here at this Other Shore Mountain. I heard that a murdering maniac appeared over there. Who is it? That Old May guy that was returning with Hilsey beasts non-stop earlier. What in the world? Has he gone crazy? I have no idea. I heard that his strength is incredibly terrifying. Even several late-stage A-class warriors weren't his match. With a single clash, 3 of them were killed immediately, and 1 was seriously injured. Only 1 was able to escape, and with great difficulty at that. Is this for real? Everyone that heard this was shocked. Initially, they did not believe in this rumor. However, when mishaps started befalling the people there without stop, finally, they trusted this rumor. After all, they were still A-class experts. Therefore, a lot of them had numerous escape trump cards that resulted in even Old May failing to kill them. As such, during his slaughter, there were numerous escaped victims. Thereupon, after one escapee after another, everyone there found out about Old May's existence. Now, they all knew that at the depths of this Other Shore Mountain, there was a terrifying murdering devil. Some of them were not reconciled to this and were thinking of ambushing Old May. What's his strength? My guess is he's a PK-class warrior, one of the escapees stated. As he said this, the rest glanced at him. Chen, he was a late-stage A-class warrior. Indeed, he could be considered an expert here at this other shore mountain. However, with him alone, he probably wouldn't even survive a single clash against Old May. Maybe, we can go together, someone suggested. The other person smiled bitterly. The attacking range of that flame of his is extremely huge. For him, a single opponent or a group of opponents, they're the same thing. At this, the rest sunk into silence. Even grouping together wouldn't work? Suddenly, someone stated, there must be some limitations for such a terrifying ability, right? Perhaps it can only be used once per day or it possesses a long cooldown? Something like that? However, toward this, the rest still maintained their silence. What limitations? Up until now, that guy had never stopped slaughtering. The flame that guy used was seemingly without end. As for his energy, it seemed boundless as well. That seemingly eternal flame had never stopped from the start until now. One of them looked at the sky. That red light seems to be the result of that flame. As the rest looked in the same direction, their hearts chilled. Why was this happening? Why was that Old May so terrifying? Some of them decided to give up on this mission. Let's leave. His goal is probably the young hill sea beasts. We can just leave this place. Are you guys resigned to this? Even if we are not resigned, what can we do? Poof. I will go back and call my senior apprentice brother over. He's a PK-class warrior as well. I want to see, what's the point of him killing us with his identity as a PK-class warrior? Another guy agreed. My master is a PK-class warrior as well. Apart from a few lone rangers, a lot of people here were in fact people with rather formidable backers. Hence, a lot of them decided to call on some PK-class warriors to reinforce them. At this thought, they started heading toward the foot of the mountain. Regardless of whether there were any reinforcements, it was still better for them to leave first. To do that, they would have to leave through the foot of the mountain. However, when they reached the foot of the mountain, they were all alarmed to find that at the exit of Othershore Mountain, a clump of familiar flame was hovering, sealing the exit. That is. Damn it, it's that flame again. Is that bastard thinking of killing all of us? They were all terrified. Only now did they start feeling true terror. Their exit had been sealed, and thus, they no longer had any way to retreat. They started gnashing their teeth. What are you guys afraid of? Which of us is without a trump card? At most, we will just die together with that guy. At this time, a lot of people that had been staying at the foot of the mountain all along were still unaware of what was going on. After finally figuring out what was happening, they were all alarmed. Only now did they notice what had happened here. Suddenly, someone remembered the producer from earlier. Where's that excellent producer? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 456, He's a Lucky Star. Chapter 456, He's a Lucky Star. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. A different person pointed at a boulder nearby. There. A board was hung on the boulder. In the process of recovering spiritual energy. Kindly do not disturb. Around 30 minutes will be required for this. After recovery, I will be able to continue producing gene reagents for everyone. Thanks. That person. Recovery? As he thought of the non-stop gene production earlier, it was likely that this producer truly needed rest. As such, he decided to not disturb the producer's rest. However, more and more of them were looking at the depths of the Othershore Mountain in worry. Let's try and see if we can destroy that flame. Yeah, that old geezer is not here anyway. He's only using this flame to seal the exit. While he's not around, we might as well try and see if there's anything capable of destroying the flame, someone stated. The eyes of the others lit up. Good thinking. Thereupon, various different abilities were unleashed. Ice, gale, lightning, soil, and so on. Various abilities and various methods were tried, yet none worked. With their own eyes, they witnessed the evaporation of the ice, the destruction of the soil, and so on. Anything they used, as long as that thing neared the flame, the thing would be destroyed. They had no method of dealing with this. They started to despair. How did things turn out this way? As they looked at the sky, they noted that the red light was seemingly nearing them. Furthermore, the number of people that had escaped toward here was increasing without stop, all of them gathering here at the foot of the mountain. 10. 20. This place had seemingly transformed into a refugee camp. That old geezer is going to arrive soon. Am I truly going to die here? They were all horrified. No way. After all, they were all A-class warriors, existences capable of supporting heaven and earth. Now, though, with the appearance of this terrifying guy here, all their confidence had been erased. That faint flame was capable of igniting fear in the depths of their hearts. How scary a person was this old May, exactly? How is it possible for such an ability to even exist? Yeah. There must be a weakness to this flame, we merely have yet to find it. They started calming down. Look, the energy consumption is low, and there is no cooldown. Furthermore, it has such a terrifying power and is seemingly omnipotent. How is it possible for such a flame to actually exist? They were all hoping that they could actually discover the weakness of this flame. However, was that truly possible? Suddenly, one of them stated, "I have heard of this flame before." With this, everyone's attention was roused. You have heard of it? What's the weakness of this flame? They asked hastily. That person stated with a gloomy voice, the only weakness of this flame is the extreme difficulty of actually forming the flame. To actually form it, 6 extremely rare and weak abilities must be cultivated to the extreme. Next, the user needs to employ some unique methods to refine and fuse with them and refine them to the pinnacle. Only then does it become possible for this flame to be formed. As the others heard this, they lost all hope. This was the only weakness? But it was useless, since this flame had already been formed here. Don't worry. There's so many of us here, what are we afraid of? Yeah. After all, we are still the top existences among genetic warriors, right? Let's make a move together. I refuse to believe that he will be able to kill all of us. Which of us is without a trump card? Damn it, I refuse to believe this. A burly guy stated with a vicious expression, after killing him, this flame will disappear. True, this might work. Since we can't eliminate the flame, we shall eliminate the user. One of them sneered. Well, my ability is the most apt when it comes to killing someone. Let's prepare ourselves, then. They started silently making their final preparations. They were sure that there would most certainly be a final battle here. After their escape route had been sealed, their battle intent had instead been roused. After all, they were people who had witnessed numerous life and death situations. As such, what was there to be afraid of? The only thing they could do was fight it out. Currently, people were still escaping to here from the inner region of the other shore mountain without stop. Some of them had escaped without any hesitation the moment they had caught a glimpse of old May from far away. These people were all very intelligent. However, despite their escape, they were all stuck here at the foot of the mountain. With that, the number of people gathered here increased, each of them preparing themselves for the final battle. It's nearly time. Yeah. The preparations should be completed by now. He will be here soon as well. All of them stared ahead. They were still not able to see old May. However, those who escaped here reported old May's position. Each time a new update was received, old May was closer to them. From the latest update they had received, old May was now around 3 kilometers away from them. Suddenly, the dark sky brightened. In the pitch-black sky, an enchanting expanse of red appeared. Their mood sank. He's here. The flame with the shape of a plum blossom soared up to the sky. From the canyon, a frail-looking figure appeared slowly, attracting the attention of countless people. Was this that murderous demon? Shwa. All of them took out their weapons. Instantly, the terrifying power belonging to numerous A-class warriors bloomed. At the same instant, all the genetic warriors present unleashed their auras toward old May. They were actually planning to use this combined oppressive aura of theirs to pressure old May to death. The so-called oppressive pressure was something that emanated from the aura of an expert. Furthermore, to a certain degree, this pressure was capable of dealing a certain amount of damage as well. Generally, the might of such pressure would be greatly discounted when used against an opponent of a similar level, to the extent it might as well be ineffective. However, if a huge amount of people joined hands to unleash this pressure, when all the A-class warriors here combined their pressure together, bang! The resulting pressure even surpassed the pressure of a PK-class warrior. Bang! The pressure surged forth crazily. Just as he arrived, old May was faced with a combined attack from everyone present. So what if this flame was so powerful? This time, they were all targeting his body. As long as he himself was injured or dead, that flame would most certainly disappear. This was the common understanding they had reached. The tsunami-like pressure swarmed toward Old May. All their eyes were filled with anticipation. Suddenly, in front of Old May, a plum blossom bloomed. Silently, that plum blossom formed of flame bloomed with a faint radiance that appeared so very resplendent. Abruptly, the tsunami of pressure halted. All the pressure vanished suddenly upon touching the plum blossom. Their expressions changed greatly. How is this possible? They had been prepared for the worst. However, they had been expecting that Old May would sustain some light injuries even if he was able to survive their pressure. Beyond their expectations, that plum blossom had actually eliminated all their pressure. This scene was too astonishing. On their faces were unbelieving expressions. A smile appeared on Old May's face. What a warm welcome. With a flame hovering above his hand, he stated, "Is this how you guys welcome my arrival?" Their hearts chilled. This Old May was much more terrifying than they had expected. It would seem like they would have to put their lives on the line and fight this out. They clenched their teeth at this thought. Here at the foot of this other shore mountain, several tens of experts were gathered facing the lonesome Old May. Surprisingly, they were instead the disadvantaged party, being forced back with every exchange to the point where they could no longer retreat. Just as they were about to erupt with everything, suddenly, Old May's gaze skipped past them before landing on a certain corner. There, the "Do Not Disturb" sign was already gone, and the boulder was being noiselessly moved away. That excellent producer seemed to have finished his spiritual energy recovery. Old May wore a faint smile as he saw the producer. How can I forget my lucky star? After all, those red spheres had helped him so much. However, when he finally saw that excellent producer, faintly, he had a bad premonition. Such a feeling. In both his eyes, the plum blossom flame flickered, emitting a radiance that caused everyone present endless fear. When he got a clear look at the producer with the aid of his plum blossoms, endless killing intent surged out of his eyes. It's actually him. He had never expected that the so-called excellent producer was actually that person. A voice filled with killing intent resounded throughout the area, soaring toward the clouds. Chen Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, you might want to get checked at a hospital. Chapter 457, you might want to get checked at a hospital. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. What's going on? Chen Feng muttered. He had only finished his fusion and was about to get a short rest when he had heard shouting outside that resembled someone having an orgasm or something. Come on, I'm only taking a small break. Chen Feng stood up helplessly. Coming. Surprising him, just as he stood up, an astonishing sight welcomed him. MHM. It was the sight of Old May battling an entire group of warriors all by himself. Chen Feng could recall clearly that the last time he had seen a scene this awesome, it had been in a movie in his previous life. Chen Feng. Old May fixed his gaze at that damnable guy with a small patch of beard. To hell with his beard. As Old May had increased his strength, he was now able to see through this guy's disguise with a single look. Chen Feng widened his eyes. Who are you calling? Where's Chen Feng? Old May laughed nastily. He. Even if you transformed into a speck of dust, I would still recognize you. Your disguise is indeed rather ingenious. This should be one of the abilities contained within myriad illusions, right? He. What a pity that the present me can see through you easily. Both Old May's eyes were ignited with a raging flame as he suddenly recalled everything that had happened here. Well, looks like the boulder on the summit earlier was your handiwork as well? How is that possible? Chen Feng replied while he flashed a smile. I mean, I am already over 30 years old this year. How is it possible that I am that Chen Feng, that handsome, carefree, kind, brave, multi-talented, extraordinary, knowledgeable, and all-powerful genius who was able to become an excellent producer at the young age of 20 years old? Instantly, everyone lapsed into a silence. The silence was dreadful. As for Old May, his mouth twitched. This was the first time he had ever witnessed a person shameless to this degree. Old May fixed his gaze on Chen Feng. Is this fun for you? Chen Feng shrugged with a smile. Well, reciting the truth is rather boring, truth be told. Schwa. His disguise was ripped away. This was a disguise that had been completed after using over 10 minor abilities with the help of his luck value. Schwa. That familiar face appeared. Hiss. As the rest saw this, they inhaled deeply in surprise. Despite the reveal by Old May earlier, they had never expected that this over 30 years old excellent producer was truly Chen Feng. That Chen Feng had already reached this level? They blanked as they thought of this. Once upon a time, whenever they had mentioned Chen Feng, they had seen him as a person of the junior generation. And out of nowhere, suddenly, he had reached a height rivaling them. Even if he was still a mere B-class warrior, he was the person capable of producing the Hilseed gene reagent, but he was already qualified to be equal to them of the older generation. Chen Feng had already reached this level? Naturally, this did not seem like it would be of much help to them presently, seeing as how that hateful old Mei was here. Chen Feng was all smiles as he gazed at old Mei in front of him. Hi, it's been a while. Old Mei stared at this familiar person in front of him. I have been wanting to meet you even when I'm dreaming. As Chen Feng heard that, he shyly stated, if so, you should get yourself checked at the hospital. After all, I will normally only dream of beautiful young girls. Schwa! The veins on old Mei's head throbbed. Shortly after, though, he calmed himself down. He. The only thing you can do now is talk back anyway. Don't worry, I will kill you all, leaving you all behind here at this other shore mountain forever. I believe that in the not-too-distant future, you guys will be part of the legend surrounding Othershore Mountain as well, old Mei finished with a cold expression. From the moment he had finished his transformation, it had already been decided that all these people would not be able to leave here alive. This was his home ground. This was his legend. From now onward, the legends surrounding Othershore Mountain would also include the story of that lofty plum blossom. He pointed midair. Condense. Next, a bright and resplendent plum blossom appeared. Old Mei's killing intent intensified. Chen Feng sighed. Turning around, he looked at the several tens of A-class warriors that were ordinarily so awe-inspiring. After a short thought, Chen Feng said, Hey, don't you guys have any ways of killing that old geezer? Something like curses or anything? I tried. Even curses were burnt by that flame, an A-class expert with curse-related abilities stated with an unsightly expression. Chen Feng thought of another method. Oh, how about those penetrative abilities, then? That flame is capable of blocking them as well, an A-class expert that had obviously tried that out stated with a bitter smile. Assassination? Tried. Spatial teleportation? Tried. One reply after another was given to Chen Feng. After all, they were not idiots. How was it possible for them to have just stood here waiting for death? However, they had already attempted everything possible. All of their attempts had ended up destroyed by that flame, and only a small strain had been put on the flame from all that. With a nonchalant wave of old Mei's hand, the flame would recover to its peak condition. They smiled bitterly. That flame is capable of nearly everything. Moreover, the energy consumption is so low that it causes one's hair to stand in anger at the thought of it. Now, they had no other means of dealing with that flame. Chen Feng shrugged. Fine. He had already been aware that old Mei had been here fusing with his new ability. Unexpectedly, though, his new ability was actually so strong that it was nearly undefeatable. A toying smile appeared on old Mei's face. Are you despairing? As he saw Chen Feng, who had caused him great harm back then, requesting for help non-stop yet having nothing to show for it, that expression of Chen Feng's as he awaited death, old Mei felt immensely pleasant. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. No, I'm not. Which of your eyes saw me despairing? Old Mei was visibly stunned at this reply. Chen Feng curled his lips. What, it's a mere plum blossom. Big deal. Come on, old Mei. You are already this old, yet every single day is spent playing with flowers. Back then, you were playing with chrysanthemums. Never mind that, now you are once again playing with flowers, with plum blossoms, this time? I have always been using plum blossoms. Old Mei bellowed furiously. Chen Feng curled his lips. Yeah right, I'm not buying that. Back then, you joined up with Wang Yu. Who knows what you guys did back then, one. Schwa. The expressions of everyone else became strange as they heard this. You. Despite his fury, old Mei was able to calm down immediately. Coldly, he looked at Chen Feng. I am aware that you are trying to anger me. Don't worry, I won't be too calculative toward a dead person. This is especially true when I am facing a bunch of dead guys. Bang! The plum blossom flame in his hand bloomed. Let's work together. Alarmed, all of them let loose their strongest defensive abilities together. The ensuing result of this was rather powerful, as a near-perfect defensive barrier appeared, enveloping everything within. How useful this was, though, was something that still remained to be seen, as even they themselves were not too confident on it. Bang! The plum blossom crashed into the barrier. Flame bloomed, yet it failed to break through the barrier. They were all overjoyed. We blocked it. Alas, their joy only lasted a moment before the flame of the plum blossom bloomed yet again. Ka! A crisp sound could be heard. At that, all of them paled. That defensive barrier they had all been proud of was only capable of blocking the plum blossom flame momentarily. They despaired. We're going to die. I'm actually going to die here. Who? The flame of the plum blossom danced around, akin to their worst nightmare. Right at this instant, Chen Feng stood up abruptly. Next, he stepped forth, stopping in front of the flame. The rest were filled with doubt. Old Mei frowned as he saw this. MHM? He was indeed planning on killing everyone there, Chen Feng included, with his flame. Beyond his expectations, Chen Feng actually had the courage to step forth by himself and stand in front of everyone. Well, this did not matter anyway. If it was some other excellent producer there, Old Mei would have had a tiny bit of fear. As for Chen Feng? He was a mere B-class warrior. Even if he was capable of transcending classes when battling, he could only battle an A-class warrior at most. In that case, what was the difference between him and these bunch of A-class warriors here that were waiting for death? Alas, Chen Feng merely smiled before lifting his hand. One word at a time, he chanted, God. Punisher. Bang. The entire world was enveloped by a scorching white. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, Arise. Chapter 458, Arise. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Wind Blade. Ice Blade. Flame Blade. Old Mei watched on coldly as one familiar ability after another appeared. Suddenly, he recalled the ability of the Hilsea beast he had seen earlier. So, Chen Feng was here to fuse with a new ability? As he thought of Chen Feng's present level of B-class warrior, he pieced everything together. Chen Feng had to have just finished fusing with the Hilsea gene, thus obtaining the God Punisher genetic ability. And since he was a mere B-class warrior, he could only fuse with the young Hilsea beasts. After thinking about it, Old Mei concluded that he himself seemed to be the very supplier of the young Hilsea beasts Chen Feng had used. Without him, Chen Feng might still be wasting time trying to gather young Hilsea beast blood essence. Old Mei rubbed his head. I have been somewhat neglectful, it seems. He should have seen through Chen Feng way earlier. However, it was still not too late for him to see it now. Old Mei's eyes gleamed coldly. Do you think that this ability can defeat me? He. Chen Feng. You have been making use of me to gather young Hilsea beasts. You have also been foiling my plan secretly. However, you have neglected something very important. Ultimately, you are still too weak. He was clearer than anyone else on the characteristics of the Hilsea beast's ability. Despite the fact that God Punisher was an ability nobody cared about, for Old Mei to have decided to come here, he had to have done his research before reaching that decision. He was much clearer than anyone else on the limitations of the God Punisher ability. It could only be used once per day. Moreover, a single type of ability could only appear once, with the selected version of the ability being random. Old Mei sneered. Are you trying to combine it with your myriad illusions? Since he was able to figure out Chen Feng's goal here, he could naturally piece everything together, concluding that Chen Feng had selected this ability due to the myriad illusions ability he possessed. Other people would only be able to release not more than 20 abilities with God Punisher. As for Chen Feng, with his myriad illusions, he would have hundreds or even 1,000 abilities in his repertoire. With the combination of myriad illusions and God Punisher, the unleashed might would most certainly be off the charts. Bang! Old Mei watched on as the endless white surged out of Chen Feng. When a huge amount of abilities of different colors interwove together, the final combination was something white, a terrifying white radiance that dyed the entire sky white as everything bombarded Old Mei. Old Mei pointed midair. Condense! Hum! A plum blossom flame bloomed midair. Silently, it hovered there, swallowing up all the white radiance charging at it. Myriad illusions? God Punisher? Old Mei sneered. Perhaps this combination would be very terrifying for others. Unfortunately, these low-level abilities contained within myriad illusions weren't even capable of breaking through his defense. If Chen Feng were already an A-class warrior, Old Mei might have had something to fear, but for the present B-class him? Furthermore, myriad illusions was a 1-star ability. A 1-star ability released by a B-class warrior, how powerful could it be? With such an ability, even if 1,000 of them were unleashed, what could they accomplish? Ultimately, their level was too low. Schwa! Noiselessly, the plum blossom spinned there. The abilities released by Chen Feng, the seemingly never-ending abilities, were incapable of doing anything against the Plum Blossom. "Devour, my dear Plum Blossom," Old May muttered. Bang! Bang! The world was enveloped by white, with the exception being the spot Old May was standing on, the spot that remained untainted. There, with a feeble-looking flame, that part of the world was seemingly protected against the endless white that had enveloped everywhere else. The rest of them were alarmed as they witnessed this. How is this possible? Too powerful. The fact that Chen Feng was able to unleash such a powerful attack was very shocking to them. None of them had expected that the B-class Chen Feng was capable of unleashing an attack equivalent to the attack of a regular A-class warrior. On the other hand, the defense mounted by Old May caused them to be fearful. Just like that, this attack of Chen Feng was being blocked? They were aware that if it was them that were facing such attack, they would most probably be insta-killed. Against such an attack, Old May could defend so easily? 100 abilities. 200 abilities. 300 abilities. 500 abilities. 1,000 abilities. Within the never-ending white, several hundreds of abilities were shot forth with every passing second. The speed at which those abilities were shot out by Chen Feng was indeed terrifying. One ought not forget that this was his first time using God Punisher. As such, he wasn't well practiced with it and was only able to keep throwing all the appearing abilities out in one go. The attack was so powerful that space itself seemed to have frozen. Bang! 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 Some of them that had better eyes were able to get a much clearer look at the unleashed abilities than others. It'll be reaching 1,000 soon. The released abilities are growing stronger and stronger. I suppose it's going to end soon? Looks like Chen Feng has some ability to keep the stronger abilities for the end. He is releasing the abilities in sequence according to their strength. The later it gets, the stronger the abilities become. That seems to be the case. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Perhaps, this would be sufficient to defeat Old May? Bang! Bang! The Plum Blossom appeared to be tottering now, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Soon. He might be able to defeat Old May for real. They were full of anticipation. However, right at this moment, with a slight raise of Old May's hand, beside the initial Plum Blossom that had yet to dissipate, a brand new Plum Blossom appeared. From the looks of it, it seemed even more powerful than the initial Plum Blossom. Their expressions changed greatly. There were more? Old May sneered. How idiotic. Did they truly think that something he had used 10 years to obtain would be this weak? Oh well. Chen Feng had already unleashed 1,000 abilities now. It would most probably end soon. After all, Old May had a certain degree of understanding toward the Myriad Illusions ability. Some others had learned this ability previously as well. However, even when reaching a class, those people only had around 1,000 abilities in total. If one wanted more, it would be dependent on luck. After all, a lot of the abilities contained within Myriad Illusions had too low a probability of appearance. Therefore, despite there being several thousand abilities contained within Myriad Illusions, most people would only be able to make use of around 1,000 of them. Naturally, he did not know that Chen Feng's version of Myriad Illusions was a mutated version. This was an ability improved by Chen Feng himself, an ability containing 16,000 minor abilities. He was also unaware that as far as Chen Feng was concerned, regardless of how low the probability of appearance for any minor ability was, with Wind Blade and Luck value, the appearance of these abilities was something extremely simple. Bang! 1,500 abilities. The second Plum Blossom was also collapsing now. Old May was filled with doubt. The high amount of abilities unleashed by this God Punisher had given him quite a surprise. However, this would probably be the furthest it would go. After all, it was understandable for someone like Chen Feng to have several hundred more abilities than other users of Myriad Illusions. But then, the speed at which the second Plum Blossom was collapsing seemed somewhat too fast. This second Plum Blossom of his, this peerless flame, wasn't even able to last more than a single second under Chen Feng's barrage. How odd. Once again, Old May formed a brand new Plum Blossom. Bang! 1,700 abilities. And now, yet another Plum Blossom of Old May's collapsed. This time, Old May was truly alarmed. Another collapse? Hadn't a single Plum Blossom of his been capable of blocking the attacks of a group of A-class warriors during his previous uses? And now, when it was facing Chen Feng's God Punisher, it was gone in a mere instant? How was this possible? I refuse to believe this. Clenching his teeth, Old May condensed another Plum Blossom. Bang! 1,800 abilities. The new Plum Blossom collapsed. Bang! 1,900 abilities. Yet another new plum blossom collapsed. Bang! Bang! Old May kept forming new plum blossoms without stop. Alarming him and everyone there, his ever-victorious plum blossoms could only last a single instant against Chen Feng's barrage. It had reached a point where a single plum blossom of his was no longer able to block more than 100 abilities of Chen Feng's. Finally, Old May's expression changed. How is this possible? Could Chen Feng have some peculiar ability that was countering his plum blossom? At this thought, he soaked his consciousness into the plum blossom, trying to figure out what was going on. However, the information he obtained startled him greatly. No weakness was found, his plum blossom wasn't being countered. Astonishingly, Chen Feng was simply using brute force, slamming his abilities against the plum blossom until its eventual collapse. In other words, the energy being unleashed by this god punisher had far exceeded the amount of energy his plum blossom could defend against. But then, how was that possible? When had this low-level ability, this myriad illusions, become even stronger than the full-powered attack of an A-class warrior? Old May truly couldn't answer this question. Bang! The white radiance was still as blinding as ever. As for Old May, he did not dare to even pause, forming plum blossoms without stop. Facing an attack of this level, he could no longer hope to survive through a fluke. The only thing he could do was face force with force. Despite the fact that Chen Feng's God Punisher appeared to be increasingly powerful, Old May was clear that Chen Feng was going to reach the end, as God Punisher would be done unleashing its abilities soon. Now, it was a matter of persevering till the end. Even if you can destroy a plum blossom, a single plum blossom only consumes a small amount of my energy. Let me have a look at how long your God Punisher can last and how many more abilities you have to unleash. 2,000 abilities. Bang! 3 hovering plum blossoms collapsed together. 2,100 abilities. Bang! 5 plum blossoms collapsed together. 2,200 abilities. Bang! 10 plum blossoms collapsed together. This plum blossom capable of blocking a group of A-class attacks had now been reduced to mere cannon fodder. The only thing Old May could do was form plum blossoms unendingly to defend himself. Presently, Chen Feng's barrage was getting increasingly stronger, increasingly astonishing. However, Old May knew that Chen Feng was reaching his limit. God Punisher would end soon. As for the onlookers around them, they were already numb toward any and all surprises. This was a battle they could not even hope to interfere with. Old May's gaze was cold. By now, he did not have much energy left in him. He had never expected that with this perfected plum blossom that could be treated as something with an unlimited supply, he would actually reach a point where he was on the brink of energy exhaustion. This was something that would ordinarily never happen. Now, though, it seemed like this was precisely what was happening. 2,300 abilities. Bang! 20 plum blossoms collapsed. At this moment, God Punisher stopped its barrage momentarily. An extremely terrifying amount of energy seemed to be on the verge of release. Rather than being alarmed, Old May was instead overjoyed. Finally, it was ending. Finally, Chen Feng's God Punisher had reached its final barrage. Chen Feng seemed to have used some other ability in conjunction with God Punisher to control the sequence of the abilities unleashed. From the start till the end, the might of the abilities had increased without stop. Therefore, this final ability would certainly be an extremely powerful ability. This would be his final trump card. This would also be the moment where God Punisher was at its strongest. At this moment, the entirety of Chen Feng was enveloped in radiance. The radiance was an effect of the numerous buff abilities unleashed by the God Punisher earlier. Chen Feng had clearly used those buff abilities on himself. At the same time, Old May's body was also enveloped by a rather dark radiance. This was the effect of the numerous debuff abilities released by God Punisher earlier. Despite their inability to harm the plum blossoms, despite their rather weak effects, they were still ultimately a gathering of various bizarre debuffs. However, Old May was without the slightest fear. Come! Old May bellowed inwardly. He had finally completed his transformation after 10 whole years of preparation. As such, he absolutely would not allow himself to be defeated in this very first battle so fresh after his transformation. A powerful concentration of energy gathered in his hands before assembling and forming an exceptionally dazzling plum blossom that was blooming with a flame akin to the flames of hell. Bang! A seemingly boundless red radiance started shining dazzlingly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459, This Unreliable Cast Time. Chapter 459, This Unreliable Cast Time. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Other shore mountain. White, red, beneath the dark sky, two entirely different colors clashed, blinding all onlookers with the dazzling clash, the intensity of the clash causing onlookers to feel flustered. The participants of this clash were Old Mei and Chen Feng. One was an expert unheard of before, while the other was a person who had previously spent much time in the limelight, yet he was also a mere producer whose level wasn't particularly high. It was beyond everyone's expectation that the scope of these two's battle had reached such a level. At this point, their fight was already rivaling the fight of peak A-class warriors. As for the others there that were ordinary A-class warriors, they couldn't even interfere in the battle at all. Countless people had their fists clenched tight. This was the very first time in their lives that they had felt such a pressing urge to improve their strength. While the clash between Chen Feng and Old Mei might seem like it had been going on for a long time, in truth, only a few seconds had passed since the start of their battle. Within such a short time period, several thousand abilities had been unleashed, alarming everyone present. Bang! Before their eyes, the terrifying radiance bloomed. They were all anticipating that Chen Feng would be the final victor. Betraying their anticipation, that alarming radiance was gradually changing color, with the white waning and the red intensifying. That red light that had initially seemed so feeble was now so very dazzling. Their hearts shuddered. This is bad. Had Chen Feng been defeated? No. That shouldn't be possible. They had obviously seen how Chen Feng had Old Mei suppressed toward the end, but then, that final plum blossom summoned by Old Mei did seem much larger than what he had summoned previously. Could it be? Has Chen Feng failed to break through that final plum blossom? Someone asked bitterly. That seemed to be just the case. At this thought, the expressions of everyone else sunk as well. It was all over. Currently, Chen Feng was their only hope. But then, it seemed like even Chen Feng was unable to defeat Old Mei. If even that terrifying power of Chen Feng's had failed to break through that plum blossom, what else could they do? Someone sighed. God Punisher has probably finished unleashing all the abilities. They could roughly guess what had happened during the exchange earlier. Ultimately, Chen Feng had been the one attacking. Old Mei had merely been defending himself. Now that Chen Feng's God Punisher was done spamming abilities, even if Old Mei had only a tiny spark of his flame remaining, this could be considered a defeat. Only by defeating all Old Mei's flame or killing Old Mei would they be considered victorious. But then, they all stared upward at the sky. Beneath the pitch-black sky, only an expanse of red could be seen. Moreover, along with the passage of time, the red was intensifying. After only a single second, the red had seemingly reached the tipping point. Bang! Bang! Next, a terrifying explosion that shocked one's heart started reverberating. Space collapsed, and the earth trembled. After a long time, the red faded, returning Othershore Mountain to its tranquility. Their hearts were trembling. Has it ended? At this moment, they did not even have the courage to raise their heads, to look at the result of the battle, even though they already had their guesses as to the final result of the battle. However, when someone finally raised his head, that person was given a huge shock. His eyes widened abruptly as he stared ahead, unbelieving. There, a red light was flickering. It was Old Mei. He was indeed the final survivor. But then, why did he seem to be in such a sorry state? And why did he look like he was fleeing? Just as this thought surfaced in that person's brain. Bang! A red flash streaked past. Next, blood started spurting out all over Old Mei's body. Hastily, he streaked forth, transforming into a red flash as he escaped. As for the plum blossom that he had initially used to blockade Othershore Mountain, he directly absorbed it back into him. As that plum blossom was absorbed, the radiance around him intensified as he regained a portion of his power. Next, he used his newly recovered power to flee for his life. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Fled? Why was Old Mei the one fleeing? Hold on, from the final red radiance that had been so dazzling, shouldn't Old Mei have been the final victor? Curiously, they looked at Chen Feng. Only now did they notice with amazement that Chen Feng was standing there coldly. In his eyes, a red radiance that caused one to feel flustered was fading slowly. It would seem like the red radiance earlier had actually been released by Chen Feng. It's Nethergaze. I have once seen this ability, someone whispered. He did not even have the courage to look into Chen Feng's eyes. Since when has this ability been so powerful? The rest were alarmed. That final plum blossom unleashed by Old Mei was powerful enough to contend against a peak A-class warrior. What about Chen Feng? He was a mere B-class warrior. A Nethergaze unleashed by a B-class warrior had actually. Suddenly, they felt like their worldview had been completely overturned. A lot of them heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Feng won. At the same time, they thought of another question. With someone like Chen Feng here, would they still be able to obtain the rewards for this mission? Chen Feng had a cold expression. It's over. He had ultimately been victorious in this battle. However, it was rather unfortunate that when Old Mei was supposed to have been killed here, that old man had utilized the plum blossom he had used to blockade Other Shore Mountain to flee. This had caught Chen Feng by surprise. Old Mei was indeed no ordinary person. However, you have only used around 2,000 abilities of myriad illusions previously. Therefore, the final amplification of the God Punisher only reached around 20 times. If you have a usage history of all 16,000 abilities of myriad illusions, the next time you use God Punisher, the final amplification will probably reach 160 times or greater. This will be the true might of your God Punisher, Spirit reminded him. Chen Feng smiled calmly. I know. The only reason he had failed to kill Old Mei was due to him having only learned this God Punisher a short while ago. If he could encounter Old Mei once again in the future, he could definitely bully Old Mei to the point that that fellow would question life itself. You need to master God Punisher as soon as possible. With your present speed of several hundred abilities released per second, the moment you use the ultimate God Punisher with 16,000 and more abilities, there is a chance that you might be interrupted in the midst of your ability, Spirit reminded him. Chen Feng nodded. I know. Suppose he could release 300 abilities per second. To fully release all 16,000 abilities, it would be weird if he wasn't interrupted in the midst of his barrage. Even today, where Chen Feng only had around 2,000 abilities to unleash, he had wasted 7 seconds on it. He had only succeeded because the opponent had been Old Mei. If he had faced someone else today, such as a true PK class warrior or an A class warrior that was well versed in assassination abilities, what would have happened? In a flash, Chen Feng would have been dead. If this God Punisher was described in gaming terms, then when Chen Feng was releasing his God Punisher, he was casting his skill and could be easily interrupted. Therefore, despite its strength, God Punisher had rather harsh limitations as well. This was especially pronounced for this mutated God Punisher. Yes, theoretically, toward the end of the barrage, the abilities would be even stronger, but who would actually allow him to finish his barrage? Granted, when used now, his enemies would naturally have no idea what it was. However, in the future, when this ability of Chen Feng's became well known and all of them found out about the flaw of this God Punisher, they would most probably tank the initial barrage of the God Punisher and kill him off before the stronger abilities could even be fired. The enemies would most definitely strive to kill Chen Feng, even at the cost of suffering a disastrous injury. This was a flaw that would most certainly be leaked as Chen Feng's usage of this ability increased. Chen Feng took in a deep breath. Looks like I have to work hard. Although he had obtained this rather astonishing trump card, he still had to train hard. He was aware that he was still far from truly mastering this God Punisher. For God Punisher to display its true might, the full release had to be instantaneous. Only then would it be a true eruption, the true God Punisher. Chen Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. Only 2 more days left. Time to return. Surprising him, after he took a mere step forward, the genetic warriors around him actually surrounded him, all of them with solemn expressions. Chen Feng was somewhat shocked at this new development. Ha! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460, have you guys forgotten something? Chapter 460, have you guys forgotten something? Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Sorry, but you are too strong. There are only 5 5-star secret arts and 5 6-star secret arts in the reward pool. If you remain alive, I doubt any of us will have any shot at the rewards anymore. Therefore, we have no choice but to kill you while you are in your present weakened state, someone stated honestly. Chen Feng shrugged. Oh. What if I leave right this moment, then? Another person shook his head. Sorry. You are too strong. When you recover, none of us will be your match. Chen Feng sighed. All this just for some 6-star secret arts? They nodded. Yes. Because we have witnessed your battle with Old Mei, we recognize that we need those secret arts even more now. We are not resigned to be below others like this. Schwa. They started approaching Chen Feng. Chen Feng shrugged. Don't you guys still need to compete among yourselves anyway? True. But then, we are all A-class warriors and will be a match for each other. We all stand a chance in a fight against each other. If we were to fight you instead, all of us together would not be your match. If we let you go, all those 6-star secret arts offered in the mission will end up being yours, they stated earnestly. As Chen Feng pondered, he noted that their reasoning was truly too good, to the point he couldn't even retort. Did Chen Feng want those 6-star secret arts? The answer was most definitely yes. Those were, after all, 6-star secret arts, extremely powerful items. One only needed to give it a bit of thought to understand this. A single 6-star secret art was already sufficient to drive a group of A-class warriors crazy. Now that there were 5 of them on the line, these people would put their lives on the line for it. This other Shore Mountain incident was a perfect demonstration of this. These secret arts were simply too valuable. If he had a chance of obtaining them, Chen Feng would most certainly not give up on them. His initial plan had been to first leave before returning in secret and obtaining several young Hilsea beasts before going back to claim the reward. As for his incredible strength, seemingly capable of everything as described by these guys, he was not able to demonstrate such strength presently. After all, the time required for the full release of his God Punisher was too long. Hence, his present God Punisher was only suited for one-on-one fights. With this entire group of people here, only one would need to face him head-on while the other mounted an ambush. This alone would render Chen Feng helpless. Unfortunately for them, they were not aware of this. The earlier demonstration of strength by Chen Feng had instead scared them, resulting in them deciding to join hands and get rid of him. Chen Feng rolled his eyes as he thought of this. *T. He was truly not as powerful as what they thought. Earlier, he had been truly unleashing his trump card. Despite him being able to defeat Old May, the difference between him and Old May was that he wouldn't be able to defeat everyone here, while Old May was capable of such. It was a pity that this was unknown to any of them here. Even if he told them, they wouldn't believe him in any case. Furthermore, if they truly believed it, they would instead have no inhibitions toward Chen Feng and would deal with him directly. Chen Feng sighed. I am your benefactor. We are aware of that. Therefore, after your death, we will erect a memorial arch for you. Each year, at this time, we will pray to you, someone stated earnestly. Chen Feng. How very sincere. They exchanged glances. Sorry. The present Chen Feng was at his weakest state. Therefore, they would only have the courage to act against him at this time. After all, God Punisher was an ability that was supposed to fully exhaust all the energy of the user. Moreover, the user wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. Therefore, this was their one and only opportunity to get rid of Chen Feng. This was something both they and Chen Feng were aware of. The present Chen Feng had just finished a battle with Old May and was almost emptied of all his energy. He had no combat power left. If they made a move now, Chen Feng would undoubtedly perish here. Seeing the crisis Chen Feng faced, Spirit asked, "Do you want to activate Luck Aura?" Presently, there was still some luck value remaining. Despite the low amount, if it was all used, they could still create a miracle. Perhaps this would be sufficient to create a lifeline for Chen Feng. Chen Feng rejected the suggestion. No. Suddenly, some sounds could be heard behind Chen Feng. As he turned around, he noted that someone had appeared behind him as well, blocking his only escape route. Suddenly, Chen Feng gained understanding. So the reason you guys continued talking to me earlier was to drag this out, allowing those people to seal my escape route? They did not deny it. Yes. Chen Feng sighed. How cautious. It would seem like they had indeed learned something from the encounter with Old May. Moreover, these genetic warriors that were initially unfamiliar with each other had now gained a certain degree of tacit understanding with each other after battling together earlier. This was a rather important point to note. The only unexpected thing was that they had actually utilized this newly gained tacit understanding against Chen Feng. Sorry. They were about to make their move. A faint radiance started converging. Although these people had all been incapable of participating in the earlier battle, they were ultimately still A-class warriors. As such, they were in fact rather powerful, much more powerful than Chen Feng. Goodbye. They launched their attack at Chen Feng. Suddenly, Chen Feng sighed. You guys have indeed selected the perfect timing to make a move against me. However, don't you guys think that there's something you are all forgetting about? Question mark. Hearing this, they felt somewhat puzzled. Indeed, I don't have much energy left now. Even if you guys proceeded to take your time and block all the escape routes, I wouldn't be able to recover much of my energy anyway. I don't even have enough energy to release a single wind blade. However, suddenly, Chen Feng took out a familiar item. Have you guys forgotten about these? Schwa. Their expressions changed greatly. Run. They started fleeing in alarm. Their fear toward Chen Feng was too great. As such, they had placed too much importance on the fact that the present Chen Feng had no energy left. Because of that, they had neglected something that Chen Feng had been producing all along here at this place, the red spheres. Chen Feng sighed. I was initially planning to leave behind some seeds for my future battles. Xiao. Nonchalantly, he tossed the red sphere out. Bang! 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 A bright explosion ensued. In order to attack Chen Feng in a group, they had all been crowded together. To get rid of Chen Feng, they had even sealed all escape routes. And now, everything they had done was instead acting against them. Bang! Bang! The earth trembled and mournful screams resounded. Toward these guys who had repaid his act of saving them by trying to kill him, Chen Feng did not hold back. Numerous red spheres were tossed out, slaughtering countless people. After a long time, Other Shore Mountain recovered its peace. And now, this should end. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face as he saw several figures remaining a distance away from him. Not all of the people here had bad intentions. There's still some who had been too embarrassed to do anything toward Chen Feng, since he had saved them earlier. Even though they hadn't helped Chen Feng when he had been attacked by the group earlier, they were still too ashamed to face Chen Feng now. Chen Feng waved at them. Are you guys thinking of coming at me as well? Schwa. Their faces paled. Shaking their heads, they retreated hastily. Chen Feng curled his lips. What are you guys so afraid of? In a somewhat exhausted manner, he stretched himself lazily. All around him were the corpses of A-class warriors. Presently, in the entire Other Shore Mountain, only Chen Feng remained. He had ultimately survived till the end. Chen Feng smiled. Well, my target for this trip has now been accomplished. As such, it's time to reap some additional rewards. Additional rewards such as the trump cards these dead A-class warriors still had on their bodies and the young hillsea beasts of this Other Shore Mountain. After the numerous fights the hillsea beasts here had gone through with those genetic warriors, it seemed even easier now for Chen Feng to capture those young hillsea beasts. Perhaps there might still be a chance for him to get the rewards posted by Old May. At this thought, Chen Feng became excited. He had to obtain those 6-star secret arts. Unknown to Chen Feng, along with the departure of those people earlier, he had now transformed into a legend. Everything that had happened here at Other Shore Mountain was spread by those people to the Genetic Union, to the various major powers, and to the internet. The entire world erupted in an uproar. With this, Other Shore Mountain had truly become a forbidden area. As for Chen Feng, he was now a legend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, Setting a God Punisher Trend. Chapter 461, Setting a God Punisher Trend. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. At the Genetic Union, the dusky sky remained. Have you guys heard? Chen Feng? Yeah, exactly. I heard that he has been slaughtering at Other Shore Mountain and he killed a bunch of A-class warriors. Even one guy named Old May who possessed the strength of PK class was killed by him. Wow, so ferocious? One particular person reminisced about his history with Chen Feng. Yeah, man. I still remember the time back then when he helped us out with a mission. At that time, he was still very weak, and the sky was still blue. Also, back then, Chen Feng was still very young. Another person interrupted him while curling his lips. Oh, please. He is still very young now, okay? True, I heard that he is still a B-class warrior now. B-class? How did he challenge those above his class at B-class? And to actually defeat a PK-class warrior on top of it? Isn't the gap too huge? I heard that he accomplished that feat with the help of God Punisher. God Punisher, what in the world? It's that ability? That is quite an unreliable ability. Even though it grants the user the ability to transcend classes, the user's ordinary combat power will be very weak. How so? Take a regular B class as an example. Even if he has God Punisher as one of his abilities and has created a series of abilities with God Punisher as the core of all his abilities, thus allowing him to challenge an A-class warrior, normally, that person is only equivalent to a C-class warrior. This is because of the ability slot that he wasted to make way for this God Punisher ability. You mean, the user will have a strength equivalent to someone of one class lower ordinarily, and when he erupts with the God Punisher, he will have the strength equivalent to someone a class higher than him? Exactly. I see. Everyone gained understanding. So it was actually God Punisher. Because of this incident, a lot of people noticed this previously unknown ability called God Punisher. Naturally, along with the spread of the news about what had happened at Other Shore Mountain, every tiny detail of what Chen Feng had done there was leaked as well. It reached a point that some people were even offering a high price to purchase this information. It was said that due to this incident, a group of adventurers with exploration, detection, and recalling related abilities were headed toward Othershore Mountain to look for clues as to what Chen Feng had done there. Chen Feng's expressions. Chen Feng's strength. Chen Feng's clothes. Chen Feng's abilities. Even the color of Chen Feng's underpants was a target of their investigation. They were all extremely clear on the flaw of God Punisher. As such, the more they proceeded in their investigation, the more alarmed they became, to the point where they had no idea how to proceed any further. Ordinarily, even if God Punisher was used in conjunction with myriad illusions, the most an early-tier B-class warrior could accomplish was defeating an early-tier A-class warrior. This was already a rather heaven-defying feat. As for Chen Feng, he had actually challenged a PK-class warrior directly? What did that signify, exactly? Just look at old Mei. He, with his strength of PK-class warrior, had killed several tens of A-class warriors at Othershore Mountain all by himself. Furthermore, what all those A-class warriors had suffered was a crushing defeat, a total defeat. A PK-class warrior was so much stronger than an ordinary A-class warrior. As for Chen Feng, with his level as a B-class warrior, he had directly challenged a PK-class warrior? To actually defeat that PK-class warrior on top of it? To force that old Mei to retreat? This was truly too excessive a feat. What was up with that Chen Feng, exactly? None of them had any answers. They were aware that there were a lot of abilities out there capable of giving the user an eruption in strength by damaging the user as well. However, even those abilities would be hard-pressed to allow a B-class warrior to actually defeat a peak A-class warrior. What on earth is going on? Perhaps this is the result of a combination of several abilities? That might be true. They discussed this without stop. In this era where genetic evolution was in full throttle, the masses were all extremely interested in the cause of Chen Feng's eruption in strength. This curiosity was intensified by the fact that Chen Feng was someone who was extremely similar to those common people. He was an ordinary person with no power backing him. A lot of people had witnessed Chen Feng as he threaded his path to greatness. Therefore, if Chen Feng was capable of this, perhaps they could do it as well? You guys won't be able to do this. Chen Feng is the only one capable of such a miracle. Why? Do you guys even know that after fusing with God Punisher, the user's ordinary combat power will be reduced by an entire class? The more ability slots you guys use to support God Punisher, the stronger God Punisher will be, but you guys will also be weaker normally. Indeed, you guys will obtain the ability to challenge someone of a higher class, but there is a flaw in that. How did Chen Feng solve this flaw, then? Come on, he's a producer, and an excellent producer on top of that. Ultimately, Chen Feng is still a B-class warrior. Therefore, the gene reagents he produces are sufficient to erupt with a power equivalent to a peak B-class warrior. Do you understand? Despite the fact that God Punisher causes him to be one class weaker ordinarily, this seemingly lost combat power is something he did not even require in the first place. He can stick with using gene reagents for regular battles. Besides that, as an excellent producer, the gene reagents he produces are already sufficient for him to challenge someone of a higher class. So powerful? Only at this did everyone regain their rationality. So Chen Feng had been relying on his profession as a gene producer to pull this off? Indeed, with his gene reagents, he did not even need to be bothered with the seeming loss of combat power in his ordinary state. This was what made Chen Feng so powerful now. At least, this was what the masses thought to be the case. He is indeed worthy of being the Chen Feng we all know, someone exclaimed in admiration. Youngsters nowadays are truly scary, someone lamented. Looks like I have to start learning how to produce genes, then. Some started setting new goals for themselves. Not long after, on the market, a set of ability compilation based on what they guessed Chen Feng had done appeared, shocking everyone. Are you still struggling in the lowest rungs of society? Are you still a worthless person nobody cares about? Come and join our class at Wood Mountain. God Punisher-based ability set. Gene production. The path toward becoming an expert is beckoning you. Numerous clickbait advertisements appeared everywhere. Moreover, no spokesperson of any sort was required for this. All these people were simply jumping on the trend set by Chen Feng. As long as one did not live in a cave, one would know how amazingly Chen Feng had performed with such an ability set. It was said that on that day itself, the number of applicants at the Gene Production Association exceeded 10,000. That brat. Holiang's face was smiling so wide his face looked like a flower. He had never expected that, after going through several dangers, that Chen Feng kid had actually survived. Moreover, Chen Feng had even brought such unprecedented popularity upon their Gene Production Association. He indeed did not disappoint. Look at those cute rookies. For this to happen during this era of darkness, could this be considered a consolation of sorts? In a not-too-distant future, the Gene Production Association will most certainly become much stronger than now. When that happens, the number of geniuses at Star City will increase as well. Old Ho Liang was extremely gratified. At the same time, at a certain assassination organization, a certain boss was raging. What the hell have you guys been doing all this while? Why did none of you think of something this genius? B-Class. With only a B-Class God Punisher ability set, a B-Class warrior will be able to insta-kill a peak A-Class warrior. His underlings had wronged expressions. Boss, to do this, we need to learn gene production. The boss roared at his underlings. And why does that even matter? Hasn't Chen Feng used that ability just nicely? Why do we even need to learn gene production? It doesn't matter if our normal combat power is weaker. We are assassins. A single killing strike is all that matters. We have indeed tried that. But then, without gene production skills, we will not be able to kill a PK-class warrior anyway, the underling stated bitterly. They had indeed attempted something similar to what Chen Feng had done. Even before this feat of Chen Feng's, they had tried it. Obviously, Chen Feng was not the first person to use God Punisher. Unfortunately, it had not worked for them. This ability was too unreliable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462, The Furious Old May. Chapter 462, The Furious Old May. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Boss looked at his underling, wondering if this guy was looking for an excuse for his incompetence. Who can we kill if not a PK-class warrior? A-class warrior. Without the help of gene production skills, a B-class warrior can only kill an A-class warrior when using this ability. The underling ended with a sigh. Boss looked at the underling like he was looking at an idiot. Isn't that enough? Wasn't it sufficient to be able to transcend an entire class? The underling shook his head. No, it's not. First, to train a B-class warrior with an ability set based on God Punisher, it would cost no less than what is required to train an A-class assassin. It is too expensive. Second, God Punisher is unreliable at times. In our tests, during the process of using God Punisher, there was a 50% chance that the A-class opponent would not be killed. Moreover, the amount of damage dealt varied too greatly. There was even one particular incident where, instead of killing the opponent, the God Punisher user healed the opponent instead, the underling said, finishing his report with a dark expression. Boss. This ability is such a scam? As the boss looked at the test results provided by his underling, he was somewhat dumbstruck. So this was the case? If so, how had Chen Feng? With a low voice, the underling reminded his boss, Chen Feng has his gene production skills. It's also possible that he has some methods of fighting using God Punisher we are unaware of. Otherwise, this God Punisher-based ability set would have become famous long ago. Is that so? Presented with all these facts, the boss could only regretfully give up on his plan. The arts of gene production were too mysterious. There were some legendary and ancient gene formulas that possessed some powerful and mysterious abilities. If Chen Feng had learned such a formula, it might truly have enabled him to make use of this God Punisher. It would seem like they have no choice but to give up on this. Naturally, they were not the only ones that wanted to develop in this direction. The various assassination organizations and powers were all researching the feasibility of God Punisher-based ability sets. Looking at the possibility of developing a group of assassins or suicide warriors. If it was possible, they would be overjoyed. Unfortunately, it was certain that this effort of theirs would be fruitless. Presently, at the Genetic Union, just as everyone was still passionately discussing Chen Feng, the main entrance of their headquarters was kicked open. Instantly, everyone there raged. Who dares to kick open the entrance of our Genetic Union? What joke was this? Even a PK-class warrior would not have the courage to be so unbridled here at their headquarters. However, just as they stood up getting ready to rage, they saw a huge figure walk in through the door. The first thing they saw was a head with a fierce expression and a pair of extremely vicious-looking eyes. What is that? Everyone widened their eyes. Clang! 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 Dot. Accompanied by his steady footsteps, the huge figure approached them one step at a time. Clang! A certain A-class warrior unsheathed his weapon in preparation for a fight. As the figure walked forth and everyone got a clear look at him, they were all stupefied. That huge figure was actually a person carrying a huge mutated beast. That seemed to be Clang. The mutated beast was thrown down onto the floor, giving them a clear look at that person's face. It was a familiar face. Chen Feng beamed as he gazed at the stupefied bunch there. "Hey, long time no see. I'm here to complete the mission." They were all dumbstruck. Chen Feng? None of them had expected that the person they had been talking about would appear right in front of them. What mission? The one with young Hillseed Beast as the target. Instantly, they recovered from their stupor. Oh. That legendary mission at Othershore Mountain. True, since Chen Feng had been the only one remaining there, the beasts there would. The employee there wiped his sweat. "Please wait a moment. Let us inspect it." "Not a problem. You guys do what needs to be done. Let me go carry some more over," Chen Feng replied with a smile. The rest couldn't understand what he was getting at. What? Clang. 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 Chen Feng proceeded to carry in one Hillseed Beast after another. All the targets of this mission were thus completed by Chen Feng alone. Full of sweat, the employee completed the inspection and verification before handling the procedures for Chen Feng. "If so, can you give me the rewards directly?" Chen Feng asked with a smile. He had no intention of staying here too long. Despite the fact that he had been feeling amazing when he had killed all those A-class warriors at Othershore Mountain, he guessed that some of those he had killed were ultimately people with backgrounds. Even right at this moment, someone might be making their way over here for Chen Feng. "Yes, sure. However, there is a condition for me to do that," the employee stated. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. MHM? Had he encountered those people coming for revenge already? As he thought of this, while staring at the female employee in front of him, energy started converging in his hands. "Can you sign this for me?" the female employee asked bashfully. Chen Feng was instantly speechless. After spending several days at Othershore Mountain, he had nearly forgotten what place this was. This was the headquarters of the Genetic Union. If it had reached a point where people could kill as they wished here, then this world would have truly been in big trouble. Nowadays, one could battle or kill in the wilderness. However, in any city, killing was prohibited. As such, regardless of how domineering an assassin was out there in the wilderness, when they were operating in a city, they could only take it slow when assassinating someone. If not because of this fact, Chen Feng would have been killed off by an assassin back then. At a certain different location, amid a certain wilderness, a plum blossom bloomed midair. The faint radiance coalesced before, suddenly, the plum blossom ignited. After a long time, a person walked out of the flame. That person was precisely Old May. Old May was overjoyed. Finally, I recovered. He had returned alive. However, he hadn't even basked in this short happiness for more than 2 seconds before his wristband buzzed abruptly. With a glance, Old May's expression became unsightly, like a person who had eaten some poop. The rewards he had offered for the mission had all been claimed by Chen Feng. Old May felt extremely hateful. Damn it! All those were resources he had prepared for himself to help him in his charge to peak A class. He felt extremely hateful. Chen Feng. Even if he could forget what Chen Feng had done to him in the past, he had never expected that during this crucial period of his life, his plan would still end up foiled by Chen Feng. How could he not feel hateful? His entire heart was filled with hatred and killing intent, and he almost failed to resist looking for Chen Feng right away. However, he had only taken a single step forth before stopping. Could the present him defeat that Chen Feng? He truly doubted that. When had that God Punisher become so powerful? He pondered. God Punisher can only be used once per day. I might still have my chance at revenge. However, how could he be sure that Chen Feng had no other trump cards? Moreover, how could he be sure of the actual cooldown of Chen Feng's God Punisher? The content of the presently available information on Chen Feng all indicated that he was a very perverse person, especially the release of his God Punisher. That final radiance he had released seemed to be Nethergaze? That ability was indeed powerful. However, it did not seem capable of enabling the user to challenge one of a higher class. Despite that, Chen Feng's Nethergaze seemed much stronger. Old May rubbed his chest as he still felt some lingering fear from when he had faced Chen Feng earlier. If he hadn't escaped fast enough, he would have most probably gotten himself killed there. That final radiance. Even if Chen Feng can't unleash his God Punisher, this Nethergaze alone is already. The mere thought of this caused Old May to shudder in fear. All abilities would seemingly become extremely terrifying in Chen Feng's hands. Regardless of Nethergaze, God Punisher, or even myriad illusions, all of them had seemingly transformed from their regular version when used by Chen Feng. The present Old May did not have the courage to take any risks when dealing with Chen Feng. Old May calmed himself down. I can't be hasty. I can't let my emotions control my actions. I have an unlimited potential in future, and I can definitely not die just like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463, Old May's Revenge Plan. Chapter 463, Old May's Revenge Plan. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Old May was an intelligent person. Even as someone who had started from zero back then, he had managed to reach his current height. What was there for him to fear now? After all, the present him was a person with the combat power of a peak A-class warrior. In a sense, he already possessed the qualifications to stand above the vast majority of this world. Old May pondered. Even if all those things were taken away by Chen Feng, he won't be able to use them anyway. Even if he sells them, the amount of people who can actually make use of those secret arts aren't that high either. Therefore, he won't be able to sell them off anytime soon. There's no need for me to be too anxious. If it wasn't for his calm and intelligence, he would have ended up dead long ago. Now, I need to think of a good plan to get Chen Feng to deliver those secret arts back to me. Presently, he had no wish to face Chen Feng head-on. Before obtaining all those secret arts, he had no intention of battling Chen Feng. All those 5-star secret arts were extremely suitable for Old May's use. Granted, they were not those exceptionally powerful abilities like his Plum Blossom Flame. However, the support capabilities of those secret arts were rather scary. If they were all used together, Old May's combat power would reach a whole new level. There were also those 6-star secret arts. Old May took in a deep breath as he thought of those. The 6 genes he had fused with were sufficient to fulfill the requirement for him to learn those 6-star secret arts he had gathered. Those 6-star secret arts were also the very keys he was relying on to complete his transformation. Evidently, his transformation had not ended on the completion of his Plum Blossom Flame. Indeed, secret arts were something that could only be utilized by someone possessing the required genetic abilities. However, was it an ironclad rule that one could only learn a single secret art? One ought to remember that even for someone with only a water-related ability and a fire-related ability, there were countless 2-star secret arts that the person could use, such as Sword of Ice and Flame, Absolute Water Flame, 9 Layers of Ice and Fire, Gate of Flames, Red Ocean, Unrestrained Water Volcano, Harmony of Water and Flame, Storm of Ice and Fire, and so on. This was the case for 6-star secret arts as well. However, due to the limitations imposed by the required abilities one needed to have before one could make use of a secret art, obtaining a suitable 6-star secret art was much harder. For a regular A-class warrior, the act of obtaining a single 6-star secret art was already considered an extremely astonishing feat. Therefore, A-class warriors were separated by several stages as well. Those without any 6-star secret arts were considered trash among A-class warriors. Even if such a person reached the late stage of a class, without a 6-star secret art, that person would still be considered trash. A vast majority of the A-class warriors that had gathered at Other Shore Mountain previously were such A-class warriors. This was also why they had been driven crazy by the promise of 6-star secret arts by Old May's mission that they hadn't even heard of or seen before. This was the first type of A-class warrior. After possessing a 6-star secret art, the warrior in question would obtain an extremely formidable core ability. These A-class warriors were considered ordinary A-class warriors. Possessing formidable strength and having advanced their level perfectly all the way to A-class, these warriors were normally those with a certain amount of popularity. This was the second type of A-class warrior. As for the third type of A-class warrior, these were those with 2 or more 6-star secret arts in their possession. Such A-class warriors were the more outstanding ones among their peers. Each of them was extremely powerful, and most of them were peak A-class warriors. They were also considered to be the strongest among A-class warriors. Naturally, those similar to Old May who possessed a single heaven-defying 6-star secret art were low in amount. After all, it was quite rare for a person to dedicate 10 years of his life just for a single ability. On top of that overpowered Plum Blossom Flame, Old May had also prepared 5 additional 6-star secret arts he could use. Try to imagine the strength of an A-class warrior with 6 6-star secret arts. I will most definitely regain what is mine. Old May was resolute. He had maintained his patience for so many years. As such, he would not give up during this crucial moment where everything was on the verge of success. After all, there was always someone stronger in this world. The only reason Old May had selected such a super late stage ability for himself was to make it easier for him when he would attempt to surpass a class in the future. The future him would most definitely be someone surpassing a class. As such, the present him would most definitely not risk it and fight it out with Chen Feng. He was well accustomed with how perverse Chen Feng was. He had no intention of getting himself killed by some random occurrence. How should I get those 6-star secret arts from Chen Feng, then? Suddenly, Old Mei thought of something. Even though he was not interested in facing Chen Feng, that did not mean he couldn't make use of those around Chen Feng. Old Mei sneered. He. Wasn't this what those villain bosses in movies normally did? If so, he could most certainly do something similar as well. A plum blossom flickered into existence before him. Old Mei sneered. Chen Feng, I will make you regret your actions. Shwa! Shwa! The plum blossom bloomed. Before Old Mei's eyes, countless petals started falling. He had obtained quite a number of information about Chen Feng from the internet. And now, he used his plum blossom to analyze the information to obtain the information he required. The several major characters around Chen Feng. To make it easier for Old Mei to control those he kidnapped and to facilitate the hostage exchange he was planning, he had limited the number of people his plum blossom would discover. Shortly after, Old Mei obtained the simple information of the several peoples close to Chen Feng. Old Mei frowned. Let me see. Xin Hai. Wang Yao. Since these two were among the first to appear from his plum blossom, they were evidently those who were closest to Chen Feng. Moreover, from the order in which their names had appeared, that person called Xin Hai should be even closer to Chen Feng. Then. Naturally, the main reason he selected Xin Hai was because he had only managed to obtain Xin Hai's information out of the two. Moreover, the internet had quite a lot of information pertaining to this Xin Hai as well. As for that Wang Yao, she was like a blank space. No information was available. This caused Old Mei to be somewhat worried, hence his decision to select Xin Hai as his target. According to the rumors, this Xin Hai was a comrade of Chen Feng's and had joined hands with Chen Feng on countless missions. They had gone through numerous dangers together. On top of that, Chen Feng had even gone to the frozen sea tundra alone for Xin Hai's sake. Old Mei sneered. Xin Hai, humph. Open. At his command, 3 plum blossoms assembled together in front of him, turning into a whirlpool. Old Mei's eyes became sharp as he planned to cross space and travel directly to where Xin Hai was. Shwa! Shwa! Light swirled around. Old Mei's consciousness drifted around with the assistance of his plum blossom, and he was able to locate Xin Hai shortly after. Found you. A faint silhouette had seemingly appeared before Old Mei's vision. Old Mei sneered. Playing tricks? He was quite clear on the strength of this Xin Hai. It was rumored that this was a friend Chen Feng had gained way back when. However, due to Xin Hai's strength being too weak, he had stopped moving together with Chen Feng. Such a person was someone perfect for Old Mei's plan. If he could kidnap Xin Hai, Chen Feng would most certainly be ridden with guilt. Old Mei had seemingly considered everything possible. Bang! He grabbed directly at the empty space in front of him. Right at this instant, that silhouette opened his eyes. With that, an extremely alarming radiance appeared and a terrifying power started descending, akin to a fiend awakening from an abyss. Bang! Old Mei's consciousness trembled. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Before he could even react, his thread of consciousness was already shattered. His main body regained consciousness after suffering a grave injury. Fear was plastered on Old Mei's face. What was that? In that instant earlier, he had felt like he had laid his eyes upon the Grim Reaper. That silhouette, what in the world was Xin Hai? Old Mei was horrified. This task that was supposed to be so simple had now become so troublesome. Xin Hai. Old Mei gulped before deciding to give up on Xin Hai. He had no idea what he had seen earlier. Perhaps that was someone guarding Xin Hai, or perhaps it was someone else. Regardless, capturing Xin Hai was no longer possible. Old Mei clenched his teeth. Let's switch the target, then. There were still several other important people of Chen Feng's he could choose. However, he decided on Wang Yao. He tried once again to investigate this lady, yet he again returned with no results. Regardless of where he searched, there would be no information pertaining to this young lady. From the looks of it, this seemed to be just some ordinary unimportant young lady? She seemed to be the sister of an ex-classmate of Chen Feng's? That was the only information he was able to find on her. The amount of information he could find on the internet was truly too sparse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464, Beating of His Life. Chapter 464, Beating of His Life. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Old May heaved a sigh of relief. Since there's no news about her, she should be a mere commoner. Schwa. Once again, he activated his plum blossom imprint. Hum. The power of his soul bloomed as his thread of consciousness pierced through space before directly locking onto the position of that Wang Yao. His thread of consciousness drifted around and landed near her. Wang Yao. Old May moved forth and finally got a clear look at the young lady in question. Surprising him, this young lady had the appearance of someone around 13 or 14 years old. Presently, she seemed to be sleeping peacefully. The sight of her sleeping was so beautiful it caused one's heart to flutter. Sleeping, huh? Suddenly, a feeling of pity arose in Old May's heart. Has Chen Feng been hiding everything about himself from you because of this flaw in your body? You are obviously 1 year older than him and yet your physical appearance had remained young. Wang Yao's delicate appearance seemed capable of triggering a feeling of protectiveness from anyone looking at her. Even Old May could not escape feeling so. Old May lamented regretfully. Sigh, what a pity. Old May's sigh seemed to alarm her as her eyes were opened shortly after. After opening her eyes, she gazed at Old May calmly. Who are you? Old May sighed. I'm sorry. If possible, he was not willing to spoil this enchanting sight of a slumbering beauty. Alas, for the sake of his strength, he would not let his emotions rule his actions. Pity? It was something that should not exist. Stretching his hand out, a small clump of flame appeared before drifting forth slowly. Hum. That flame drifted toward Wang Yao while she watched on silently, seemingly incapable of realizing that she was in any sort of danger. This further amplified Old May's feeling that his current actions were indeed rather cruel. Old May sighed again at that thought. He watched on as his plum blossom landed on Wang Yao's body. Next, with a curious expression, the young lady grabbed at the flame. Wang Yao stared at the flame in her hand in astonishment. This flame looks so magical. Instantly, Old May was dumbstruck. Magical? Hold on, why hasn't the flame injured her? Even though he had only utilized the flame with the lowest intensity sufficient to trap her, she shouldn't be totally free from any damage after touching the flame. Moreover, since when had she obtained the ability to manipulate the plum blossom flame created by him? Old May tried summoning the flame back to him. Return, he bellowed. Unfortunately, the ownership of that flame seemed to have changed the moment it had entered Wang Yao's hand as it no longer accepted Old May's command. Instantly, Old May's scalp numbed. Damn it! He felt like something inconceivable had happened. Perhaps. Bang! An intense plum blossom flame appeared on his hand. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the strongest plum blossom flame he had upon Wang Yao. Next, with wide eyes, he watched on as his strongest plum blossom flame that had been so domineering at Other Shore Mountain became incapable of movement after landing on Wang Yao's palm. This time, Old May was truly stupefied. Ineffective? Even the strongest flame was ineffective? Such a flame! Wang Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Hum! Accompanied by a shrill cry, that flame was instantly absorbed by Wang Yao. After that, Wang Yao slanted her head as she pondered shortly before softly rubbing her tiny hands together. Schwa! A small clump of flame appeared there. That newly appeared flame was actually exactly the same as Old May's plum blossom flame. Instantly, an expression of extreme horror appeared in Old May's eyes. She had only plundered a single plum blossom flame from him and yet she was already capable of creating her own version of the plum blossom flame? This was something he had spent 10 years to create. What in the world was going on here? Who exactly was this young lady here? Old May was collapsing emotionally. Thank you. Wang Yao expressed her gratitude before looking at him curiously. Do you have any other flames? A horrified expression appeared on Old May's face. Here at this place, Old May had suffered the greatest humiliation he had ever felt and had also experienced the greatest horror he had ever felt. This young lady seemed to be a fiend that had crawled out of hell itself. He had an odd feeling that before her, all his abilities would be ineffective. Old May waved his hands repeatedly. No. No more. Oh, if so, let me give you this as a present, then. It is proper, after all, to reciprocate when one receives a gift. Wang Yao waved her hand nonchalantly. The flame streaked toward Old May with a speed so fast he couldn't even react to it. Bang! His thread of consciousness collapsed. Pooh! A mouthful of blood was spurted out as Old May returned to reality. Once again, his plum blossom imprint had been destroyed. Old May was alarmed. How could this happen? It was truly outside of his expectations that those close to Chen Feng were also terrifying. Even if he ignored his attempted kidnapping Qin Hai earlier, this Wang Yao girl was truly too horrifying as well. Damn it! Old Mei wiped away the blood on his body. In such a short period of time, he had lost 2 of his soul imprints. Old Mei was furious. Damn it! Damn it all! No matter what, he could not understand how Qin Hai and Wang Yao were so powerful, to the extent that his existence was something they could look down on. PK class? They were most certainly more powerful than that. As he thought of those two, for the first time in his life, he felt true fear. Old Mei took in a deep breath before looking at the 2 spoiled imprints of his. What should I do? Now that he had suffered such disastrous loss, if he couldn't find something to compensate for this, he would have suffered too great of a loss for nothing. Old Mei decided to select a different target. Let's switch to a different target, then. After a short consideration, he decided to look for someone who was rather close to Chen Feng and had been with Chen Feng for quite a while. Moreover, the new target needed to be someone comparatively weak. MHM. He was able to select a new target that fulfilled his requirements shortly after. After checking his target out online, he confirmed that this new target was most certainly an ordinary person. Back then, he had been the captain of some trashy genetic squad of mere E-class warriors. Subsequently, that person had slowly improved until he had reached C-class. Even if he was a genius, presently, he shouldn't be any stronger than a B-class warrior. MHM, this seems to be a feasible target. Schwa. Light swirled around as, once again, Old Mei sent his thread of consciousness out and locked onto the target. There, within a dimly lit room, a baldy could be seen wrestling with a chick. The battle seemed to be rather intense as sweat splashed around while the ground beneath them trembled without stop. Humph. As Old Mei looked at the baldy, he sneered as he concluded that this was indeed a mere regular person. A person with the emotions of a regular person, a person with the strength of a regular person. He could see that this baldy was merely a B-class warrior. Instantly, with disdain, he waved his hand. A weak flame drifted out toward the baldy. While all this happened, the baldy did not even notice the arrival of the flame. Finally, when the plum blossom flame landed on the baldy's body, he screamed mournfully. Old Mei sneered. A weakling indeed. Somewhat surprisingly, though, the mournful scream of that baldy's sounded somewhat off. F***CK. Who in the world poked my chrysanthemum during the most crucial moment? Ah shit, I'm coming. Ah. The mournful scream of the baldy intensified. How boring. The chick seemed to have obtained victory in their battle, yet she seemed rather disappointed. Evidently, she was disappointed by the fact that she had failed to find someone capable of being her match. Disappointed, she shook her head as she turned around and left. Hey, that's not what happened. The baldy explained himself hastily. I am very strong. It's true. Hey. Alas, the chick had already left him. Only now did the baldy turn around furiously, scanning around with his eyes before his gaze landed on Old Mei. Turns out there's some weird thing here? Is this some soul or a thread of consciousness? Whatever. Who gives a sh*t what you are anyway? The raging Su Fei charged at Old Mei. Not dead? His defense is rather high, huh? Old Mei was not bothered with Su Fei's anger. Once again, he summoned a new plum blossom flame, one that was more powerful than the earlier flame. Bang! The flame bloomed as it swept toward Su Fei. Alarming him, from within that seemingly boundless clump of flame, Su Fei charged out. Before Old Mei's unbelieving gaze, Su Fei's fist landed on him furiously. Bang! 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 Old Mei was punched down by Su Fei's fist. Once again, Old Mei was stupefied to find that someone was beating him up once again. And this time, it was a B-class warrior that was delivering the beating upon him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465, Scammers. All scammers. Chapter 465, Scammers. All scammers. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Damn it! The furious Old Mei no longer cared if he could actually kidnap Su Fei to threaten Chen Feng with. This was the third time he had suffered a beating today, and he was no longer capable of holding his anger in. His strongest flame was directly unleashed, Path of Flaming Plum. Bang! Bang! Dot! The flame bloomed, and a boundless red radiance erupted out. Horrifying him tremendously, that guy called Su Fei merely charged through his flame, not the slightest bit affected by that scary flame of Old Mei's. Bang! Bang! Su Fei rained his punches down as he furiously shouted, "Did your mother not teach you that it is very rude to interrupt someone in the midst of a battle?" Bang! You cursed old fart! Bang! You perverted peeping Tom! Bang! Screw your mother! As the punches rained down, old Mei was thoroughly stupefied. He tried to retreat, yet with great sorrow, he found that he was no longer capable of retreating. His body had been grabbed by Su Fei, not allowing him a chance to escape at all. As such, he could only watch on helplessly as he was pressed down on the ground and beaten up by Su Fei. When it came to physical strength, Su Fei was simply in a different league than him. Bang! Bang! All that Su Fei had wanted to unleash upon the chick earlier yet failed to, he was unleashing upon this old Mei now. Finally, this consciousness of old Mei was beaten to death. Bang! His thread of consciousness collapsed, returning him to his main body. His brain was still buzzing unendingly. He remained in daze there for 10 whole minutes. What in the world had he experienced? His brain was still buzzing unceasingly as he wondered. After a long time, he recovered from his stupor. He had actually been beaten up by B-class trash? This wasn't the main issue here. The main issue here was that his plum blossom flame had been completely ineffective against that person. How was that possible? Qin Hai, Wang Yao, and Su Fei. For the first time, old Mei started doubting his strength. He had once believed that once he completed this super late-stage transformation of his, he would be unrivaled. Now, though, that did not seem to be the case. He could convince himself that it was natural for him to suffer defeat against Qin Hai and Wang Yao, whose great strength was definitely above his, but what was going on with that Su Fei guy? Old Mei started doubting life itself. Perhaps, the plum blossom flame was in actuality something not that powerful after all? Old Mei shook his head and steadied his thoughts. No! That's not possible. Hadn't he crushed so many A-class warriors back then at Othershore Mountain? Perhaps it was because those people there had been people without an ability that countered him? No, that couldn't be true. Old Mei's confidence started swaying. Despite being aware that this should not be possible, after his 3 defeats in a row, especially his defeat by that B-class Su Fei, he truly doubted his life now. Calm down. I must calm down. Finally, old Mei forcefully calmed himself down. As he looked at the list of names his plum blossom had generated earlier, he decided to stick to his plan. The only reason for this was because he wanted to prove his worth. This time, he selected a person who had been together with Chen Feng quite frequently recently. Both of them were rather close. More importantly, that person was a mere B-class warrior. There shouldn't be any problems this time, right? Old Mei mumbled. This target was a mere B-class warrior. If there were truly so many B-class warriors out there possessing abilities countering him, old Mei reckoned that the 10 years he had spent in preparation would be totally pointless. After all, he had remained patient all these years for this single goal. Therefore, that would definitely not be the case. This time, he would most certainly be successful. Who? He inhaled deeply. Shwa! Light swirled before his eyes. Once again, the plum blossom flame bloomed, stripping a thread of his consciousness out from him. That thread of consciousness stepped through space, locking onto his new target before appearing there as a soul imprint. There, one person could be seen. In front of that person was a mirror. In a seductive manner, he flicked his hair before speaking to the mirror. "Dear demonic mirror, please tell me, who's the most handsome guy here?" "In any case, that is not you," the demonic mirror replied coldly. F***CK. Without any hesitation, that person threw the mirror down before stamping his foot on it. "Screw you. I'm the only person here. If I'm not the most handsome one, who else can it be? Even if you break me, it won't hide your ugliness and the grief in your heart." That person raged. "Screw you. Old Mei." Was this the person called Kong Bai? He had never expected that this would be the sight that welcomed him immediately upon his arrival. As for that Kong Bai, he did not seem to have noticed old Mei. This caused old Mei's heart, which had failed several times earlier, to feel somewhat comforted. Perhaps, this ambush would be successful. Granted, it was rather shameless for an A-class to ambush a B-class, but then, old Mei had failed 3 times consecutively so far. Now, he only wanted to regain his ego, and he no longer possessed any sense of shame. At this time, filled with resentment, Kong Bai picked up the demonic mirror. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked in a manner as if he had thought of something extremely smart. "Dear demonic mirror, who's the ugliest person here?" Since he was all alone here and he was not the most handsome one, he shouldn't be the ugliest person here as well, right? "Naturally, it's you," the demonic mirror answered instinctively, but it suddenly paused and corrected itself. The old geezer as ugly as a chrysanthemum behind you. Kong Bai was overjoyed. Indeed, it's not me. Ha ha ha. However, just as he was done laughing out loud, he felt that something was off. Abruptly, he turned around and was given quite a scare. What the F***ck? What is this thing here? A-class warrior? Kong Bai's instinctive reaction was to flee without hesitation. A normal B-class warrior indeed. Old May wasn't particularly bothered with Kong Bai's reaction. Rather, he was pleasantly surprised that this new target here was actually fearful of him. After 4 attempts, he had finally encountered a regular B-class warrior who knew to flee when seeing an A-class warrior. Old May was so touched that he felt himself tearing up at this. Ha 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 ha. Capture him. Capture him. After capturing him, all the secret arts will come back to me. Old May was immensely touched. Alas, just as he was about to start his pursuit, that Kong Bai guy stopped before looking at Old May with a rather amazed expression. Next, he looked at the demonic mirror. Did you just say that he's uglier than me? Yes, the demonic mirror answered. Ha 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 ha. At that, Kong Bai started laughing wildly before stopping and looking at Old May with a sinister gaze. Hee hee, dear you who is uglier than me. Hee hee. Hee hee. Finally, I have encountered someone uglier than me. Hee hee. It's time for you to bear witness to the power of my demonic mirror. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by Kong Bai's wild laughter, the mirror shone brightly. Next, at a certain location. Pooh. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Back in his main body, with grief, Old May noted that his thread of consciousness had once again been destroyed. He was totally dumbfounded. The 4th soul imprint he had spent over a year to prepare had once again been cleanly destroyed. This time, the culprit was yet another B-class? Why? Old May was bewildered. From that day onward, those passing by this area found with surprise that there was an old geezer wandering around while unendingly mumbling to himself like a mental patient. The content of his mumbling was as follows. What is going on with this world? What is going on with me? I can't even defeat some B-class trash. You are the ugly one. Your entire family is ugly. With this trash plum blossom, you dared to call yourself a super late-stage genetic warrior. Scammers. You are all scammers. Curious, some of the passers-by asked, what's going on with him? Looks like someone who went crazy after being provoked too excessively. Poor him. Let him be, don't approach him. It is said that flames will materialize randomly around this old geezer. Quite scary, in fact. I wonder which expert it was that provoked him into this state. True, the other person agreed. There, only a wandering old geezer that mumbled unendingly remained. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466, my old friend. Chapter 466, my old friend. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. At a certain location, the sky above was covered with dense dark clouds. Dark rain descended without stop, yet the numerous raindrops were all seemingly pounding onto thin air, not a single one of them capable of landing on the ground beneath them. A person was there, looking up at the sky. The sky is getting darker. Indeed. Lu Hun's gaze intensified. Unfortunately, Feng was able to ruin the mysterious organization. The other person replied faintly, in any case, since the devil race is already awakening, there is no longer any meaning to its existence. For now, we should be thinking about how to ensure that our plan is completed without any hiccups. I keep having a bad feeling about those devil race folks. Suddenly, Lu Hun asked, should we seek Master's advice, then? There's no need for that. Do you really think that Master is not aware of this? The other person stared ahead and continued, I'm afraid Master had already seen all this coming long ago. At the same time, at a certain faraway sea, an old man was pulling up numerous bones from the deep sea before joining them together. Next, his hands shimmered with a dim radiance, causing flesh to start growing on the bones. Hum. Hum. Light swirled around. The skeleton started being filled up with flesh, and along with the reconstruction, signs of life started appearing, while the owner of the skeleton regained its previous appearance. This was actually a tortoise. On the shell of the tortoise, some faint words could be seen. A badge was taken out by the old man before it was hung around the neck of the tortoise. The silver badge was shrouded by a bizarre radiance, and the word Duma could be clearly seen on it. My old friend, this time, don't run from me anymore. The old man muttered. Suddenly, the old man frowned as he rubbed his belly. I'm hungry. Time to look for something to eat. At that thought, he entered the sea only to find that, sadly, nothing edible could be found. Next, his gaze moved around before landing on the tortoise. Bang! A clump of flame appeared. Shortly afterward, some delicious tortoise meat was done cooking. With a satisfied expression, the old man cut the meat into chunks and started eating them. It has been quite a while since I last tasted this delicacy. After a long time, all that was left of the tortoise was a pile of bones. As the old man looked at the pile of bones, a feeling of sadness rose within him. A faint radiance swirled out, and next, the tortoise was once again resurrected. The old man patted the tortoise's head. My old friend, welcome back. Scram, the tortoise roared angrily. Screw you. I had only just returned, yet you were already feasting on me, the tortoise cursed. Hey, didn't I restore you after that? The old man shook his head and sighed. You must maintain a refined attitude, a refined attitude. The tortoise roared furiously, restore, my ass. Back then, when you reared me, wasn't the reason purely to satisfy your appetite? Damn you. I was truly blind back then for allowing you to use me as both mountain food, living a life worse than a livestock. Now that I see your true nature, I'm not working for you anymore. Not even if you kill me. This was also why it had escaped back then. This was truly too excessive. This old geezer was totally a glutton who had a rare preference for the meat of tortoises. After this old man had started rearing this tortoise had suffered the fate of being eaten by that old geezer once per month. That was why it had escaped in the first place. When it had escaped back then, it had been resolute that it would do whatever it wished moving forward without a care for the consequences. It would no longer suffer any restrictions. Unexpectedly, it had encountered freaks like Chen Feng and Wang Yao and ended up dead before long. However, even death was not truly vexing for the tortoise. After all, it had years of experience dying all the time. Therefore, the tortoise was already used to dying. Unexpectedly, it hadn't even managed to stay dead for long before being found by the old geezer and once again being resurrected. The old man chuckled. What a naughty tortoise. The tortoise was extremely furious. Naughty my *SS. Why can't you switch to a different tortoise for this? No, it wouldn't be the same. The old man looked at the tortoise lovingly. A mysterious crystal snow tortoise like you is a breed so rare that one can hardly meet one of you even in 10,000 years. Your meat is so incredibly tasty and filled with energy. You are the only one I was able to find after searching everywhere. Tortoise. Curse this rarity. Suddenly, the rain seemed to grow heavier. Whoosh. Noticing that the old man was distracted, the tortoise was overjoyed and charged into the sea immediately before escaping. The old man gave it a glance, yet he wasn't really bothered. Instead, the old man maintained his gaze on the sky and stared blankly. It's finally starting? At the genetic union, the attention of countless people was attracted by the sudden heavy downpour. The rain seems to have changed. True. It's heavier now, and the raindrops are more concentrated as well. The technicians of the genetic union were able to finish their analysis speedily. The density of the unknown particles in the rain has increased. Is this happening everywhere? Yes. The black rain has grown heavier worldwide. Nothing major has happened recently. The cities have remained the same as well. However, it is said that the bizarre phenomenon has been happening quite frequently at the unknown regions. A lot of lightning is appearing, and the sky and ground are trembling without stop. Unknown regions, huh? There is nothing capable of blocking the black rain in those places. Everyone was anxious. The unknown regions were desolate lands, and those were also the only regions outside of their control in this world. As the black rain descended, those experts that had existed once upon a time there were seemingly being restored. The bizarre phenomenon seemed to be the signal for the start of something even scarier. Ignore the unknown regions for now. Presently, what is the location where the black rain is the heaviest? Star City. At this, they all blanked. The headquarters of the Gene Production Association? Yes. That place. They exchanged glances, yet they did not appear too surprised at this development. Looks like the information given by Chen Feng is accurate. The target of the black rain and the origin of the phenomenon is the restoration of the devil race. Devil race. For now, set our yet unknown target as the devil race, the head commanded. The rest nodded. Yes. Since the information given by Chen Feng has been verified, let's start our plan. This time, let us do battle with them at Star City. I want those fellows to have a good look at us. We, the New Age humans, are not akin to those barbarians back then that they were able to slaughter at will, the head stated, hammering down the nail of confirmation on the path they should undertake. Yes, the rest howled. Their voices filled with battle intent seemed to pierce even the heavens. At Star City, the black rain was still falling, and the sky was still as dark as always. The entire city was brightly lit by their lighting systems, while the residents there were still busy with their affairs as always. These people were seemingly not bothered at all by whatever major incident that was about to come their way. High above, in the black sky, suddenly, a cloud appeared before assuming the form of a pair of huge eyes. The eyeballs formed of cloud started gazing at this city attentively, and as it noted that everyone in the city was still behaving like normal, it dissipated in satisfaction, like it had never been there in the first place. Splat! Splat! The raindrops landed on Star City's barrier, the pattering sound clear for all to hear. Schwa! A cold wind brushed past. Somewhat surprisingly, these producers that usually had low resistance to the cold were not at all affected, none of them shuddering from the cold. Was this because of the wind not being cold enough, or was it because of these producers now had resistance against the cold? Nobody seemed to have noticed this. In the sky, darkness converged accompanied by the occasional rumbling of thunder. A bizarre phenomenon thus appeared here, signaling the arrival of true darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467, so we have to keep it running? Chapter 467, so we have to keep it running? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Other Shore Mountain. The mission issued previously by Old May had already been completed by Chen Feng, but due to the eruption in popularity of Chen Feng's feat with his god Punisher, this place was still filled to the brim. Everyone was targeting the hill sea beasts. This time, they were not only hunting young hill sea beasts, they were also hunting adult beasts. As long as they managed to obtain a single hill sea beast and produce it into a gene reagent, they would stand a chance at creating an ability set similar to Chen Feng's god Punisher. Due to the huge amount of people flooding here, this place had lost its former reputation as a forbidden area shrouded by a somber atmosphere. Regardless of which forbidden area it was, when there were thousands or tens of thousands of people stamping around it, that place would no longer be able to maintain its mysteriousness. And today, the effect brought forth by Chen Feng's god Punisher demonstrated itself clearly. Were A-class warriors exalted existences? Yes, they were. In any given ordinary city, there would at most be one or two A-class warriors. Each of them was an existence that could dominate an entire region. But then, the number of human cities in this world was truly too great, so numerous that one could not even begin to imagine the number. Therefore, when the numerous powers across the globe finished their preparations and sent their people here to this other shore mountain, this place was filled with an ocean of people. Amazingly, all of them were entirely A-class warriors. When the A-class warriors that had been remaining here since Chen Feng's incident noticed this, they were indeed given quick a scare. Crazy. They have all gone crazy. Why are they here? For the God Punisher based ability set, I suppose. Man, I was still planning on capturing a couple hill sea beasts to earn some extra income for myself. You can forget about that. Would you believe me if I told you that even if you manage to capture one, you won't be able to leave alive with it? They sighed. True. In the end, they decided to give up on this. Perhaps it was due to their bad luck, but they hadn't been able to locate any hill sea beasts since the past 2 days. Now that there was this huge amount of people crowding here, they no longer had any hope of succeeding. Therefore, they could only give up. Let's leave, then. This is no longer a place we can mess around at. They were aware that with the arrival of these truly terrifying existences, the hill sea beasts of the other shore mountain would suffer for real. As far as they could remember, the last time something similar had happened was during the discovery of a species called mysterious crystal snow tortoise. The only difference with this incident was that the last time it happened, it had been due to that tortoise being such a delicacy that all the gluttons had been induced. Because of that, the tortoise had gone extinct. This time, the same uproar was happening due to these people trying to obtain benefits for themselves. I'm afraid that, in the future, we will no longer have any chances to see hill sea beasts. With a sigh, they left. Soon, a huge group of new arrivals stepped into Other Shore Mountain. Countless rarely seen experts were wandering around Other Shore Mountain seeking for traces of hill sea beasts. Alarming all of them, nothing could be found. Damn it! Why is there not a single one of them here? They were all shocked at this discovery. It was rumored that there were a huge amount of hill sea beasts here at this Other Shore Mountain. If so, why were none of them to be seen now? Had all of them been killed by Chen Feng and the earlier group of people here? That shouldn't have been possible. Could it be that they hid themselves after sensing danger, some of them guessed? Such powerful beasts were normally equipped with a sharp danger sense. They decided to continue their search. Search for them. With so many A-class warriors gathered here, how was it possible for them to fail at finding these beasts? Alas, even after searching the entire mountain, not a glimpse of a hill-sea beast could be seen. Some of the warriors were so angry that the entire other shore mountain was leveled. Even after that, nothing was found. These greatly coveted hill-sea beasts had seemingly vanished from the face of the world. They have truly vanished. Are you guys the ones playing tricks here? I heard that you two brothers have illusion abilities capable of altering the look of the land, ensuring that all one can see is illusions. Are you blind? If we were powerful enough to shroud several thousand A-class warriors in an illusion, you would be the first we kill, you ass. Come at me, then. They started arguing. As for the rest, they gave those two a cold glance before looking around, pondering what exactly it was that had happened here. Inferring, analyzing, and all sorts of other methods were employed, yet nothing was found. Regardless of what they did, nothing could be found. Nothing can be seen clearly. Aren't you the self-proclaimed half-immortal Qiao, the seer? How could you fail to see anything at all? It was blocked. Blocked? Yes. It's not that I can't see anything. Rather, the only thing I can see is a blank space of nothingness. Isn't that the same as seeing nothing? The others replied with disdain. Half-immortal Qiao raged. No, it's not the same. When my ability works normally, I am able to see clearly. However, when it fails, I can't see anything at all. Now, though, I can actually see something, but that something I see is entirely unclear. Everything appeared like a blank void. Do you guys understand now? Isn't that the same as seeing nothing? They yet again replied with disdain. Half-immortal Qiao. A different person with a similar divining ability replied, let me clear some doubts. In short, the things we normally see when divining can be classified as something shown to us in pixels. If our ability fails, it's similar to losing the signal. But now, the only thing we see is a mosaic. Everyone gained understanding. I see. As for half-immortal Qiao, he became speechless. So one has to talk in such manner for these people to understand? Everyone became doubtful. How could this have happened? Suddenly, someone stated, I have actually encountered something similar before. People are always saying that such a blockade is very mysterious and abstruse, capable of blocking everything, ensuring that we can see nothing at all. However, I believe instead that this is the most idiotic course of action. This is because, in this entire world, only one faction uses such a method. Without even divining anything, I know who it is that is behind all this. That person ended with a sneer. Who? The rest asked curiously. Mysterious organization, that person spat. Instantly, the rest gained understanding. It's them? So it was the mysterious organization? This was an organization initially only known to the Genetic Union. However, because of several major incidents involving them, their existence was no longer hidden. Now, everyone knew of them. Everyone was aware that there was such a hidden terrorist organization. As such, every evil deed in existence was now blamed on them. Evidently, what had happened here was blamed on them as well. Previously, someone had tried using similar divining abilities for several major incidents, and similarly, the result was a blank piece of nothingness. After studying it, they noted that this was something only the mysterious organization did. Naturally, none of them was aware that, in fact, this blank piece of nothingness was actually an effect of Spirit Seawood. This organization is courting death. I heard that their headquarters were destroyed by Chen Feng. That is the only reason their existence was leaked. Now that everyone is already aware of them, I truly wonder how much longer they can keep hiding. True. They were all feeling unhappy. Evidently, they were also not aware that the leak of the mysterious organization's existence wasn't due to the destruction, as they believed. Rather, it was because Chen Feng had plundered all of the mysterious organization's Spirit Seawood. As such, the mysterious organization was no longer able to block their headquarters from divination, thus causing their location to be leaked. I heard that they have secret bases at various major cities? I think so. Let's mess them up. Do they truly think that they are the king of the underground, daring to even lay hands on the hill sea beasts? They were all furious. And thus, the furious experts returned from the other shore mountain and proceeded to destroy all the different branches of the mysterious organization. Once again, the mysterious organization was dealt a heavy blow. As Lu Han and the rest received this update, they were all dumbfounded as well. Gone? The great mysterious organization was going to be wiped out? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468, The Strongest Braking Method in History. Chapter 468, The Strongest Braking Method in History. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. What? Lu Han was somewhat stupefied. Despite the previous damage dealt to the mysterious organization, the damage had been limited to only their headquarters, once by the Genetic Union and once by Chen Feng. But then, both those incidents had only affected their headquarters. Their experts scattered worldwide and their branches in various cities were in fact the actual foundation of their power. Hence, it was rather unexpected that, in a single day, the entire organization was destroyed. Those people that had returned from Othershore Mountain had seemingly gone crazy. These people who shouldn't have worked together at all had worked together with much fervor to level the mysterious organization's headquarters. It seemed like the A-class warriors of the entire world had banded together against the mysterious organization. Even now, Lu Han was still utterly confused. Although the mysterious organization was no longer of any use to them, this was still an organization that was helpful in information gathering or in taking care of miscellaneous tasks. Due to this, Lu Han and his fellow apprentice brothers had been maintaining contact with the mysterious organization. Beyond their expectations, the entirety of the mysterious organization was reduced to nothingness in a single night. When he finally found out the reason, Lu Han was even more dumbfounded. Due to the Hill Sea Beasts? The numerous experts that had failed to find any Hill Sea Beasts had unleashed their anger upon the mysterious organization? What in the world? Lu Han truly couldn't comprehend the reason those people had blamed their failing to find any Hill Sea Beasts on the mysterious organization. It was truly mysterious. If Lu Han wasn't tied up by the matter of the soon-to-be-revived devil race, he would most certainly venture out to personally beat up all those fellows. What they had done was too excessive. And yet this was merely the start of what was to come. Apart from the various branches that had been destroyed, their members were killed one after another as well. Even those who had been able to escape by fluke were being hunted to no end. Now, this powerful organization that used to be able to influence the entire world ceased existing. Lu Han looked at the person beside him. Don't you have anything to say about this? This person was the actual leader of the mysterious organization, right? Since the mysterious organization has completed the purpose of its existence, it no longer matters if its existence continues or not, Qin Hai replied indifferently. Lu Han snorted coldly. Despite not being the actual leader of the mysterious organization, Lu Han had been the one who had spent the most time there, even compared to the leader. Hence, it was natural for him to be upset by this. Concentrate on what matters for now. After completing our plan regarding the devil race, we will naturally be able to find time to deal with what happened to the mysterious organization, a different person stated coldly. All right. Lu Han gave up with much reluctance. However, his heart was still filled with hatred. If he was able to figure out which bastard it was that had caused the Hill Sea Beasts to vanish and then laid the blame on the mysterious organization, he would most definitely deal that person his due. Presently, in Lu Han's heart, this person had been upgraded to become his second most hated person. As for the one occupying first place, it was naturally Chen Feng. Lu Han's killing intent surged as he thought, I will most certainly not let either of them off. At this time, in a certain unknown region, numerous huge figures could be seen. Streaking amid the wild, they moved as fast as a storm. Around their bodies, an extremely terrifying power bubbled about. These people were precisely the barbarians. After a time of tempering, the squad trained by Chen Feng back then was already reasonably developed. From the barbarian village, a huge group of powerful geniuses had appeared. Shwa! Shwa! As the barbarians streaked out of the thick bush to reveal themselves, an astonishing sight appeared. Mounted below them were all Hill Sea Beasts. With the huge size of their bodies, these Hill Sea Beasts were just nice to serve as the barbarians' mounts. Naturally, the Hill Sea Beasts were not ones who would submit so easily. Therefore, bang! 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 Beneath the dark sky, numerous colorful radiances flickered without stop. The furious Hill Sea Beasts were unleashing numerous powerful abilities toward the barbarians. Toward the end, they were even unleashing God Punishers. Unfortunately for the Hill Sea Beasts, it was all in vain. The Hill Sea Beasts were all beaten up by the barbarians that had selected them as mounts. What joke was this? The barbarians were all immune to energy, yet these Hill Sea Beasts were blasting energy at them? And thus, the Hill Sea Beasts started suffering a cycle of being beaten continuously. If one beating failed to tame them, they were beaten further. Ultimately, these lofty beasts were all beaten into submission. They truly had no choice but to submit, as those who refused would continue having pain delivered to them. Just like that, the squad of barbarians that had already been formidable obtained their own mounts that were similarly powerful. The initial barbarian infantry had now been transformed into barbarian cavalry, officially becoming a tribe with mounts. Chen Feng was immensely satisfied as he witnessed all this. Not bad. After trading the young Hilsey beasts for the mission rewards of Old May, he had been thinking of how to optimally deal with these beasts. His decision was to let the barbarians have the Hilsey beasts as mounts. With their huge size, those Hilsey beasts were simply perfect as mounts for the barbarians. After making his decision, Chen Feng had gathered all the barbarians and carried all the Hilsey beasts back to the barbarian village. Indeed, the barbarians had forcefully carried the beasts back to their village. Indeed, the Hilsey beasts were powerful and had numerous energy-based abilities. Unfortunately, all this was ineffective against the barbarians. Facing the barbarians, the Hilsey beasts could only rely on their fangs, and because of that, the barbarians were able to carry all of them back here. Naturally, after carrying the Hilsey beasts back here, taming them was only the foundation for their subsequent plans. The ultimate goal would be to teach these beasts to obey different commands. Only when reaching the point where all commands were obeyed unequivocally and the mount and the rider were akin to a single entity would the true power of cavalry be demonstrated. After a day of training, they had indeed reached a certain degree of compatibility. "Stop," Chen Feng ordered. "Shua." Upon hearing Chen Feng, all the barbarians assumed a solemn expression and stopped their beasts within the shortest time possible. Indeed, they had ensured that the command was thoroughly performed. However, the method in which they had done it caused one to be speechless. Bang! A particular barbarian could be seen punching his mount to stop it. MHM. Indeed, he had managed to stop his mount. Immensely proud, he looked around at his companions with disdain. Next, with an extremely flattering expression, he looked at Chen Feng. His unsaid words were plastered all over his expression. "Look at me. I am the one who stopped the fastest." Chen Feng. He truly did not know what to say in response. Praise him? As for the other barbarians, they weren't any better off. Each of them utilized different bizarre methods to force their mounts to stop. For example, some of them simply hopped down the mount before dragging the mount's tail to stop it with force. You guys are too excessive. They are your pets. They will be your comrades in your future battles. In treating them like this, are you guys not worried that they will be the cause of your death in battle? This is truly... Hold on. Chen Feng sighed and was about to reprimand them when he saw an astonishing sight. A particular barbarian was unlike all others. With his huge body, his foot slammed into the ground before pressing the mount beneath him onto the ground, forcing it to stop by way of friction. On the ground, a lengthy mark was left behind as the mount slid along the ground until it stopped. A deeper mark was in the middle, with 2 marks beside the deep mark. As Chen Feng watched, his jaw was left hanging. Was this the legendary penile break? 1 holy sh*t. This was too excessive. Chen Feng looked at the Hilsey beast that all appeared extremely indignant. His head ached as he thought of how to deal with this. The barbarians had indeed improved in terms of strength, but the way in which they fought still left much to be desired. Splat! Splat! It was at this moment that the rain seemed to grow heavier. Not far away, amid the darkness, some sort of power seemed to be bubbling up from the black soil that had been eroded by the black rain. Chen Feng glanced over with his cold gaze before killing intent flashed in his eyes. Is it finally starting? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469, Full Invasion. Chapter 469, Full Invasion. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Star City. The rain was growing heavier and the sky becoming darker. The dark clouds rolled through the sky akin to a demon, planting fear in one's heart. The entirety of Star City was brightly lit, seemingly trying to disperse this darkness altogether. Alas, due to the unceasing descent of the black rain, the range at which the lamps could shine was seemingly decreasing. From the defensive barrier surrounding Star City, noises could be heard without fail. Black raindrops were landing on the barrier without stop before slowly sliding downward, landing outside Star City. After undergoing a reinforcement by the Genetic Union and some revisions, this city was not the least bit affected by the black rain, causing the rain to act like some passers-by, tumbling everywhere around the city itself. After all, this was a city floating above the sky. Hua! Hua! Suddenly, the rain became much heavier. In Star City, a lot of people stopped their footsteps and looked at the sky, seemingly somewhat anxious. Despite that, the thin defensive barrier was still as firm as ever. Next, rolling thunder cracked, and with that, a dazzling radiance appeared, granting a sudden brightness to the dark world. Lightning appeared up in the sky, interwoven together akin to a spider web. Bang! Bang! The lightning thundered. What's going on? Lightning is appearing suddenly? However, the rain is a black rain, and even the lightning doesn't seem like a normal lightning. Some of them were looking at the sky. Alas, this seemed to be a mere start of what was to come. Along with the lightning flashes and rumbling thunder, countless bizarre phenomena appeared, and a single ray of astonishing gold radiance surged out from space. So bright was this gold ray that all the lightning flashes were overlapped by it. The gold surged out unendingly, landing from the blue dome of heaven. Only when it neared them did the people there find with astonishment that this gold ray was in fact a weapon. This was a pole shining brightly with a gold radiance. This pole was thick and sturdy. Akin to lightning, it smashed upon that thin defensive barrier surrounding Star City. Ka! Ka! Space started trembling. That weapon had been moving so fast that along its path of descent that space itself was ruptured. Despite this, it still failed to directly penetrate the defensive barrier with a single strike. After trembling slightly, that thin barrier was restored to its initial condition. A certain someone at the corner of Star City sneered. How funny. What joke was this? Did the attacker believe that the only function of the barrier was to defend against the black rain? The moment the information provided by Feng had been verified, he had replaced the entire barrier. In fact, everything here had been changed. Presently, the Star City's defensive barrier was not some simple ion defensive barrier. Rather, it was a defensive barrier that this person had prepared with utmost care, a barrier capable of defending against an attack from even a peak A-class warrior. The name of this barrier was World Calamity, signifying its ability to defend against even a calamity capable of destroying the entire world. The man's companion, however, seemed rather anxious. Will this work? After all, that golden weapon truly looked quite terrifying. Don't worry, this is my new invention. This is just the start. Soon, you will see the strongest point of this barrier. At this moment, the sky lapsed into sudden silence. The erupting golden attack earlier had seemingly never appeared, akin to a mere fragment of one's imagination. Evidently, the attackers had never expected that their attack on Star City would actually be resisted. Logically, their speedy ambush was not something Star City could defend against in time. Was it because this place already had such a powerful defense? Accompanied by a light bellow. Disperse. A bizarre force undulated outward from the sky. The clouds enveloping the dark sky suddenly dispersed, revealing numerous figures with rather scary appearances. Their bodies had seemingly transformed into beasts with all sorts of formidable and mysterious tattoos, beasts that were emanating a formidable power that caused one's heart to flutter. High above in the sky, numerous devil race members appeared. They were comprised of all sorts of never-before-seen lifeforms. They were precisely the devil race. These devil race members had initially arrived fiercely together with the gold ray. However, due to Star City's defensive barrier remaining, they were seemingly at a loss as to what to do. Should they still continue charging down or not? Should they land or wait up here? This group of ferocious-looking devils could now only hover up there with rather awkward smiles while trying to not lose their imposing bearing. The sky sunk into a momentary stillness. This sudden counter of Star Cities had indeed shattered their plan. Initially, they were supposed to tear apart the defensive barrier of Star City and then invade it. Next, the black rain would be allowed to drop into the city, transforming the people here into offerings for the awakening of the devil race. However, it would seem like the humans had indeed prepared themselves in advance. They had indeed underestimated these people. However, the awakening of their lord. After a long pause, a bizarre character started spreading up in the sky. This was precisely the character representing the word kill in the devil race's language. Bang! The radiance intensified as the devil race members all started unleashing their strongest available attacks. Since the weapon had failed to rip apart this barrier, they would do it personally. Bang! Bang! Numerous ferocious-looking beasts descended. Their sharp claws and weapons were all aimed at the defensive barrier. However, at the moment their attacks connected, they found with astonishment that their attacks actually phased through the barrier before landing directly into Star City. That seemingly powerful defensive barrier was not defending at all. Shwa! Shwa! Next, a heavy downpour started descending from the sky. However, not a single drop of rain was able to land in the city. This bizarre defensive barrier actually possessed a filtering function to it. However, Idiotic humans, stated a particular devil race member with an alligator head with a fierce expression. Did these humans truly believe that they would be fine only defending against the Black Rain? If they were to kill all these humans instead, would there still be a point to the defensive barrier? After all, this was still a place controlled by mere gene producers. This thought had only surfaced in the devil race member's brain for a brief moment when suddenly, Shwa! Shwa! All the producers that were wandering around the city earlier took off their robes, revealing their true appearances. These people were actually experts from the genetic union. Bang! The terrifying power of A-class warriors surged. With the early warning from Chen, those producers with no combat power had long ago been dispatched elsewhere on different missions. Those left behind here were true experts. They had prepared for this long ago. One of them sneered. "We have been waiting for you guys. So you ugly fellows are the so-called devil race? How are you guys different from some livestock with intelligence? Kill them. What's the point talking so much with these cannon fodder?" Pooh. Blood started splattering about as one devil race member after another dropped down. Despite the strength of the devil race, the genetic warriors left here were, after all, the strongest among the genetic union members. Each of them was so powerful that they caused one to feel flustered. The devil race members were simply helpless facing them. Howl. The howls resounded without stop as the devil race members appeared without stop only to collapse one after another. Facing these powerful genetic warriors, the devil race members couldn't even resist the first round of attacks. The only thing they could do was swarm the perimeter with sheer numbers. So this is the devil race? Even if this is a mere vanguard of cannon fodder, they are still too weak, right? Try to save your energy consumption. These cannon fodder are merely to exhaust us. Don't worry. Everyone had cold and detached expressions. They had prepared sufficient energy just for this one battle. War of attrition? The newly awakened devil race would not be able to compete against them in this aspect. Alas, right at this moment, their expressions changed suddenly. That was because they found out that when the blood of the devil race members landed on the ground, it turned black. Could it be? This is bad. The Black Rain has been injected into the bodies of these devil race members. Instantly, their bodies chilled. None of them had expected that the devil race would employ such a method of sending the Black Rain into Star City. The first batch of the attackers were not merely cannon fodder, they were also suicide troops. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470, Welcome to the Genetic Era. Chapter 470, Welcome to the Genetic Era. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Black. It's all turning black. Everyone looked down at the soil below them, which had never been tainted by the Black Rain so far but was now turning black under the suicide attacks of the devil race. Howl. Howl. The howls resounded without stop. Kill. The devil race members swarmed out of the darkness unendingly. However, different than the previous batch, the present devil race members were comprised of a single clan. All of them were huge and plump with a short and thin tail trailing behind them, resembling tadpoles. They weren't particularly powerful in terms of combat power. However, their advantage was their sheer quantity as they surged forth in a seemingly endless torrent. Pooh. Pooh. After being killed, black liquid would spurt out of their bodies, dyeing the soil black. They were precisely the clan with the strongest multiplicative ability among the devil race. Despite the fact that it hadn't been long since they had reawakened, they had already multiplied themselves to the point that they reached an extremely terrifying amount. Therefore, when the defensive barrier of Star City had been revealed, these tadpole beasts had been unleashed by the devil race as a trump card as well. This won't do. At this speed, it won't be long until all the soil here is tainted black. Everyone was anxious as they saw this. Oldly, with your world calamity barrier that is seemingly so amazing, you can't even block out these damnable cannon fodder, one of them bellowed. Oldly was furious. Yes, I can. However, it requires the full activation of this barrier. It won't be able to last long if we do that. To hell with that. Fully activate the barrier now, that person roared. If we don't keep them outside the barrier, who knows what terrifying monsters will start awakening within the city. Oldly took in a deep breath. Fine. Schwa. He pointed midair. Hum. An incorporeal undulation spread out noiselessly. And now, the devil race members that had been charging in were all blocked outside the barrier. Good opportunity. Attack. Bang. Star City started its counterattack. Fully charged anti-aircraft cannons, A-class genetic warriors, and everything they had was unleashed at the same time, killing all the cannon fodder. Pooh! 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 The black rain splattered around as the Devil Race members died in mass. However, not a single drop was able to land within the city. Whew! They heaved a sigh of relief at this sight. Alas, right at this moment, the Devil Race unleashed a new attack. Numerous powerful attacks started descending. With that, the initially firm defensive barrier started tottering. They were all shocked. What's going on? Oldly clenched his teeth. We can't last any longer. In this world, a defensive barrier capable of blocking against all attacks simply does not exist, let alone a barrier capable of defending against these stupidly powerful attacks of the Devil Race. Return for now, then. Just as these words left that person's mouth. Shwa! That gold pole appeared once again and smashed down with a terrifying might. Bang! The gold radiance intensified. Pooh! Instantly, the defensive barrier collapsed. From the sky, the black rain started splashing downward. Shwa! 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 Like a roaring river, the black rain landed on the ground within the city. The soil within Star City started turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an alarming aura started leaking from the earth. It's finally coming? Everyone was in a heavy mood despite this being a development they had foreseen. Initially, the thin barrier had been the only thing keeping the rain out. With the strength of the Devil Race members, it was rather easy for them to rip this barrier apart. The invention of the World Calamity Barrier by Old Lee had indeed granted everyone present a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, this hope had been completely crushed by the Devil Race. Ultimately, despite the fact that a huge amount of the Devil Race members still had their consciousness in a hazy state, the Devil Race were beings with intelligence. Bang! 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 The air trembled as the full invasion of the Devil Race began. As the black rain was finally falling into the city, the Devil Race no longer had any misgivings. Not having to think of ways to rip that barrier apart, they could now focus their concentration on killing everyone in the city. The tadpole beasts were too weak to be of any use now and had started retreating. Howl! Accompanied by loud howls, some powerful monsters appeared. From the dark sky, numerous fireballs started descending. Chen Feng's heart trembled slightly. It's coming? Despite the fact that he was standing in a certain faraway corner of Star City while watching this, that terrifying and powerful aura could still be felt. The full-scale invasion was finally starting. This scene was so very similar to the scene he had witnessed back then. However, there were still some differences here and there. In the future he had once accidentally glimpsed, a lot of people close to him had been hurt and countless people had died tragically. Now, though, things were no longer unfolding the same way. Genetic Union, Chen Feng muttered. Let me have a clear look at the preparations you guys have made for this. This was a war. By himself, he would not be able to win it. Even if everything was ignored, just the tadpole beasts earlier would already be sufficient to flood him to death. He had no intention of competing in quantity with those Devil Race members. Therefore, from the start, he had delivered all the information he'd had on the Devil Race, after a slight revision, to Ho Liang. And now, it was proven that they had indeed heard him. Midair, a person appeared. He was stepping on thin air, a silver radiance shrouding his body. The silver was actually a thick layer of armor flickering like a breathing lamp, alternating between dark and light, attracting the gaze of everyone here amid the darkness. It's him. It's this lord? Everyone's heart trembled. This was Han Yula, one of the PK-class experts of the Genetic Union. It was rumored that he was a rather cruel person and was rather extreme in his method of handling things. In his eyes, things were either black or white, there was no gray area. Moreover, he had no mercy when trying to accomplish his tasks. It was said that, back then, he had married into a certain family. However, due to his disagreement with the morality of the actions of that family, he had killed everyone in the family, including his wife and children. As for exactly how wrong the actions of that family that had triggered this incident had been, that was something outsiders couldn't know. On that day, Han Yula had dug his own heart out of his chest, becoming a literally heartless person. Despite that, due to his excessive strength, he was actually able to stay alive even without a heart. This was an expert capable of planting fear in everyone's heart. He was an existence disliked even among his fellow Genetic Union members. It was truly unexpected that he would be the one to appear in this war. Perhaps he would be the perfect person to deal with these damnable Devil Race members? Chen Feng frowned. So that's Han Yula? Han Yula the Heartless, this was a name Chen Feng had heard a lot of times. However, he had never expected that this legendary and terrifying expert would actually be a fan of RGB light systems. Who in the world would actually turn their armor into a flickering light? Is he sick? What, do you think you're Razor? 1. Chen Feng focused his gaze. I hope you will live up to your reputation. After appearing, Han Yula merely raised his head and gazed upward. Distantly, the Howling Devil race members were nearly within reach. Numerous Devil race members were charging out from the darkness. From the number of them, it could be concluded that this should be all of the Devil race members that had awakened since the past few days. These guys were clearly putting everything they have on the line for this mission. In that case, Han Yula raised his hand coldly. It's time for you guys to go back. Shwa! Shwa! Countless radiance swirled around. In Star City, from each of the normal buildings that were usually used as shops or to produce gene reagents, cannons radiating a bizarre light appeared. All of these were energy weapons. Welcome to the genetic era. A cruel smile appeared on Han Yula's face. Goodbye. Bang! A terrifying radiance erupted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471, The End is also the beginning. Chapter 471, The End is also the beginning. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Star City. A dazzling radiance bloomed and a shocking explosion roared, alarming countless people. The heavy downpour descending from the sky repressed the sound somewhat, and the pitch-black sky stopped the dazzling radiance from traveling too far. Despite this, nothing was able to erase the terrifying power that was being emanated. The entire ground was tinted red with blood. The main army of the Devil race was all killed before they were able to even go through the entrance. On the ground, countless mournful howls could be heard. Dismembered corpses of the Devil race members were sprawled everywhere. Even the A-class warriors of Star City were shocked by this sight. Was this the power of their genetic union? It was truly terrifying. One ought to know that all these freshly killed Devil race members were at the power level of A-class warriors. And now, they had all been delivered a crushing defeat. Too powerful. This was the first thought that surfaced in everyone's mind. At times like this, the stronger the power demonstrated by the genetic union, the happier they were. Suddenly, Han Yula walked forth expressionlessly and dipped his finger into the blood on the ground. After tasting the finger with his tongue, he asserted, no black rain was inserted in the blood here, but everyone else. Do we need you to tell us that? It is obvious that the newly spilled blood is all red in color. They were also rather shocked by the fact that the blood on the ground had obviously been tainted with all sorts of yellowish pollutants, yet he had still dared to taste it with his tongue. Was this one of the reasons this heartless person was so feared? They can place a disguise on the black rain to make it look red if they wish to. Han Yula merely glanced at them coldly before continuing, even if there is a 100% chance that this blood is not mixed with the black rain, I will not take that gamble. Rather, I will taste it myself to verify it properly. Moreover, Han Yula shut his eyes. From the blood, an unfamiliar power could be felt. Can this be counted as our victory? Someone asked in a low voice. After all the Devil race invaders had been killed right outside their entrance. These formidable fellows had all fallen in the face of Star City's high-tech weapons. After all, the Devil race's bodies were much larger than a normal human's and were easily aimed at by the human weapons. Every single shot fired by the cannons had been able to hit a Devil race member. As they stared ahead, there were no signs of new invaders coming. Shwa! Shwa! The black rain was still descending unendingly. Hum! Suddenly, an oppressive sound echoed. Distantly, from amid the darkness, with the help of the feeble lighting system of Star City, a huge figure could be seen appearing slowly from far away. Every single step that figure took resulted in a huge earthquake. Bang! Bang! That huge figure approached them one step at a time. Everyone's mood sunk. Earlier, they had been making use of the weakness of the Devil race members having huge bodies to kill them. Now, though, wasn't this newly appeared Devil race member too huge in size? Bang! Dot! Accompanied by thundering footsteps, that figure approached them. Immediately after getting a clear look at it, they all inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. This was an extremely ugly Devil race member. Its entire body was green with black spots all over. Its skin was wrinkled and thick, while its body was as tall as a building. If one had to use a word to describe this newly appeared fellow, then one could say that this was a huge and ugly frog. Someone berated the huge frog. So those tadpole beasts earlier were only here to look for this mom of theirs? Bang! Bang! The huge devil race beast neared. Attack! Han Yula commanded without any mercy. Bang! The energy weapons started firing again. Alarming them all, that devil race freak started swelling suddenly like a balloon as it absorbed all the energy attacks fired at it before spitting them out after taking aim in a certain direction. Bang! A terrifying radiance was let loose. A ray of light was spat out, destroying a building with weapons on it. The rest of them were greatly alarmed as they saw this. This fellow here was capable of absorbing energy? Not only that, it was also capable of using it back against them? What a terrifying ability! How had they figured out how to deal with energy weapons? This was, after all, a modern weapon. Hold on. Yes, the ancient race. Back then, despite the fact that the ancient race had not had energy weapons, they had been energy users, unlike the barbarians. These energy handling methods were probably something the devil race had developed to be used against the ancient race back then. Now, though, these methods were being unleashed upon humanity. Perhaps, as far as these newly awakened devil race members were concerned, humanity was equivalent to the ancient race. After all, if one did not look clearly, the human race truly resembled the ancient race. Perhaps this somewhat unfamiliar human race was simply a part of the ancient race, a result of the several thousands of years of evolutions of the ancient race as far as the devil race was concerned. Absorbing energy, eh? Han Yula's eyes gleamed coldly. Adjust all weapons to the highest intensity. Continue attacking. Han Yula ordered. But the faces of the rest greened as they heard this command. Highest intensity? For real? Even the current low intensity of their weapons was able to destroy a single armed building of theirs with one shot after being returned by the frog. If they were to fire their weapons at the highest intensity, they would most probably die before even realizing what had happened. After all, they had seen with their own eyes the power of this frog here. You all, attack together with me. Those who disobey shall be killed. Han Yula had no intention of providing them with any explanations. As the rest heard his words, their bodies chilled. They exchanged glances before saying with clenched teeth, "All out, then." Some of them were already able to guess what Han Yula was planning. Therefore, the only thing left to do was fight. Bang! Once again, the energy weapons started firing toward that huge frog. Bang! Bang! The terrifying radiance bloomed as the boundless energy landed on the huge frog. All the attacks of their energy weapons and the attacks of all their A-class warriors were directed at the huge frog. Once again, the huge frog started swelling to the point its entire body became a huge sphere. All their attacks had seemingly entered a bottomless abyss. They could only watch on as that huge frog continued enlarging before its huge mouth suddenly opened, aiming straight at them. This is bad. It's counterattacking. Everyone was alarmed. Right at this moment, Han Yula made his move. Shwa! A resplendent silvery radiance flashed out. This silvery flash did not appear formidable, yet it was the final straw that overwhelmed the giant frog, as the limit of energy the giant frog could contain was now strained to its limit. The huge frog was still trying to open its mouth, yet it failed to open its mouth properly. Since its body was too huge now and it was now entirely round, it was unable to even open its mouth properly. It had evidently reached its limit in the amount of energy it could absorb. Yet even now, its body was still enlarging. Retreat! The genetic union members retreated hastily. Immediately afterward. Bang! The earth trembled, followed by a huge explosion that rocked the entirety of Star City. At the entrance of Star City that had initially been littered with the corpses of devil race members, a huge crater appeared. That huge frog that had swallowed such a huge amount of energy had ultimately exploded. Even the dark sky seemed clearer due to the explosion. In the sky, the dark cloud shrouding the sky had cleared for the first time, revealing the silhouettes of all the devil race members hiding behind it. One after another, devil race members that had never been seen before appeared. Good chance. Han Yula pointed at the sky without hesitating. Kill. Bang. First, the energy weapons started firing toward the devil race members. At the same time, all the genetic union members charged up. Now that the veil of mysteriousness shrouding the devil race had been lifted, the devil race had lost its biggest advantage. Even if they also possessed the combat power of A-class warriors, being newly awakened, they were still too weak compared to the A-class warriors of the genetic union that were all veteran combatants. In a short amount of time, all the devil race members were killed. In the entire expanse of dark sky, not a single devil race member remained. Everyone looked up at the sky. Is it over? Shwa. Shwa. The rain was still descending without stop. Suddenly, the ground started trembling, and a power that caused one to feel flustered gushed out of the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 472, Sealing Devil Race. Who are you trying to cheat? Chapter 472, Sealing Devil Race. Who are you trying to cheat? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. An odd liquid rumbled out. Despite their efforts, the soil of Star City had ultimately failed to avoid being dyed black. Apart from the portion of the city that was still being defended by the Genetic Union members, the rest of the soil in Star City had already been tinted black. The black liquid with a layer of dim radiance around it streamed out, flooding the black soil speedily. The ground started trembling slightly. This seemed somewhat different than what happened previously, but the rest were anxious. They had once seen the reawakening of these so-called Devil Race members. In truth, said awakening was rather simple. The Devil Race members would simply crawl up from underneath the ground. But now, the black liquid in the dim radiance that had abruptly appeared seemed rather different from what had been seen before. The earth trembled, and that power that caused one to feel flustered increased in intensity. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of something bursting apart echoed. Next, a huge palm stretched out from amid the liquid. Clang! As the huge hand landed on the ground, the earth trembled. They were all alarmed. What freak is that? What terrifying size! It's actually bigger than the previous frog? Han Yula and the rest braced themselves. Be careful. Facing such a terrifying lifeform, none of them dared to look down on it. As for Chen Feng, who was watching from far away, he had a rather odd feeling. In actuality, he was not a pure genetic warrior. Rather, he was a comparatively powerful gene producer. As such, he knew much more about gene production than everyone here. That was also the reason why he kept having an odd feeling when he saw that huge hand. Mei Chen, what is it that looks so off? As Chen Feng pondered, he remembered this scene. A possibility surfaced in his mind. At that, he checked with Spirit. After using one luck value, his guess was verified. Indeed, he was pursuing the correct line of thought. After confirming that, he continued his analysis in the same direction and was able to obtain the answer he wanted soon enough. So this is the case. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Spirit, deduce the formula for me. I want to show them clearly what a gene producer can do. All right. Spirit was still as reliable as ever. Presently, Han Yula had finally ordered them to destroy that huge palm that had appeared. Since this fellow had yet to fully appear, they should take this chance to destroy it first. Alas, they were rather helpless. Even after trying numerous methods, they failed to deal any damage to that huge palm. This incoming Devil Race member seemed much more powerful than all of them, Han Yula included. This is bad. They started worrying. Right at this moment, a genetic warrior ran over before stopping beside Han Yula and whispering something to him. Are you sure? Han Yula asked with his brows furrowed. Ultimately, he nodded his head, signifying his agreement. Shortly after, several genetic warriors appeared carrying numerous buckets of some bizarre liquid before directly pouring the liquid onto the rumbling black liquid. At this, an astonishing sight appeared. Shwa! Almost instantly, the black liquid with a layer of dim radiance around it was immediately frozen. As this happened, that huge palm seemed to have noticed that something wasn't right. The palm shook rapidly as it struggled. Alas, the struggle was for naught. The spot where the palm had stretched out of had completely dried up, fixing the entire palm right where it appeared. The only way the owner of the palm could continue moving would be to chop its own palm off. It's been sealed, they exclaimed in astonishment. What advanced technology was that? Han Yula looked at the genetic warriors and asked, is this something the gene producer produced? The excellent producer you mentioned? The genetic warrior nodded. Indeed. However, I was only shown an excellent producer badge. The actual excellent producer is nowhere to be seen. The one who handed it to me is a youngster called Chen Feng. Chen Feng. As the rest heard this, they understood immediately. If it's him, then there's nothing weird about it. Han Yula patted the genetic warrior's shoulder. You have been in seclusion for way too long. The youngster you mentioned is precisely the excellent producer. If it's him. One could not forget that it was rumored that Chen Feng had just eliminated some PK-class warriors recently. Moreover, Being one of the peak A-class warriors of genetic union, Han Yula had the privilege of knowing more information than others and was aware that the reason they had been able to prepare for all this in advance was due to the intelligence provided by Chen Feng. This perverse and logic-defying producer was walking an extremely unique path. Chen Feng. Han Yula gazed toward a certain corner of Star City. Previously, he had felt like someone was watching them. Now that he thought about it, that person was probably Chen Feng. Bang! Bang! The ground trembled, alarming everyone present. However, after shaking several times, the huge palm still failed to free itself. Instead, due to the intense struggle, some traces of blood were now appearing at its wrist. They were shocked as they saw this. What a powerful seal. How did this seal come about? They asked the genetic warrior that had come on behalf of Chen Feng earlier. Oh. That person scratched his head and said, Chen Feng told me that some spatial collapse, dimension, tear, or something is the reason this dim radiance has appeared. As a counter, he used some solidifying agent or something like that. The rest glared at him. What are you even talking about? You can even forget about something so important? That person smiled forcefully. It's not that. He was using terms only producers normally use. Those long and hard to remember terms, and the code name was 110, 1 or something. How am I supposed to remember all that? But then, I have the general gist of how it worked. Chen Feng indeed gave me a rough explanation. Their eyes lit up. Oh, let us know, then. It's actually quite simple. That person started imitating the tone of voice used by Chen Feng. The devil race members might only be able to appear through the polluted soil. The stronger and bigger the devil race member is, the larger the amount of black soil that is required for the awakening. An ordinary devil race member can appear instantly and easily, yet this does not apply to this huge devil race member. Therefore, the amount of polluted soil here is too little for that fellow to actually appear. The portal will be too tight, so to say. Hence, As that person reached here, he appeared somewhat awkward. After bracing himself, he continued, if it's too tight, well, use some lubricant and the devil race member will be able to squeeze through. 2. Schwa. Instantly, everyone sunk into silence. They looked at that huge hand before looking at the endless black rain. During this perilous moment of Star Cities, they wished to maintain a solemn expression at all times, but these words caused their lips to twitch without stop. Even if you are trying to use some layman's terms, this isn't proper, right? This is too excessive. What do you mean by using some lubricant? As for the odd liquid that's rumbling out. They had what the F***ck expressions on their faces. I know the answer for that. That person patted his thigh and stated with a solemn expression, that is actually called radiance of demonic spirit, something capable of radiating a huge amount of power to ease the awakening of the devil race members. This is a holy item of the devil race. This is the initial term that Chen Feng used when he was explaining to you, right? Han Yula asked coldly. That person appeared rather awkward. Yeah. Han Yula continued, asking, what about the layman's terms he used to describe that liquid, then? That person paused before saying, he called it lubricant. Their lips twitched as they heard this. Indeed. How about the liquid that we added toward the end, Oh, Chen Feng said that the liquid is something he produced. It has no other function except freezing the lubricant. Oh, no, I mean freezing the radiance of demonic spirit, turning it into something like superglue. Oh yeah, the initial term used by Chen Feng was stabilizing the seal of the devil race members. Schwa. Instantly, everyone lapsed into silence as they became speechless. Superglue? Stabilizing the seal of the devil race? Sure. As they looked at the palm that was still struggling there, they started pitying it. They were not aware of what the owner of that palm was feeling presently. However, when they thought of the analogy used by Chen Feng, if the lubricant one was using were to suddenly turn into superglue, that would truly be tragic. 3. How pitiful. Everyone looked at the struggling palm. Sorry, because of Chen Feng, it had completely dried up here. No matter what, no radiance of demonic spirit would appear here. After a long time, that huge palm gave up struggling. Who? Black radiance started shining out of some different locations. The ground trembled as numerous devil race members appeared instantly. They had finally given up on trying to first waken their stronger members. Rather, they were sticking with a simpler method. Bang! Bang! Numerous devil race members appeared without stop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473, We are back. Chapter 473, We are back. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The Devil Race was coming. After failing to awaken a boss-grade Devil Race member, the Devil Race had decided to stick with their regular awakening method. Now, they had chosen to simply wake their members using the soil that was already tinted black. Since they weren't using the radiance of demonic spirit anymore, the solidifying agent prepared by Chen Feng would no longer work. Bang! Bang! The earth collapsed as numerous ferocious-looking Devil Race members awakened. Howl! Numerous howls resounded, and in the dark sky, a bizarre green and blue radiance appeared. Everyone inhaled deeply. Finally, they are coming. From the start, they had been aware that a huge battle was unavoidable. The Devil Race members that had appeared earlier had merely been a prelude to this huge battle that was about to erupt. Their true enemies were those underneath them, those awakening from the soil beneath Star City. The Devil Race members that had been hibernating in the soil were all able to awaken through this method. It was something nobody could stop. Kill! Han Yula ordered. As long as there were enemies around, he was not a person to show any hesitation. Bang! The energy weapons started firing. Kill! The genetic warriors charged forth. Amid the heavy downpour, the genetic union warriors clashed with the Devil Race members. As they clashed, raindrops mixed with blood, dyeing this piece of land violet. These Devil Race members were very powerful. The crucial part of the Devil Race's plan back then was the long years of hibernation and condensation underground, enabling them to be much more powerful after their reawakening. This was what they had planned, and this was also the reason they had decided to hibernate in the first place. Only by doing so would they be confident that the moment of their reawakening would also be the moment where the entire world would be conquered by them. We are back. An ancient language was once again heard in this world as hoarse voices uttered these words without stop. The Devil Race was, after all, not mutated beasts. They possessed intelligence and had a proper civilization and language of their own. Ultimately, they had been powerhouses back in the ancient era. The Devil Race members that had appeared were all a class. Even an ordinary recently reawakened foot soldier of theirs was as strong as an A-class warrior. Their commoners had long vanished with time, leaving behind only those capable of awakening from their hibernation. All these were elites among the Devil Race. These were the strongest warriors of their race, who had been forged through countless years of hibernation, nurtured by the vitality of a huge amount of their own that had been used as a sacrifice back then, the strongest warriors that had exhausted an entire civilization to forge. Howl! Howl! All the Devil Race soldiers were powerful and ferocious. Kill! The genetic union warriors did not waste a single second as they were trying to get rid of the Devil Race members at this moment where these Devil Race members were still in their weakest state. Otherwise. Pooh! Pooh! One figure collapsed after another. Finally, the intensity of this battle reached its peak. This moment has finally arrived. Chen Feng muttered. This was war. Nobody could hope to survive by mere fluke. He was able to produce unique gene reagents to stop the experts of the Devil Race from reawakening. He was also able to provide support to others. Alas, he was still not qualified to fight on the front lines as he was still too weak. He was, after all, still not an A-class warrior. This was a battle only A-class warriors could participate in. Under certain unique conditions, Chen Feng might be able to unleash an extremely powerful combat power. However, that power he could muster was only a short burst of power capable of killing perhaps only one or two enemies. In a battle of this scale with so many enemies, he wouldn't be able to do much at all. Therefore, he had to keep his trump card until the crucial moment in the hopes that it would be of some help. Those truly in charge of participating in this battle were ultimately the genetic union members. Pooh! Blood splattered about unceasingly. This piece of land in front of the Star City entrance was now a battlefield. The newly reawakened Devil Race members were obviously still in a daze and were not fully clear-headed yet. As such, the genetic union warriors, who were veteran combatants, all worked together to kill a huge amount of Devil Race experts. However, as time passed, Devil Race members that were even stronger seemed to be reawakening. Things appeared rather bad for the genetic union at the moment. Bang! Bang! Some of the genetic union members had even been forced back from the front line by the Devil Race members. At a certain location, the initially firm soil suddenly turned soft. Careful! The genetic warrior there stepped back rapidly. A split second after he stepped back, a terrifying Devil Race member burst out of the ground before immediately swallowing a random Devil Race member nearby. Howl! After swallowing that devil race member, it burped. Who? A scary flame ignited around its body. What is that? Those who saw what happened were all alarmed. Bang! Bang! This terrifying devil race member started its attack. With its huge body at a height of 6 meters and the flame around its entire body, it was akin to a fireball with extraordinary strength. On the battlefield, nobody seemed to be its match. Han Yula decided to personally face the newly appeared devil race member. Let me deal with it. Alas! Bang! All his attacks were ineffective. Energy attacks, physical attacks, all of them were ineffective. Even when weapons landed on the thick and round abdomen of this devil race member, the weapons bounced away. Even sharp blades and arrows did not work. Nothing seemed capable of damaging this devil race member. Everyone was horrified. What damnable thing is this? Despite the fact that this devil race member did not possess too powerful an attack, its defense was truly astonishing. Coupled with its huge size, it was akin to a berserk beast. By itself, it was able to keep 7 powerful genetic warriors busy. Everyone was anxious. This won't do. Regardless of how weak the devil race members' attacks were, it was still a class. If they ignored it, the consequences would definitely be fatal. However, if they continued getting tied down by this thing, the overall combat power of the genetic union would suffer a significant drop. And when that happened, they would not be able to kill those newly awakened devil race members in time. And by the time the newly awakened devil race members all regained their full consciousness, the devil race would become even stronger. And next, a vicious circle would be formed. Therefore, they had to deal with this fellow here. Unfortunately for them, regardless of what they did, everything seemed ineffective. In actuality, it wasn't particularly hard to deal with this fellow. Using piercing attacks or something similar would be sufficient. As long as a genetic warrior with such an ability was here, this devil race member would be dealt with easily enough. Alas, there was no such genetic warrior here. As abilities with piercing attacks were generally not part of any well-known or proper ability set, these abilities weren't popular. As such, it was quite normal for the genetic warriors deployed here to not have such abilities. When I return from this, I will most certainly train a genetic union member with piercing-related abilities. Yeah, sure. What should we do now, though? Well, we can only keep at it. They clenched their teeth. Thereupon, an entire group of them continued keeping this huge devil race member occupied while trying to kill other devil race members at the same time. During such a crucial moment, they had no intention of wasting any power available to them. However, just as they thought that they had things under control, that fellow started raging. A terrifying power erupted as that huge devil race member rolled like a fireball before knocking into a genetic warrior that was in the midst of battle. Careful! The expressions of the rest changed greatly as they saw this. The targeted genetic warrior had noticed this as well. Unfortunately, his discovery came a tad bit too late. Shio! Turning into a dazzling red streak, the fireball slammed into that genetic warrior. Bang! A huge explosion erupted at the point of impact. Everyone's heart thumped. This is bad. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474, let me deal with this. Chapter 474, let me deal with this. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. A huge explosion erupted. Everyone looked over in alarm, and their eyes widened abruptly at what they saw. There, as the huge devil race member was about to knock into its targeted genetic warrior, its advance had been blocked. In its way was a youth that was not particularly tall in height. His hand was outstretched, pressed against the devil race member's body. Chie! Chie! The flame surged violently yet failed to deal any sort of damage to that person. He looked young, yet on his head was no hair at all. Under the dazzling radiance of the flame that was shining on him, his bald head looked like a recently boiled soy sauce egg. Presently, on this particular soy sauce egg was a rather ferocious expression that was aimed at the devil race member. Back then, the ones who interrupted my battle was you devil race folks, right? 1. Ka! Ka! He took 2 steps forward, pushing the devil race member backward. Su Fei! It's that kid? Holy shit, I haven't seen him for a short while and he has suddenly become so strong? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Different from Chen Feng, Su Fei was indeed a full-fledged member of the genetic union. As such, even though Su Fei hadn't been that active in his mission participation, they had still seen him hanging around every now and then. It was truly unexpected that this junior back then was now so very valiant. Scram! With a punch, Su Fei beat that fireball back. Bang! The fireball was punched back, smashing a huge crater into the ground. Are you fine? Su Fei asked as he pulled up the genetic warrior that had almost been killed by the fireball earlier. I'm fine, that person stated gratefully, thank you. Why are you here? This was a battle between A classes. Therefore, only A-class genetic warriors had been notified to come here. Even though Su Fei had saved them, with his present strength, he was not supposed to be here. By right, he wasn't supposed to even know about this. In that case, why was he here? Su Fei smiled. Someone informed me. Everyone was astonished to hear this. Who? Su Fei grinned. You all will find out in the future. But? Someone was still trying to say something, but that huge devil race member was already back on its feet now. It was, after all, still an A-class, and its physical body was extremely powerful. Therefore, it was natural that this devil race member had not been defeated by a single punch from Su Fei. Su Fei laughed heartily. Let me deal with this fellow here, but. Howl. After letting off a howl, the huge devil race member charged at Su Fei. Bang! Su Fei let off another punch toward the devil race member. The punch connected, creating a huge shockwave over 10 meters high, and the flame around the devil race member trembled. The devil race member had been stopped. With his mere B-class strength, Su Fei had blocked that big guy that was comparable to an A-class warrior. He is actually this strong? So he already possesses the combat power of an A-class? Transcending his level of B-class to battle an A-class. He can stop that huge freak by himself. Times are indeed changing, eh? Everyone lamented endlessly. Presently, Su Fei was already engaged in a battle with that huge devil race member. Let me deal with this guy. Su Fei was rather confident in himself. Indeed, that gigantic devil race member was very powerful. However, despite how strong it was, there was a limit to it. How was it possible for something perfect to exist? This fellow was someone with an immunity to energy-based and physical abilities and who possessed a terrifying flame. But then, the stronger its defense was, the weaker its attack had to be. This fact was even more pronounced since this fellow was immune toward both energy and physical attacks. Therefore, the damage this devil race member could deal was certainly very low. Naturally, being an expert among the devil race members, it still possessed a different ability that was very powerful, its flame capable of crushing anyone at its level. Its dual immunity coupled with its flame granted this devil race member an ability to do as it wished. Unfortunately, this was ineffective against Su Fei. Flame? It was truly unfortunate that, when it came to Su Fei, the only thing threatening about this devil race member was its physical strength. Coincidentally, Su Fei wasn't a person known for his physical prowess either. Come! Su Fei howled. Bang! Bang! They both started engaging in melee battle. Stripped of its three main advantages, how strong could the physical body of this devil race member be? Truth be told, it was rather ordinary. At most, it was equivalent to a peak B class. Therefore, this fellow and Su Fei were actually evenly matched. Naturally, due to the immunity of this fellow's, Su Fei's attacks were not able to do much to it. However, what caused everyone to be speechless was the fact that, similarly, this fellow's attacks were unable to do anything to Su Fei either. Both of them fought each other, neither one of them capable of harming the other. As for the flame that was surging out unceasingly, it was like a decorative firework, incapable of doing anything of substance in this battle. Bang! Bang! Explosions echoed without stop. Everyone was dumbstruck as they witnessed this battle. One could not forget that earlier, it had taken 7 of them to stop this damnable devil race member from wreaking havoc. The only thing they had been able to do was limit its advance, nothing else. Now though, Su Fei alone was already sufficient for this task. Bang! The battle continued. With Su Fei dealing with this huge devil race member, the genetic union regained their superiority on the battlefield. Gradually, the devil race members were pushed back. Pooh! Pooh! Blood splattered around without stop. The number of the devil race members reduced without stop. Alas, right at this moment, a ray of light flickered out from underground. Next, a tiny and sparkling black and furry ball soared up toward the sky, revealing a pair of bean-like eyes that gazed upon the battlefield. What is that? Careful! Everyone heightened their vigilance. Deal with it! All right! Shwa! A cold radiance flashed past. The cold radiance slashed at the ball yet was unable to deal any damage to it. Hey! It looks like an illusion? Everyone was rather confused. Illusion? There actually existed illusionary devil race members? Suddenly. Shio! 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 Countless black balls surged out from underground. It had been a while since the first batch of devil race members had reawakened. Finally, a new batch had appeared. But then, these newly appeared fellows. What on earth are these guys? Everyone frowned. If these had been regular devil race members, they would have had nothing to fear. But now. Shwa! Light swirled around. The entire sky was filled with the black balls. There was only 1 meter of empty space between each ball. This scene appeared both rather bizarre and freakish at the same time. The genetic warriors erected their defensive barrier as they gazed at those balls carefully and prudently. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Bang! All the black balls exploded. Next, the initially furry balls transformed into something cactus-like with thorns all over their bodies. What are they doing? The onlookers were alarmed. None of them had any idea what in the world these things were, exactly. Regardless, these balls did not look like something simple. Spirit, can you deduce what they are? Chen Feng asked solemnly. Yes. Spirit was aware that Chen Feng wanted an answer. Using 2 luck value, the following result has been obtained. This is an extremely formidable lifeform among the devil race known as charm devils. Their body makeup can be classified as a soul, capable of traversing the illusory and real world. Moreover, they are also capable of latching onto anything with life, charming their chosen target to obtain control over the body. Presently, they have just reawakened and are absorbing the energy required for their charm. The positions of their reawakening have all been calculated precisely, with a genetic warrior near each of them. The moment they are done absorbing the required energy, they will be able to latch onto their targets shortly after. The moment the latching succeeds, the genetic warriors of the genetic union will fall under the temporary control of these devil race members. So that's the case. Chen Feng studied their positions. It would seem like the reawakening of the devil race members is actually being controlled by someone else. Spirit nodded. Indeed. Some things did not require luck values for them to accurately guess. Hum. The black balls swelled without stop. The situation did not look too encouraging. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. These things. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 475, New Method. Chapter 475, New Method. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. High above the sky, amid the boundless darkness, a pair of huge eyes were seemingly shimmering there. Suddenly, the swelling black balls started stirring. Shio! The black balls transformed into numerous black streaks as they charged toward the genetic warriors near them. Careful! Everyone was horrified. Although they had no idea what these things were, anyone worth their salt knew that nothing good would come from letting those things touch them. As such, they all unleashed their defensive abilities hastily. Alas, their defensive abilities were ineffective, as these black balls were simply illusory objects that would not be stopped by anything in the physical world. Pa! The black balls latched onto their bodies. Submit! A faintly discernible voice started echoing from the dark sky. Suddenly, each genetic warrior that had been latched onto felt their consciousness growing hazy. It was at this very moment that a dazzling red radiance flashed past. Shio! The red radiance flickered about. Astonishingly, the black balls that had latched onto the bodies of those genetic warriors instantly disappeared as the red radiance appeared. Instantly, they regained their consciousness. When they raised their heads once again, they were rather confused, as all they could see was a tiny red snake hovering in the air. The snake in question was presently swallowing up those black balls. That's right. This snake was devouring those black balls. Those unique black balls that were immune to physical attacks were being swallowed down just like that. Moreover, after swallowing all those black balls, that red snake seemed to grow longer as well. Was this a misconception? Shio! After swallowing several tens of the black balls, that red snake was obviously longer now. Furthermore, it was growing thicker as well, and its movement speed had increased as well. Shio! The red flickered around. In a short instant, all the black balls were swallowed cleanly. Once again, this place regained its initial tranquility. The genetic union warriors were rather dazed at this new development. What was going on? Not only had they failed to understand what those black balls were, what was the deal with this red snake that had appeared suddenly? With the strength of these genetic warriors, it was not a sure fact that they couldn't have defeated these black balls. Among the rich experience they had, numerous experiences dealing with these things with unique immunity existed as well. As long as one paid a sufficient price, even if the price was high, it was definitely doable. It was truly unexpected that before they had even been able to do anything, the battle was already over. As the red flashed about, only several seconds passed before all those black balls were erased from existence. The only thing remaining was the afterimage of that red streak. Everyone gasped in admiration. What in the world is that thing? Gluttonous snake? No idea. Perhaps it's a trump card of someone from our side. I think so as well. Everyone started guessing. Despite their guesses, that red streak had only appeared for a short while before vanishing completely. Perhaps that person is not willing to expose his trump card. Yeah. Everyone was guessing without stop. Since the threat posed by the devil race was still looming about, they couldn't spare much of their energy to look for an expert unwilling to reveal himself. Regardless, now that the black balls were no longer here, the genetic union warriors could stop wasting time on them. Rather, they could now pay attention to the next batch of devil race members. In this plan that had been conceived by the devil race after spending so much time, a huge frog and many black balls had appeared. What would appear next? Based on the information supplied by Feng, the devil race has been in preparation for this awakening for many years. As such, it definitely won't be as simple as what we have seen so far, Han Yula stated coldly. This plan they have prepared with utmost care was prepared with the ancient race in mind. Since we resemble the ancient race greatly, we must. Ka! Before Han Yula could even finish his words, once again, the earth trembled violently. This was the third batch of the devil race's attack. The third wave was starting. Bang! Bang! Numerous explosions erupted on the ground, leaving numerous craters behind. From the darkened soil, a terrifying fog shot out suddenly. Alarming everyone, there was the fact that before even dealing any sort of damage to anyone here, the fog had already dissipated amid the air. What is that? Their expressions were unsightly. The black balls that had appeared previously were still something they had been able to see with their naked eyes. Now, though, this newly appeared fog. This looks bad, someone muttered. This development was much harder to deal with than they had expected. They had initially thought that regardless of how powerful those devil race members were, as long as they were strong enough and were cohesive enough, they would be able to defeat the devil race. However, these two batches of the devil race's attacks had proven that the devil race's attacks were not limited to direct battles. Were these prepared by the devil race with the ancient race in mind as well? Someone asked softly. Shwa! Shwa! The fog dissipated among the air without stop. One genetic warrior tried to stop a particular burst of fog. Alas, the fog still managed to dissipate without any trouble. What exactly was this fog? No clue. Everyone shook their head. Something like this that they couldn't see or understand was the scariest thing to face. Shwa! Shwa! Soon, all the fog vanished, with no new fog coming out of the ground. Howl! Once again, some powerful devil race members crawled out from the ground. These newly appeared devil race members had thick scales all over their bodies, showcasing their astonishing defense. They were obviously stronger than the earlier devil race members. Despite this, the genetic warriors were still all focused on the fog that had appeared earlier. What had that been, exactly? Oh. One of them scratched his head. Was that fog something to create a proper mood to welcome the appearances of these new devil race members? Everyone else. What, do you think this is some stage performance? Creating a proper mood? Do you want a spotlight while you're at it? Furthermore, that fog was not the dry ice normally used for performances, okay? Bang! Bang! The devil race members started their attack. As for the genetic union members, they could only hold in their doubt and once again face those devil race members. However, their curiosity was answered immediately right after the battle started. The purpose of that damnable fog was instantly revealed. This is bad. Insufficient energy, one of them cried out in alarm. What? Everyone else's expression sunk. What joke was this? In a battle of such a scale, what would be the consequences of insufficient energy? It was something easily guessed. How is this possible? We clearly prepared sufficiently. Everyone was still rather confused. However, after several clashes with the devil race members, their expressions were already changing. That was because the rate of their energy exhaustion had been increased by more than tenfold. Their exhaustion had increased greatly. Let alone their natural recovery rate, even after using their energy reserves, they still had insufficient energy to continue battling. This rate of exhaustion was simply too astonishing. Tenfold? What concept was that? What's going? Before the question was even completed, they received their answer. It's the fog from earlier. Their bodies chilled. At this speed, we will use up all our energy soon. They had never expected that the third batch of the Devil Race's attack would be energy exhaustion. The Devil Race had actually employed such a method to exhaust their energy. This plan of the Devil Races that had been prepared for the ancient race actually worked so magnificently against humanity. The moment their energy was fully exhausted. What are you guys afraid of? Han Yula stated with a cold expression. When your energy is about to be exhausted, leave here and recover your energy. As long as you guys recover yourselves quickly using the energy stones, everything will be fine. Their expressions were unsightly. But this will cause our combat power to be reduced by 50%. If they employed this idea, it would be equivalent to half of them being reduced to non-combatants. There would always be half of them recovering energy outside at all times, causing the combat power of genetic union to drop drastically. What would happen if their combat power dropped drastically when facing enemies such as these Devil Race members? They would suffer disastrous losses. Don't worry, Han Yula stated with a cold expression. Do what you guys must do. I will handle the rest. Shwa. After saying this, he tightened his grasp on the weapon in his hands. If possible, he truly hoped that he could survive this as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476, The Celebration of a Certain Someone. Chapter 476, The Celebration of a Certain Someone. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. At Star City, Chen Feng was still observing the entire battlefield. He was aware that he couldn't participate personally in this battle, but he did not wish to do nothing at all as well. Ultimately, he still wished to use his very own method to change whatever he could change. From the glimpse of the future he had once caught, all of Star City was supposed to be destroyed with countless casualties. And now, at the very least, they had prepared themselves to face this war. The Devil Race was extremely powerful, and their numbers were numerous. As such, this war would not be one that could be ended by a single decisive battle. Therefore, the assistance of a particular person was required to ensure that the genetic union warriors could maintain their peak condition at all times in this war that Chen Feng had foreseen to be a prolonged war. Who would that person be, then? Xia Zhangtong? Obviously not. If that fellow was the one to appear here, she would most probably cause a drop in the overall combat power of the genetic union warriors present instead. What Chen Feng wanted was, "It's about time for you to arrive, right?" Chen Feng muttered. Shwa. Light swirled around. In the world that was presently still enveloped by darkness, every single speck of radiance appeared so very dazzling. Presently, a huge group of the genetic union warriors was on the verge of energy exhaustion, and they were about to retreat. Astonishingly, when this happened, those newly reawakened Devil Race members that had yet to fully regain their thoughts actually moved on instinct alone to stop the retreat of the genetic union members. These Devil Race members still lacked independent thought. Before their thoughts were fully recovered, they could only act on instinct. To be accurate, they would act in accordance with the script that had been decided for them before they had gone into hibernation back then. The massive sacrifice expended for this plan of the Devil Races had caused the strength of these Devil Race members chosen for hibernation to be much stronger after reawakening than what one would expect. Howl. The howling Devil Race members started chasing after the retreating genetic warriors. Not willing to let go of such a good opportunity, these Devil Race members started chasing after the genetic warriors that were suffering from energy exhaustion. Because of this, the genetic union's plan to retreat was forcefully halted. If this continued, they would most probably die from exhaustion alone. Han Yula's eyes gleamed coldly. We can't hold on anymore? Faint radiance was converging on his hands as he was about to make his move. Right at this instant, a bizarre-looking blue streak flashed past, and a slight vibration resounded. Hum. The air trembled as the blue undulation spread out. At that, the genetic warriors who had already been exhausted of their energy recovered a huge amount of energy instantly. This is... My energy has recovered. They were all overjoyed. However, not all shared this feeling of joy, as some of them had recognized this ability. This is Energy Supply, an F-class ability. Effect: the energy ball will flicker once per minute and supply 20% of the energy the user possesses to the target. In total, the ball is able to flicker 5 times. Cooldown, 20 hours. The ability with a cooldown of 20 hours? Instantly, they were all rudely awakened from their short-lived happiness. Now that their energy exhaustion was tenfold higher than usual, let alone 20 hours, even if the cooldown was 20 minutes, they would still suffer energy exhaustion. This mini blue ball could only save them temporarily. Hum. The mini blue ball was still pulsing right where it had stopped moving. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. After 5 pulses, everyone had already recovered all their energy. Despite this, none of them were feeling happy, as this was exactly as they had guessed. It was indeed that ability. If so, they had to think of what to do next. For this mere F-class ability to be able to recover the energy of everyone here once, it was already an extremely commendable feat, and now, they should decide on their next course of action. Just put everything on the line and fight it out. No, that's not the proper cause of action. We should instead. They started discussing. Suddenly. A familiar vibration was felt, distracting them all from their discussion. That blue ball was still pulsing? As they were still in the midst of their stupefaction, with a faint buzz, the blue ball started vibrating as it unleashed yet another blue wave that undulated outward, a wave filled with energy. There's more? Their eyes all widened in shock. This ability did not seem to be the one they remembered. Bang! Once again, the Devil Race's attacks were blocked. After recovering their energy, the genetic warriors had no fear toward these Devil Race members, and once again, they clashed in melee. At the same time, somewhere in the distance, blue radiance could be seen flickering amid the darkness. The figure of a youth stepped out of the darkness. The blue ball was being controlled by him, and with every step he took, the blue ball pulsed. Once again, a faint undulation spread out. "Dear everyone, let me take care of the energy supply issue," he stated calmly. Despite his help, the Han Yula opposite him merely regarded him coldly. After all, this Star City battle was something only a select few people were aware of. Therefore, Han Yula had to verify the identity of this person. If it turned out that this guy was a Devil Race member in disguise. "State your identity," Han Yula stated with a calm gaze. "Oh, fine." That person shrugged and continued, "I am Kong Bai. Chen Feng is the one who told me to come." "Chen Feng." Han Yula put his weapon away. As he gave it some thought, he found this reasonable. Apart from the genetic union, the only person who could be telling others about this was Chen Feng. The blue radiance flickered without stop. "This young brother here, how long can you keep this supply up?" the others asked excitedly. Kong Bai beamed. "Unlimited. Nice. I like it. Those damnable Devil Race members were actually thinking of chasing after me earlier. Well then, it's this father's turn to deliver some pain now." Some of the genetic warriors with comparatively more violent temperaments stopped hiding their real strength. Bang! Bang! The battle intensified. With an unlimited energy supply and no need to limit their energy consumption, the combat power of these genetic warriors increased 3 times. And right at this moment. Bang! A Devil Race member burst out of the ground before charging directly at Kong Bai. Careful! The expressions of everyone present sank. As far as they were concerned, Kong Bai was their bringer of luck. As such, they could not allow anything to happen to him. Toward this, Kong Bai merely smiled coldly. Shwa! In his hand, a mirror flickered into existence. Instantly, a terrifying radiance bloomed from the mirror and blasted that A-class Devil Race member away. The rest were shocked as they saw this. Holy sh*T, he's this fierce? That was a Devil Race member with the combat power of an A-class. Granted, for them, that was a rather easy opponent. But then, Kong Bai was a mere B-class warrior, and he was a person capable of supplying unlimited energy to boot. It was rather unexpected that he was also someone with such formidable combat power. His only flaw was his looks, as he truly wasn't a good-looking person. Devil Race? You guys are nothing much after all. Kong Bai flicked his hair confidently as he finished his words. Bang! Next, he took the initiative to join the battlefield. The power erupting from him was proven to not be lacking even when compared to the other A-class genetic warriors. This feat of his had shocked everyone present. The future belongs to the young, after all. The rest lamented endlessly. At this point, they knew that as long as Kong Bai survived this battle, he would most certainly become a person known throughout the lands. Alas, it was truly unfortunate that his looks were somewhat lacking. Come. With a fierce expression on his face, he charged at the devil race members. For others, this might have been a place filled with danger. However, for Kong Bai, this was precisely the kind of place he could showcase what he did best. That was because these devil race members were all actually uglier than him. Ha ha ha. You folks who are uglier than me, die. Oh, another guy who's uglier than me? Ha ha ha. Another. Bang. 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 Kong Bai's deranged laughter, accompanied by the sounds of the energy blasts erupting from the demonic mirror, resounded throughout the battlefield. Despite the fact that Kong Bai couldn't actually insta-kill these devil race members, his mere appearance had helped turn this entire battle around. Devil race, how many trump cards do you guys still have? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477, finally, he saw other colors. Chapter 477, finally, he saw other colors. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Howl. A sudden howl surged through the clouds. Seemingly noticing that things were getting worse for their side, a certain devil race member that had been staying hidden all this while finally made a move. However, after the single howl, the voice of that devil race member immediately changed. Ah! The howl transformed into a mournful scream, instantly eliminating the imposingness the devil race member had established with its earlier howl. What happened? Everyone focused on the sky. Han Yula smiled. My old friend, are you finally making your move? Indeed, the devil race had had trump cards hidden all this while. However, it was the same for the genetic union. This might not have been the case if they had not been aware of this battle in advance. However, with the intelligence Chen Feng had provided, how could they have not made any preparations? Ignore them, Han Yula stated with a sonorous voice. Focus on our tasks. All right, the rest replied. Their mission was to eliminate these damnable devil race members. Shwa! Shwa! The rain was still falling upon them. As for the soil beneath their feet, it had long turned pitch black. Wave after wave of devil race members shot out of the ground before being killed by the genetic warriors. The devil race was seemingly incapable of presenting any threat to the genetic warriors. Pooh! Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere, and slowly, the ground was painted purple. This was a color resulting from the combination of black and red, and it was a color that caused fear to rise in one's heart. All of a sudden, the devil race stopped appearing from the ground. The battlefield stayed silent for quite a while, and it continued long enough for them to actually believe that the devil race had given up, but suddenly, the ground started shaking again. Kong Bai sighed. Why do they shake first before each of their appearances? Foreplay, I suppose. Su Fei curled his lips. I suppose they think that by shaking, they can get through easier? Kong Bai chortled. He exchanged glances with Su Fei, and instantly, they felt like they were the same type of person. A faint radiance flickered into existence. Just as everyone was preparing for the next batch, the newly appeared radiance finished converging, forming a figure. As the rest saw this, they blanked. Unexpectedly, a young lady was the one that had appeared this time. She gazed at the genetic warriors around her before flashing a smile at them, a seductive and bewitching smile. Bang! They all felt their consciousnesses shuddering before they entered a brand new world. Here in this world, the sun shone brightly and a comfortable spring-like breeze was brushing past them. Seated in front of each of them was a person they each loved. At this moment, the battlefield, the war, everything had seemingly vanished. What was I doing earlier? Oh. I was taking a rest. We obtained victory in the war and are now enjoying the fruits of our victory. Such thoughts surfaced in their brains, and with the people they loved by their sides, everything seemed so fine, tempting all of them to be bewitched by everything they were experiencing presently. Slumber on, my dearest. The gentle voices of their loved ones were seemingly reverberating everywhere as one genetic warrior after another slumped down onto the ground. This newly appeared young lady was Mei Ling, the holy lady of the bewitching clan of the devil race. Different from other devil race members, she was a devil race member who had been able to regain all her memories and thoughts immediately upon her reawakening. As such, she was clear on what it was that she was best at. Regardless of gender or age, so long as one possessed any sort of desire in one's heart, that person would not be able to avoid this attack of hers. This applied to even those who loved nobody but themselves. Despite this, one particular person suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and without any mercy, a sharp blade was stabbed at Mei Ling's heart by that person. At this, she widened her eyes abruptly. Mei Ling stared at the person in front of her. You. Yes, me, Han Yula replied solemnly. Mei Ling could not believe this. How are you immune to my illusion? Because I am a person without a heart, Han Yula replied. Since he was a person with no heart, naturally, there was nothing that his heart desired. The only exception was that particular child, the child who, despite her willful actions, he could not avoid loving. Mei Ling was able to guess something from his expression. You are lying. You have someone you love. You are an ancient race member, and you are someone who can feel desire. You might not have a heart physically, but this does not apply to your consciousness. Slumber on. Mei Ling started muttering gently. She was able to see that Han Yula was still someone who had a person he loved dearly. Slumber. Her gentle voice was seemingly capable of bringing anyone to an extremely cozy land of dreams. Alas. Pop. Han Yula pulled out the blade before stabbing it in again and then sliding it in and out 2 more times. At this, an expression of pain appeared on the young lady's face. You? She glared at Han Yula hatefully. How is it possible for this to be ineffective against you? Han Yula was still as cold as usual. That's because this is not what she is like. Regardless of how much she loved me and how much I loved her, I am aware that she is not able to restrain her natural instincts. Therefore, in the dream, I loved her, yet I am also aware that the her in the dream is not the real her. He. A self-mocking expression appeared on Mei Ling's face. How unique is that lady, exactly? Even after using my ability to construct her based on your spiritual energy, you still have not been fooled. She is unique and unmatched. As he said these words, both joy and pain flickered in Han Yula's eyes. He would forever unable to forget that fateful day. That was the day where his emotions, his desire toward love, and everything he had known had been destroyed. Was it truly a good thing for him to have met that lady? He had no answer to this question. He had once tasted joy, yet he had once suffered as well. He was a person whose world consisted of only black and white. However, that lady's appearance had allowed him to bear witness to other, different colors. What was her name? Mei Ling asked. Xia Zhongtong, Han Yula stated faintly. Mei Ling nodded her head. Good name. This lady must be a very unique person. Indeed. Han Yula furrowed his brows, seemingly happy and in pain at the same time. She is very unique and a very sincere person. Alas, her worldview is somewhat different than mine. Mei Ling's voice became exceptionally gentle as she asked, Oh? How so? Han Yula frowned. The number of people she loves is rather large. Mei Ling gently replied, Is that so? Then, do you feel that she is wrong? I don't know. Han Yula blanked as he talked on. I once believed that she had betrayed me. However, from the emotions expressed through her eyes, I found out that for her, this is something extremely normal. At that moment, I became lost. Mei Ling's voice was incredibly bewitching as she spoke. You will find it in you to forgive her. She will also forgive you. You both truly love each other. Just look at how she accepted you despite your lack of a heart. If so, why can't you accept the fact that she is generous in sharing her love with others, not just you? You're right. After this series of questions, Han Yula had seemingly lost his sense of awareness. If so, go and enjoy it, then. Enjoy the world that belongs to the both of you. No. To be more accurate, enjoy the world that belongs to all of you. Mei Ling finished her words softly. Alas, right at this moment, a feeling of pain stabbed at her head as a youth slammed a club down on her head. Clang! She was momentarily dazed by this blow to her head. She turned around and saw that it was precisely that person called Kong Bai that had hit her head with a club. It's you! She had clearly given him the illusion of a perfect life based on his memories. If so, how had he left the illusion? Kong Bai sneered. You wish to scam me with a mere illusion? Mei Ling focused her gaze on Kong Bai. How did you find out that it was fake? Kong Bai sneered. I have been single all these years. No female has ever told me that she loves me, not a single one. And suddenly, that perfect goddess in the dream actually confessed her love toward me? How ridiculous. Even if I think with my feet, I can figure out that there is a trick somewhere. Mei Ling. She felt like this species before her was somewhat different from the ancient race she had once met. Perhaps, this was a newly appeared species that had mutated from the ancient race? Her eyes gleamed coldly. If so, I shall kill you. The only thing that mattered was getting the strongest Han Yula under control. This Kong Bai before her seemed rather weak. As long as he was killed. Just as she was contemplating what to do, suddenly, the energy weapons on the buildings nearby suddenly activated. At the lowest intensity possible, the weapons started blasting the bodies of all the genetic warriors present. Instantly, they were all roused from their dreams. Damn it! Mei Ling's expression changed abruptly. Someone else had remained awake as well? No, that wasn't possible. All the warriors here. She glanced around and, with astonishment, found that the person who had awakened everyone with the energy weapons was actually not a genetic warrior. Rather, it was a technician responsible for maintaining the weapons. A technician in their 40s. Mei Ling was alarmed. How is it possible you to leave the illusion as well? She could overlook the fact that these genetic warriors could escape the illusion, but now, it seemed like even a normal technician could see through her illusion? Had she been in hibernation for too long, so long that she did not notice that the people of this new era were no longer controllable using illusions? With sorrow, that person replied, "Why, you ask? Well, how is it possible for a nerd programmer like me to actually have a girlfriend? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 478, Awaken. Chapter 478, Awaken. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. It would seem like everyone was now capable of reawakening from her illusion. Han Yula, Kong Bai, even that technician. Their awakening caused Mei Ling's ability to look like a joke. This ability that had once dominated the world during the era of the ancient race was no longer of any use in this new era. The dreams Mei Ling induced in one's brain were too beautiful, so beautiful that they became unreal. Granted, the ability's immersion was still able to cause a lot of people to believe in the dream. However, for those who had never believed that such a thing could actually happen to them, this ability was ineffective. An example was Han Yula, he who could not believe that Xie Zhongtong would actually be willing to live with him alone. A second example was Kong Bai, who could not believe that someone would actually confess her love toward him. And a third example was the technician, who refused to believe that a nerd programmer like him could actually obtain a girlfriend. Mei Ling was somewhat dumbstruck. It was truly beyond her expectations that, after so many years of hibernation, she would no longer be able to keep up with the new era, akin to someone who was still using outdated memes on the internet after everyone had moved on to new memes. Were these people truly the ancient race? Their thought process was truly too complicated. One ought to know that during their era back then, any sort of romance had absolutely been an affair between only two people. Moreover, nobody so ugly that they could never find love like Kong Bai had existed back then, and a technician back then had been a person worthy of respect rather than someone incapable of obtaining a girlfriend. Mei Ling blanked. What era had she awakened in? She had a feeling that the devil race had chosen the wrong era to reawaken. Pooh. The newly reawakened Han Yula stabbed at Mei Ling once again. He truly couldn't tolerate this person who dared to toy with his love toward Xie Zhongtong. Accompanied by her confusion, Mei Ling's life perished. Even in death, she was still unable to understand the kind of era the devil race had reappeared in. Pooh. Her corpse collapsed onto the ground. Han Yula pulled his hand back coldly. The rain poured down, highlighting his cold and imposing appearance. At this time, those of the genetic union all regained their consciousness as well, each of them with an ashamed expression on their face. Their lives had nearly been harvested by the enemy earlier. They had truly been too careless. Be on high alert, Han Yula stated coldly. They were extremely ashamed. Yes. Shwa. Shwa. The rain was still as heavy as ever. The reawakening of the devil race members might have seemed endless, but after the appearance of that Mei Ling earlier, they knew that the number of devil race members still contained in the soil beneath them was now rather low in amount. The normal soldiers of the devil race here were probably all dead already. Those who would appear next would be those at the level of Mei Ling. Perhaps the next batch of reawakened would be the final goal of the devil race this time. Everyone maintained their vigilance. As for Han Yula, his expression became colder. At this time, the shameless Su Fei walked over and cautiously asked, the Xie Zhongtong you mentioned earlier. You have seen her before? Han Yula asked as his eyes gleamed with killing intent. Shwa. The weapon in his hand was aimed straight at Su Fei. Su Fei waved his hands hastily. No. I have only heard of her from Chen Feng. Han Yula's gaze sunk. Oh. She has mentioned Chen Feng before as well. Su Fei laughed. Mei Chen, they are friends. At that time, Chen Feng even told me that he would introduce me to Xie Zhongtong. Bang! Su Fei was flung into a particular building, collapsing the entire building. Han Yula glared at him coldly. You dare think of taking advantage of her? No, definitely not. Su Fei scrambled up and waved his hands non-stop. Bro, I'm only trying to get close to you. Let me tell you, you might see me as a young person, but in fact, I am an expert playboy. As my family is rather well off, back then, the number of girls I saw probably numbered 800, if not 1,000. Perhaps I might be of help to you in this. Schwa. Han Yula continued gazing at Su Fei coldly. However, the pressure he was subjecting Su Fei to was now gone. Su Fei wiped his sweat before asking, how did the two of you meet? Su Fei was in fact trying his utmost to get close to this expert of the genetic union by making use of this free time while no new devil race members were appearing. After all, this guy was the boss of the boss of the boss of the boss of his boss. Han Yula was a person who preferred to keep his sentences short. A while ago, when I was hunting for mysterious organization members, I discovered her being. Next, I killed all those fellows from the mysterious organization. Unexpectedly, she. Only toward the end did I find out the truth. Despite the short sentences, Su Fei was able to guess clearly what happened. I see. Due to Chen Feng, the mysterious organization was in deep trouble, to the point that their own members were abandoning them. Next, Xie Zhongtong had probably escaped as well, resulting in what had happened next. Perhaps after doing it with her, this Lord Han wanted to take responsibility for what he had done. Unfortunately, she wasn't the least bothered with him and continued on with her happy days. Thereupon, this Lord Han had been stuck deeper and deeper in this pit of love and hatred. He couldn't bear doing anything toward the woman he loved and had ultimately remained stuck in this huge dilemma. Su Fei was very sure that if this story of Han Yula's was written as a novel, it would most definitely sell well. A two-person love story featuring Han Yula, the domineering and cold male lead, and the innocent and vivacious Xie Zhongtong, who had a rather unique worldview, as the female lead. What a perfect plot. Su Fei's confidence surged. Don't worry. I will help you re-educate her and adjust her worldview. Han Yula looked at Su Fei doubtfully. For real? Of course, Su Fei bragged without any inhibition. After all this is over, I will deal with her for you. All right. When Han Yula looked at Su Fei once again, his gaze was much friendlier. If it was truly possible to readjust Xie Zhongtong's worldview, Han Yula might truly be able to stay together with her. Hopefully everything would proceed smoothly. Naturally, at present, they had to focus on surviving this war instead. 1. Schwa. Rain poured down, yet nothing happened. This continued for 2 whole minutes. Suddenly, numerous miniature lifeforms started appearing. From the dark clouds, they appeared and streaked toward the ground, knocking into the ground. Everyone braced themselves. Careful. Pooh. The genetic union warriors slashed down, killing those lifeforms. Surprising them, from the start till the end, these lifeforms ignored the entirety of the genetic union's attacks. Just like that, they had appeared suddenly only to be killed suddenly. Their corpses sprawled everywhere, leaving behind numerous puddles of purple blood. The purple blood blended with the soil. Ka! Instantly, the ground cracked. That huge palm that had been as still as a statue for so long trembled suddenly before breaking free of its frozen state and once again started moving. Bang! Bang! Dot! With a terrifying sound, a dense purple flame erupted out of the huge palm, swallowing everything it touched. Schwa! The black rain continued pouring down. When the bizarre raindrops landed on the flame, it burned even more intensely. Amid the endless darkness, the huge flaming palm seemingly tinted the entire sky red. All their hearts trembled. It's coming out. Clang! The ground burst upward, and underneath the palm, the silhouette of the devil race member enlarged. By the time its entire body appeared, everyone there inhaled a mouthful of cold air at the sight. This devil race member was as large as a building. Howl! With a howl, its entire body ignited. Above its hand, a clump of flame appeared before taking the shape of a huge flaming sword. The flaming sword flickered with a dazzling radiance, causing the hearts of all onlookers to fluster. What monster is this? Everyone there was shocked. Was this the final boss the devil race was trying to reawaken? This guy here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 479, The Terrifying Devil Race. Chapter 479, The Terrifying Devil Race. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The world was still shrouded in darkness. Amid the endless clouds, a pair of eyes was flickering with a silver radiance. Silently, he regarded Star City, which was enveloped by darkness. He watched on as numerous devil race members reawakened before being killed by the genetic union. Nothing seemed to be developing according to the plan. Humans. He looked at this new race. Initially, he had believed that during the reawakening, they would have to confront the ancient race. Beyond his expectations, after that war back then, the ancient race had vanished as well. Now, humans were the one who ruled this world. Schwa. Schwa. His eyes flashed. The destruction of each batch of devil race members that appeared was seen clearly by him. He had also borne witness to the strength and methods available to that organization called Genetic Union. Just like that, in the darkness, he silently observed and analyzed. Batches of reawakened devil race members kept dying off, yet he wasn't the least bothered. For him, they were ultimately all cannon fodder. His silvery eyes flashed as he hid himself amid the darkness. Interesting. Everything that happened here, he witnessed with his very own eyes. He had been watching on all along, watching as the blood of the devil race dyed the earth red, watching as the black soil turned purple and as that huge monster finally broke free from the ground. Howl. An awe-inspiring roar was let loose from the monster's mouth. The formidable power the monster was emanating caused one's heart to fluster as they realized that this monster was a PK class in the truest sense. Comparatively, this was equivalent to a human that had mastered a 6-star secret art, a powerful genetic warrior that no ordinary person could hope to match. This monster here, with its tough skin and huge size. It was likely that its pure physical strength alone was already as strong as a PK class. Su Fei charged forth fiercely. What is there to fear? Pa! With a single slap, Su Fei was smashed away and flung out like a shot artillery shell. Bang! He smashed into the ground, leaving a huge crater. The strength of this fellow. Damn it, his physical strength alone is already equivalent to an A class. Su Fei grimaced in pain. Charge together. Han Yula bellowed coldly. At that, all the genetic union warriors made their move. Bang! Bang! The battle began. Several tens of genetic union members surrounded the single devil beast, yet they still seemed disadvantaged. This beast is too huge. We are at a loss facing it. Their expressions were unsightly. Its skin is strong enough to resist your attacks? Han Yula couldn't understand the reason they were disadvantaged. He was aware that this beast had powerful physical strength. However, despite how strong the beast was, could it be immune to the attacks of A-class warriors? After all, they had so many A-class warriors here. One of them smiled bitterly. It's not because of that. The problem is that its skin is too thick. MHM? With a confused expression, Han Yula tried launching an attack. Bang! As his attack landed, an intense vibration sprang up through his hands. This feeling. Han Yula's expression changed slightly. He had indeed hit the target. His weapon had indeed been stabbed in. However, the moment his weapon had stabbed into the skin, with sorrow, he had found that the thickness of the skin exceeded the length of his entire weapon. It was too thick. It was no wonder that all the genetic warriors here appeared stupefied. We can't do anything at all. I reckon his skin is at least a meter thick. Too scary. Who's capable of inserting through it? My attack tore out half a meter worth of skin from this beast, yet this beast did not even feel anything from my attack. What if our attacks are focused? That won't work, it's healing too fast. Before all the attacks can land, it will have already healed up from the previous attacks. This fellow is simply like a huge meatball. They all felt helpless. Nearly all their attacks failed to pierce through the skin of this beast. This final devil race member was truly too formidable, so formidable that it gave one a stifling feeling. Why not try stabbing its chrysanthemum? I tried. It failed. How about attacking its vital parts? Only some skin comes off from those attacks. Sigh. How good would it be if we had some piercing abilities? They all sighed. Piercing abilities had never felt so precious to them. With the appearance of the devil race, with their skin and physical characteristics, piercing abilities would most certainly become extremely popular among humans from now on. Alas, for now, they would still have to rely on what they had. Everyone looked at Han Yula. What do we do? Bang! Bang! That devil beast was wreaking destruction in Star City in an absolutely unrestrained manner. None of them were capable of stopping it. Han Yula had also tried unleashing his strongest attack, yet it had been blocked by that devil beast's huge flaming sword. That taught them that this beast here wasn't exactly a fool that would stand there and take on all attacks. After all, the devil race was unlike those ordinary beasts. Despite their appearance that resembled mutated beasts, the devil race was a race with wisdom. A thick and sonorous voice traveled to their ears. They could seemingly hear that beast jeering at them. Howl! Howl! With two loud howls, the ground started trembling as numerous gigantic beasts that looked the same as that huge beast started appearing from the ground. 2, 3, 4, and more. Soon, 9 extra such beasts had appeared. 9 more. They paled as they saw this. Each of these beasts was as powerful as a peak A-class warrior. Nearly surpassing A-class, to be precise. If there was only one here, they could still have tried working together, but now there were 10 of them. Howl! As the 10 beasts howled together, the killing intent they emanated was sufficient to paralyze someone. Surprisingly, Han Yula became calm after seeing them. Finally, you guys have shown yourself. Is this your final trump card? 10 devil beasts? If so, it's our turn, the genetic union's turn, to make a move. Senior, please, Han Yula said while facing empty air. Shwa! Light swirled around. Abruptly, several silhouettes of light appeared midair. Hum! An old man appeared out of thin air. Staring attentively at the devil beast, he slowly stretched out his finger. Next, an indescribable pressure converged at the tip of his finger. Slowly, the old man pointed downward. Pooh! A hole appeared on the forehead of one of the devil beasts. Dead! The rest widened their eyes as they saw this. Dead? Holy shit! This terrifying devil beast was dead just like that? They were aware that the genetic union would most certainly have deployed some scary seniors here. Unexpectedly, the expert that had appeared was actually this powerful. Bang! Dot! The devil beast collapsed onto the ground, akin to a skyscraper collapsing, bringing about a loud bang as it landed. At this time. Pooh! Pooh! The old man pointed down several times, and with that, several bloody holes appeared. Accompanied by loud bangs, the 10 terrifying devil beasts collapsed loudly onto the ground just like that. The devil race had been eliminated. Shwa! Instantly, the entire area lapsed into silence. Many thanks, Senior, Han Yula said. At this moment, 2 other silhouettes that had appeared at the same time as the old man gazed toward the empty air up in the sky. Shio! One of them pointed at the air. Instantly, numerous mournful screams resounded from the sky before several devil race corpses rained down, landing on the ground beneath the sky. As for the other silhouette, he merely gazed up at the sky. He uttered a single calm word. Please? Next, light started swirling as a terrifying gust of power surged out. Shwa! Dot! Instantly, the darkness shrouding the sky cleared. The darkness receded rapidly and the black rain within Star City evaporated cleanly. Next, that terrifying gust of power pierced through the cloud, puncturing the thick layer of clouds. Finally, the sky was once again bright. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 480, Weaker Than Imagined. Chapter 480, Weaker Than Imagined. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Star City. The sudden eruption of gold reverberated through the darkness. Enveloped by gold, the Star City that had been shrouded by darkness underwent rebirth. All the devil race corpses and bloodstains were cleared under the gold radiance. After a long time, when the gold finally dissipated, Star City regained its previous appearance. The devil race was no more. The black rain was no more. Even the soil that had been dyed black had recovered its original color. We did it? Everyone remained in a long stupor. A second earlier, Star City had still been shrouded by darkness, the devil beasts wreaking havoc and dealing damage in an absolutely unrestrained manner akin to fiends. The next second, Star City had regained its previous appearance. The sun that had been missing for a long time was shining upon them once again. In the sky, a rainbow had even appeared. We won? We resisted the invasion? They looked at each other blankly. The silhouettes of the 3 old men up in the sky swept their gazes past the people there before nodding in a satisfied manner. A gentle voice could be heard saying, "You guys have been working hard." Hearing that, all their hearts shuddered. They might not have been able to recognize the appearance of that old man, but that voice was precisely the voice they would hear frequently in some of the classes they had been attending. The owner of this voice, the person akin to a living textbook, was precisely the deputy president of the Genetic Union. It was only through the perseverance of all of you that we managed to last till the end. Without that, if we had moved prematurely, all this would have been naught. The deputy president sighed. None of them had dared to underestimate the devil race invasion. Capable of shrouding the entire world in darkness, the prowess of the devil race was apparent. The news regarding the upcoming full-scale invasion by the devil race had indeed alarmed the entire genetic union. As such, they had prepared in advance for this, resulting in everything that had happened today. They had been unaware of the total number of waves the devil race would be sending. As such, the strongest trump cards they had prepared had to wait till the end before making their move. If they had moved earlier and ended up being targeted by the devil race, it was quite probable that they would have been unable to save everyone during the final moment. Feng. Suddenly, they recalled that child. It was precisely the child called Chen Feng that had been hiding undercover at the mysterious organization, obtaining information regarding this secret that would otherwise have remained undiscovered. It was precisely due to him that this invasion of the devil races had failed. That child had contributed greatly in this defense against the devil race. Thank you all. Every single second you guys held on was in itself a contribution to the entire world, the deputy president stated as he regarded the genetic warriors covered in wounds. Since there were some genetic warriors with formidable healing abilities, there were no actual casualties. However, nearly all of them were injured. This had truly been a rather difficult battle. They all beamed. It's nothing. Schwa. The sun shone upon them. In the sky, the darkness that had enveloped the world for quite a while was now receding, starting from the region near Star City. Presently, the sunshine here at Star City was akin to the only sunshine in existence in this world. So very dazzling. They were finally able to feel relieved. It's finally over. They patted the shoulders of Su Fei and Kong Bai. It has been hard on you guys. The sudden appearance of these two was the reason they had been able to last this long. He. They exchanged glances and smiled, yet doubt could be seen in their eyes. From how this was progressing, things seemed somewhat different than Chen Feng's prediction. From what Chen Feng had predicted, the devil race members that would be invading would be extremely terrifying, so terrifying that even PK-class warriors would be helpless. There would be numerous casualties, and the entirety of Star City would be destroyed. Now, though, Su Fei was doubtful. Is it because of the involvement of the genetic union? Kong Bai shook his head. Perhaps. Since Kong Bai was a person with the power of transmigration, he was aware of the changes a sequence of events could have on the course of history. Had this ended so easily due to the excessive strength of the genetic union? The genetic warriors at Star City were immersed in the joy of their victory. At a certain location, Chen Feng glanced around. When the gold radiance had spread through Star City earlier, that vast power had been so strong that it had caused his heart to flutter. That was most certainly the power of someone surpassing a class, a super expert in the truest sense. This proved that the boss of genetic union was most certainly someone surpassing a class. After the gold radiance had swept past them, the entirety of Star City, black soil included, had been thoroughly cleansed. That caused the devil race to have no way of further concealing themselves. By right, they should have all died as well. However, Chen Feng glanced at his luck aura's warning signal, which was still flickering red. Spirit, does the devil race still exist? Chen Feng asked in a low voice. Yes, Spirit confirmed. Are they remnants that survived this battle? Chen Feng guessed. Spirit shook her head. No. With luck value, I obtained an estimate of the strength of the devil race. The danger level of the devil race members that invaded this time was extremely high. Regardless of it being before the devil race's awakening here in this city or after their destruction at the hands of the genetic union, their danger level has remained the same. Chen Feng's heart jolted violently. What? Remained the same? What did that signify? This signified that even the death of the devil race members today, including the 10 terrifying PK-class devil race members earlier, had no effect whatsoever on the total strength of the devil race. In other words, what they had seen today had all merely been cannon fodder. Suddenly, Chen Feng's body chilled. PK-class cannon fodder? The devil race invasion was much more powerful than his initial estimation. What should we do, then? Spirit asked. Shall we use luck value to force them out of hiding? Chen Feng shook his head. No. The devil race was too terrifyingly strong. If he got himself involved now, the consumption of his luck value would be too high. The little amount of luck value he had in him had to be saved for something more important. As for those from the genetic union, Chen Feng gazed at them. If they were unable to even detect the devil race members, it was pointless to even try saving Star City. Everyone should just return from where they had come from. At this time, amid the victorious cheers. Do not relax. Han Yula's cold gaze swept past them. Maintain your vigilance as necessary. The rest of you, start cleaning up the battlefield. The deputy president smiled. Don't worry. The darkness has already been expelled. The devil race can no longer show themselves here. Before he could even finish his words, his gaze that was focused on space paused suddenly. After the momentary pause, a dazzling gold radiance shone out of his eyes. Bang! A golden ray surged out, revealing two dark silhouettes. The deputy president sneered. Surprisingly, there are still two remnants here. A melodious voice resounded. We have been discovered, eh? The hovering figure was a white feline-like lifeform. Despite the fact that it was standing on 2 feet, despite the fact that it was wearing clothes, one could still clearly see that this was a cat, a shiny white cat as beautiful as a precious stone. Clown. The deputy president seemed resentful of its sudden appearance. Just as he had bragged that the darkness had already been expelled, these two devil race folks had appeared? As he thought of this, he pointed down with a single finger. Die. This single faint word was seemingly filled with a might capable of shattering space. Shio. Instantly, a terrifying power descended upon the forehead of that devil race member. Alas, something astonishing happened next. An ancient imprint flickered into existence on that devil race member's forehead, blocking the deputy president's attack. Aya! The white cat licked its sharp claws playfully. You are even weaker than I imagined. Behind the white cat was a different devil race member that had remained silent. This was a species never seen before. Its body shimmered before abruptly multiplying itself numerous times. Instantly, tens of thousands of devil race members that looked exactly the same as it appeared. Each of them was at the power level of an A class. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481, By myself, I am equivalent to an entire army. Chapter 481, By myself, I am equivalent to an entire army. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Schwa. The expressions of everyone in Star City sank. How is this possible? Their bodies chilled. So this was the actual trump card of the devil race? They had initially believed that they had already killed off a huge amount of devil race members. Even if there were some remnants left somewhere, it wouldn't mean much. Unexpectedly, they had actually missed such powerful devil race members. The deputy president focused his gaze on them. You two are not part of those who awakened this batch. It was obvious that those who had reawakened this time had all been killed. Moreover, when these two talked, their train of thoughts appeared rather clear. They did not resemble newly reawakened devil race members at all. Therefore, these two were most certainly devil race experts that had already reawakened earlier at some other location where the concentration of black rain was the highest. If so, since the both of you possess such strength, why didn't you move earlier with those devil race members? The deputy president asked faintly. These two were extremely powerful. However, it was precisely because they appeared excessively powerful that the deputy president started doubting them. If they had attacked together with those recently reawakened devil race members, the genetic union would have been helpless. Why had they allowed those powerful devil race members to die like cannon fodder? What trick were these two hiding? The white cat laughed. He. What other reason could there be? Obviously, we were waiting for you three old geezers. Although we weren't able to detect the three of you earlier, from the aura of experts lingering in the air, we were able to sense that the three of you were indeed somewhere nearby. Therefore, to be safe, we decided to let those fellas charge in as cannon fodder, the white cat stated indifferently. In any case, to kill all of you here, the two of us are already sufficient. Am I right, Chi-Lu? Beside the white cat, the numerous Chi-Lius replied together. Yes. The hearts of the genetic warriors shuddered at this sight. When so many A-class experts replied at the same time, the oppression posed by their voices was truly. The deputy president sneered. Do you believe that this will do? He felt that the reason given by this white cat was somewhat ill-founded. Next, with a cold gaze, he stated, oh well. I suppose we only need to kill you two and things will end for now. Bang! Without hesitation, he made his move. A brilliant radiance erupted. The deputy president and the other two people beside him moved at the same time. A boundless power started descending toward the white cat. Alas, once again, that imprint appeared. A crafty smile appeared on the white cat's face. It's useless, yo. Bang! 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 The imprint flickered as it defended, rendering all attacks ineffective. Finally, the expression of the deputy president changed slightly. How is that possible? He was clear on the strength of the three of them. Let alone a PK class, they could even destroy those surpassing A class with their earlier attack, but this fellow here. Shi Lu, I will be relying on you, then. White Cat sneered before continuing, destroy them all. Don't worry, Qi Lu replied coldly. By myself, I am equivalent to an entire army. Kill. Numerous figures streaked out. The numerous clones, each with A-class power level, charged toward the genetic warriors. The deputy president tried to intercept their charge yet was stopped by the White Cat. The opponent of the three of you shall be me. The deputy president's eyes gleamed coldly. Damn it! He and the other two with him, who were actually here as clones, solidified their clones once again and started attacking as numerous gold radiances bloomed. Alas, the attacks were ineffective. I told you, the White Cat stated, disappointed. Your attacks are too weak. Bang! Once again, a battle erupted. Different from the previous battle, this battle was a one-sided total oppression of the entirety of Star City by a single White Cat and a single Qi Lu. Even with the clones of the deputy president and the other two here, they failed to do anything to help. The oddest of all was the fact that the White Cat and Qi Lu truly had the power level of only PK class. After all, the black rain hadn't been falling for long. As such, those devil race members that had surpassed a class had yet to appear. Even with the never-ending black rain at the unknown regions thus far, it was still insufficient to sustain the reawakening of those surpassing A class. Alas, would they truly be eliminated by only two PK class devil race members? Their hearts chilled as they thought of this. The PK class devil race members were actually this powerful? Careful! The main body must be among these clones. After killing the main body, he will die for real. How are we supposed to locate the main body, though? Everyone started concentrating their gazes. There were so many clones of Qi Lu here, and each of them looked the same. Even their auras and strength were the same. As such, forget actually killing the main body, they were unable to even locate the main body. Moreover, different from humans, Qi Lu was a devil race member. This was a sphere-sized lifeform with yellow skin in the truest sense, unlike the pseudo-yellow of human skin. Some tried chopping down at the yellow skin, yet their attacks instantly bounced off. This was truly an odd lifeform with excessively powerful defensive power. Killing it? It was near impossible. On top of that, the genetic warriors were presently outnumbered. Those huge yellow spheres were all bouncing around and attacking all the genetic warriors there. With their high vitality, the genetic warriors all despaired. What else could they do? Let alone killing the main body, they couldn't even kill a single one of the clones. On top of all that, these clones were not mere duplications. Each of them seemed to have their own consciousness, appearing extremely lifelike and making it difficult to ascertain which of them was the actual main body. Things are getting really troublesome now. They despaired. Presently, the genetic union members were at a true impasse. Surrounded by Qi Lius, they could only defend themselves passively. The more the battle raged on, the worse off they were. If this continued on, they would die from exhaustion before long. How about the deputy president? Instinctively, they gazed at the deputy president with a begging gaze. Next, the sight of three flustered and exasperated old men entered their field of vision. Those three were attacking the White Cat without stop, yet they were failing to accomplish anything. We have indeed been countered. Right at this moment. Bang! Han Yula erupted suddenly, changing the direction of his attack that had initially been heading at Qi Lu toward the White Cat instead. Another imprint appeared, blocking the attack. Ineffective. Yet another attack had proven ineffective. Han Yula's eyes gleamed coldly. How is that possible? It was clear that the three seniors had been countered, but now it seemed like his attack had been countered as well? They were similarly PK class existences, yet he had actually been defeated by two devil race members at the same power level? The White Cat merely looked at him toyingly. How naive. Pooh. On Han Yula's body, two additional bloody scars appeared. These two wounds would not hamper him much. Alas, that uncomfortable feeling of having failed in his attack could not be erased. They were being oppressed to such an extent by only two devil race members? Su Fei frowned. Things looked somewhat bad. Was Chen Feng still unwilling to make his move? Granted, he was aware that Chen Feng was merely a B-class warrior, but every time that fellow moved, miracles ensued. This applied even to battles at a level he wasn't supposed to be capable of participating in. Make your move, Chen Feng. Otherwise I will have no choice but to escape by transmigrating, Kong Bai thought as he inhaled deeply. Presently, the Chen Feng that the both of them were thinking about was watching the battlefield from somewhere far away. White cat. The moment that bizarre lifeform had appeared, Chen Feng's attention had been piqued. Naturally, with the three old men there, nothing too bad would happen for now. Despite the fact that their attacks were ineffective against the white cat would not be able to defeat them anytime soon. The main problem presently was the other fellow, Qi Lu. If this guy wasn't dealt with, everyone in Star City would probably die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 482, Unrivaled. Chapter 482, Unrivaled. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. Of course, Chen Feng was aware that he wasn't capable of facing them just like that. If he went out to face them right now, he would most likely be encircled by the yellow spheres and killed before he could see anyone else. A point to note was the fact that Qi Lu was a fellow using numerous clones to protect itself. At any given moment, this Qi Lu could let one of its clones die on its behalf. If Chen Feng wanted to insta-kill it, it was quite likely that Qi Lu would actually escape alive. Therefore, Chen Feng couldn't directly do anything to Qi Lu. However, that did not mean that he couldn't assist others. Who shall I help, then? Chen Feng studied the battlefield, looking at the yellow spheres that were all bouncing about. As he saw the numerous spheres, he became somewhat speechless, as it reminded him of a battle of emojis. Look, that sphere that had just smashed Su Fei away, did that sphere not resemble a smiling emoji? And look at the other sphere that was beating Kong Bai up, did that sphere not resemble a disdain emoji? And the sphere battling the female genetic warrior, it looked like a love emoji. In Chen Feng's eyes, all those yellow spheres were simply akin to living emojis. As for Qi Lu's main body, Shua! Chen Feng was able to lock onto Qi Lu's main body shortly afterward. With luck value, these cloning abilities were incapable of hiding from Chen Feng. With only one luck value, Qi Lu's main body was discovered. Chen Feng noted that the perverted emoji was precisely the main body of Qi Lu. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Very good. Presently, after failing to attack the white cat, Han Yula had returned and started helping others against Qi Lu. Alas, there were way too many Qi Lius around. Each time one of the Qi Lius encountered a problem, the other Qi Lius came to help. In any case, there were so many of them here anyway. One would be hard-pressed to even differentiate them from each other. As such, locating the main body was simply impossible. This won't do. Han Yula muttered with a cold expression. So far, he had managed to deal serious injury to 3 Qi Lius. Alas, those Qi Lius had been rescued by other Qi Lius each time it had happened. As such, Han Yula simply had no way of looking for the main body. Suddenly, a voice drifted into his ears, the 16th fellow on the left side, that's the main body. Who are you? Han Yula asked coldly. The one helping you, that voice replied softly. Why should I trust you? Han Yula replied. Indeed, he had a powerful sure kill trump card. Unfortunately, that was an ability he could only use once. If he trusted this person and killed the wrong Qi Lu, they would truly be in trouble. He only had one shot to locate and kill Qi Lu's main body. Because this is also your only chance, that voice stated faintly. Has Su Fei given you any ideas on how to be together with Xia Zhongtong yet? Han Yula's killing intent surged. How did you find out about that? Clearly, this person had been observing them all this while. Was this also a remnant of the devil race? Let me provide you with an ideal solution, then. That voice continued, kill Qi Lu before swallowing its heart. With that, you will obtain its ability to create numerous clones. With this, you should be able to satisfy Lady Xia Zhongtong's desire, right? Shua! Han Yula was instantly enticed. This method. Was this a chance for him? He looked at the yellow spheres around him. Should he truly do this? Back then, when he had first broken through into a class, he had discovered his wife's affair. Due to that, he had dug his own heart out, becoming a heartless person. And now, should he become a person with a heart once again for the sake of Xia Zhongtong? The heart of a devil race member on top of it? This is your only chance, that voice muttered faintly. This is your only way to privatize that public car. Shua! The veins on Han Yula's forehead throbbed. Who are you calling a public car? If you still fail to get her for yourself, she will most probably end up known to everyone before long. That voice stated toyingly. The 6th person to your left. It is approaching you. This is your best chance. Slowly, the voice became deeper and deeper, for yourself, for Xia Zhangtong, for the genetic union, and for humanity. Han Yula grasped his weapon tightly and looked at a certain yellow sphere that was hidden between numerous yellow spheres. The sixth person to the left? Bang! Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted. Star. Destroyer. Dot. The weapon in Han Yula's hand transformed into a ray of starlight before slashing toward that yellow sphere that had a bizarre expression on it. Pooh! The starlight shone dazzlingly. With a single slash, that huge yellow sphere was cut down. Han Yula's sudden eruption shocked numerous people. Before they could even react to it, as the starlight shone dazzlingly, all the yellow spheres on the battlefield vanished. On the ground, only a single yellow sphere remained. It looked at Han Yula, unbelieving. You? Not good. The distant white cat had an ominous feeling and tried to move over to assist Qi Lu. Unfortunately, it was stopped by the deputy president. Shua! Han Yula stepped forth. His hand stretched out and grabbed at Qi Lu's heart. The heart was still pulsing. Resolutely, Han Yula pulled the heart out. Accompanied by a mournful scream, he pressed the heart into his chest. Slowly, the heart blended into Han Yula's body. An astonishing yellow radiance started shining out of Han Yula's body. Ah! He's now yellow! Everyone exclaimed. Su Fei frowned. He was originally blue, right? Initially, with Han Yula's ice-cold disposition, his aura had been sky blue, fitting his character. Now, though, as yellow and blue mixed together, the final result transformed his aura green, 1-1. Xiao! All over Han Yula's body, a dazzling radiance flickered. By his side, the Qi Lu that had still been so mighty earlier started dying. Along with the departure of its heart, slowly, its entire body lost its vitality as the yellow sphere started drying up. Qi Lu, the white cat, screeched mournfully. Bang! The white cat raged and charged toward Han Yula, trying to take the heart away from him. Alas, by the time the white cat arrived, it was already too late. Bang! The radiance surrounded Han Yula shattered, signifying the completion of his fusion. The white cat first looked expressionlessly at the dead corpse of Qi Lu before looking at Han Yula coldly. Ultimately, it turned around and looked at all the genetic union members. You all deserve death, the white cat stated with a sinister tone. Well done, the deputy president praised before looking at the white cat and stating, although I have no idea how you obtained immunity to my attacks, you were ultimately a mere PK class. White cat's eyes became red in color. Is that so? As for the snow-white fur around its body, it turned black before transforming again into a black-red color. Slowly, a pair of black-red wings stretched out of its back. Howl. As it howled, a clump of flame ignited around it. At that moment, its power increased dramatically, becoming 10 times stronger than it had previously been. Shwa! A black flame burned around its body. A single spark of this clump of flame was capable of scorching a huge piece of land. This terrifying flame was evidently strong enough to kill any PK-class warriors in existence. In fact, this was not a cat. Rather, this was a tiger, part of the Flying Tiger clan of the Devil race, the rulers of darkness. Clang! Clang! One step at a time, it walked forth. Black flame sparkled around as it stepped forth. Even a tiny spark from this flame was sufficient to deal calamity-like damage. This was an extremely destructive flame. As the rest saw this, their hearts shuddered. The hell, this fellow. It's also immune to all attacks. We are completely helpless here. How are we supposed to beat this thing? How about spirit attacks? I tried. They're ineffective. How is this possible? It's obviously only a class. How can it be immune to spirit attacks? I have no idea. They all despaired. This was also the main source of their grief. They were all similarly PK class existences, yet why was this thing here so powerful that even their deputy president was helpless? Being immune to all attacks, wasn't this thing here undefeatable, then? Its red pair of eyes ignited. You all deserve to die. However, just as it was about to pounce forth, a youth appeared before it suddenly. Having its route blocked, the flaming tiger raised its head. Do you truly believe that your ability is undefeated? That person asked with a smile. MHM? The tiger's eyes gleamed with killing intent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 483, Dark Knight Devil Tiger. Chapter 483, Dark Knight Devil Tiger. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Dark Knight Devil Tiger. Your bloodline ability is Divine Eyes, am I right? By looking at an ability being used, you can analyze the structural makeup of that ability before setting a direction to it and modifying it to create an imprint. Ultimately, the result is that, thanks to the numerous imprints you have, all abilities you have seen once are ineffective against you. Am I right? Chen Feng asked calmly. Opposite him, the once white cat, which was now a black tiger, was for the first time looking at Chen Feng with an amazed gaze. It was astonished. Even back then, among the devil race, its bloodline had been an extremely rare one. It had only been several days since it had reawakened, so how had this fellow here figured out this secret? Chen Feng smiled. Looks like I'm correct. The rest around him exchanged glances as they realized the reason the tiger had seemed undefeatable earlier. So it was actually due to such an ability. The reason you used all the recently reawakened devil race members as cannon fodder is not because you were hiding yourself as a trump card. Rather, you were using those cannon fodder to perfect your imprint collection, to produce more imprints to deal with us. During this battle, you have seen with your own eyes the majority of the abilities these genetic union members have. As such, making use of those cannon fodder, you created imprints countering Han Yula, the deputy president, and all the genetic warriors here. In turn, that means you are nearly undefeatable here on this battlefield, Chen Feng stated coldly. The Dark Knight Devil Tiger remained silent, yet it maintained its gaze on Chen Feng gloomily. This guy was giving him an extremely ominous feeling, causing the tiger to have a feeling of extreme danger. This feeling of danger had exceeded that of even the deputy president. Who are you? The tiger asked coldly. Chen Feng laughed. Me? A mere human. A human lucky enough to witness the holy war between the ancient race and the barbarians back then. Suddenly, all the tiger's fur shuddered. Holy war. Witness. How many years had it been since the holy war? Despite the long lifespan of devil race members, they had only survived till the current era through hibernation. As for this guy here. Human? What freak was this? Hold on. How was it possible for the human species to have existed during that era? The tiger's eyes gleamed ominously. You are lying to me. As a response, Chen Feng's gaze became trance-like. How am I lying? That was quite a war. Shwa. With a wave of his hand, countless light particles spread around before condensing in the air. The sage, the barbarians, everything that had happened back then started replaying in the air. Everyone present widened their eyes as they witnessed this glorious sight, witnessing the awe-inspiring strength of the ancient race. The tiger became horrified. You were truly there? Only those who had actually been present back then could show this scene. The reason for that was because the energy undulation from the war back then had been intense, to the point that nobody could obtain the scene of what had happened through divining abilities. Even merely divining certain keywords describing the war back then was impossible, yet this person here was actually able to play out the scene of what had happened back then. Who are you, exactly? The tiger howled. You don't need to know that, Chen Feng stated indifferently. I am only here to tell you something. To be precise, I am here to let the devil race know something, because I believe that they are able to see what's happening here through you. What I want to say is that the ancient race is still around. Through years of hibernation, your devil race has indeed become stronger. However, after numerous years of development, the ancient race has probably grown even more than you guys. The difference between the ancient race and the devil race is that the ancient race is smarter. They have been hiding behind the scenes. By allowing the devil race to reawaken and battle humanity, the ancient race will be the one to reap all the profits after our war. Please do remember the existence of such a terrifying enemy. Chen Feng smiled calmly. The tiger sneered. Do you believe that, just because of this, the devil race will let you humans off? A new species known as human, eh? Were all of them this naive? Even if this guy was telling the truth about the ancient race hiding somewhere, the devil race would still not let humanity off anyway. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, a world where the weak couldn't exist. Chen Feng shook his head. No. Regardless of whether it's the devil race or the ancient race, you guys are all alien races to us humans. For us humans, there is a rather well-known saying, those of a different race are never to be trusted. The only reason I'm telling you all this is so you won't die knowing nothing. Finished with his words, Chen Feng raised his hand. A faint radiance converged in his hand. At this, the tiger took 2 steps back. Facing this person who had once witnessed the holy war back then, it was still fearful. Otherwise, it would have pounced and tried to kill him long ago. What in the world was this person here? Let alone this tiger, even those from the genetic union were rather confused. They had indeed obtained a small amount of information about the ancient race. all that had been obtained from Chen Feng. But then, the Holy War and the barbarians. At this moment, a tinge of mysteriousness had seemingly shrouded Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng waved his hand downward. The terrifying attack that everyone was expecting to appear was nowhere to be seen. Just as everyone started to believe that Chen Feng was merely scamming them all, the earth started trembling and an oppressive sound of footsteps echoed. Clang! Clang! The earth trembled. An orderly and steady marching sound could be heard. Soon, a group of formidable and burly warriors appeared. Most shocking were their mounts. Each of them was mounted on a hilsy beast. Your imprints have indeed granted you an immunity to all abilities, energy and physical abilities included. Therefore, I am rather curious whether you are also immune to pure physical damage delivered without any abilities, without any energy, without any bloodline. Physical damage delivered by pure strength alone, Chen Feng said coldly. Finally, the expression of the tiger changed. Go! Chen Feng barked. Bang! The entire barbarian squad charged forth. At this sight, the tiger's expression sank. A long time ago, during an era long gone, when the devil race had first encountered the barbarian, they had actually played the role of the barbarian's prey. As for the barbarians, they were natural hunters. Howl! Howl! The excited barbarians surrounded the tiger. Sacred flame? Immunity? All the immunities the tiger had were pointless against the barbarians. Bang! The battle erupted. Surprisingly, this was also an extremely one-sided oppression. The entire group of barbarians pressed the tiger down onto the ground before beating it up. Despite the formidable physical strength of the tiger, it still could not avoid the fate of being beaten up badly. Suddenly, a bright radiance erupted high up in the air. The one that had been hiding all along were finally making a move. The terrifying power pierced through space before piercing the tiger and shooting straight toward Chen Feng directly. That person was willing to sacrifice everything just to kill Chen Feng. The expressions of others changed greatly as they saw this. Careful! They had all been bracing themselves for the counterattack of the tiger, yet it was outside of all their expectations that the devil race would decide to sacrifice the tiger just to kill Chen Feng. Even the deputy president couldn't save Chen Feng in time, as the strength behind this attack was definitely not any lower than his strength. Shwa! That attack charged at Chen Feng, and Chen Feng locked his gaze on the sudden incoming attack. Was this the devil race as well? Nope. What the devil race could unleash they had unleashed. This was, instead, an attack from the ancient race. Indeed. Those words of Chen Feng's earlier had indeed managed to drag the ancient race into this war as well. From their role as observers, the ancient race had now been pulled into this war as well. Since you are here, don't have any hope of leaving, then, Chen Feng muttered. Shwa! Once again, his hand was raised. A faint radiance started converging on his hand and coldly, he spat two words out, God Punisher. Bang! An endless white bloomed. The entirety of Star City was enveloped by a scorching white as the terrifying radiance started spreading out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 484, Dear Slimy Senior Apprentice Sister, where are you? Chapter 484, Dear Slimy Senior Apprentice Sister, where are you? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The ancient race had finally made their move. This was something unexpected, yet at the same time, it was expected. According to their plan, the humans and the devil race were supposed to kill each other off. What they had not expected to happen was the one-sided defeat of the devil race. Granted, this was merely the strongest of humanity crushing only a small portion of the devil race. However, this was still not something that was supposed to have happened. The strength of humanity that had been shown here was not all humanity had to offer. The same was true for the devil race. The war between these two races should have been on a much larger scale. The result of their war should not have been so uneventful either. Because of this, the ancient race couldn't help but make a move themselves. Alas, unknown to them, Chen Feng had been waiting for them to make their move. The moment the ancient race made a move, the devil race would not move as hastily anymore. God! Punisher! A terrifying radiance surged. A frightening power erupted from Chen Feng's hand, blocking the incoming attack. The two attacks clashed midair, their shockwave piercing the clouds around them. Bang! The radiance bubbled up, and subsequently, a silhouette smashed down into the ground. That was a female of the ancient race. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. You have finally appeared, ... The ancient race female glared at Chen Feng fiercely. How did you discover me? To avoid detection, she hadn't even sent her main body over. Rather, she had merely formed a unique clone and sent it to hide nearby. Even the deputy president hadn't noticed her. How had this guy? Alas, before she could even finish her words, she was flooded by God Punisher. Bang! A boundless radiance surged out. The numerous abilities rumbled out like a flowing river, submerging her. The female ancient race member. What damnable ability was this? Pa! Pa! The ability slapped her face unendingly, yet even without defending herself, these abilities failed to even hurt her face. The level of these attacks was incredibly low. B class? She widened her eyes at this realization. She did not dare to believe this. She was an illustrious super expert. Measured with humanity's power level, she was equivalent to an existence surpassing A class, yet now someone was attacking her with some B class abilities? This opponent actually despised her this much? She glared at Chen Feng indignantly. You dare. Pooh. Just she opened her mouth to talk, several different objects such as petrified objects, icicles, and cylindrical objects, all the result of Chen Feng's ability spam, were stuffed into her mouth. Ka-cha. She bit down, crushing those objects before continuing to glare at Chen Feng furiously. This was humiliating. This was pure humiliation. These abilities were obviously incapable of doing anything to her, yet this guy was actually attacking her with them. She was furious. You are courting death. Xiao. She charged forth trying to kill Chen Feng. Alas, she was only midway there before she was intercepted by the three old men. We shall be your opponent. Bang! A battle erupted. This ancient race member that had appeared suddenly was indeed very powerful. She was so powerful that even by herself, she was able to face the three old men without being disadvantaged in the slightest. However, she was extremely furious. The damnable energy being spammed by Chen Feng was still raining upon her. Bang! Bang! Chen Feng's God Punisher continued on. The huge amount of energy was still unendingly spamming toward the ancient race female. These attacks were all ineffective against her. In fact, these attacks couldn't even leave a scratch on her skin. However, the chaotic mess of attacks was no different than rubbish as far as the ancient race member was concerned. This guy was actually humiliating her with rubbish? This was too excessive. She was filled with hatred. After I kill these three, I will most certainly kill you. As a person of respectable status among the ancient race, never before had anyone dared to humiliate her in this manner. Kill. 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 The angry ancient race member started raging. The three old men tried suppressing her with all their might, yet they were only capable of stopping her temporarily. From the look of things, this stalemate would not continue for long. The others were all shocked. So this is the strength of the ancient race? How powerful! They are even stronger than the devil race. Chen Feng curled his lips. Who's afraid of who? Bang! Once again, a new bunch of abilities were thrown at that ancient race member's body. Even the genetic union members were speechless as they saw this. They could also see that despite the huge amount of abilities being spammed by Chen Feng, they were essentially useless against the ancient race member. Was this the ability called Myriad Illusions? Most probably so. They had once studied this ability as well. After all, this was a unique gene that theoretically contained countless abilities within it. As such, it was able to attract the fascination of countless people. However, their fascination ended as far as studying this ability. The moment they figured out how unreliable this ability was, nobody bothered with using it. Now, though, they bore first-hand witness to a unique characteristic of this ability, its capability to annoy the enemy. Just look at the furious expression of the ancient race member. That was testimony enough. Venom. Clay. Swamp. All sorts of bizarre abilities were spammed at the enemy. With Chen Feng's present strength, these abilities were indeed incapable of damaging the enemy. However, these abilities proved to be extremely disgusting, especially the sticky feeling brought about by his abilities. Under normal circumstances, this ancient race member wouldn't really have been bothered with someone like Chen Feng. She could kill him any time she wanted. Now, though, she was facing the three old men. Despite her confidence in her formidable strength, she still could not afford to be careless. As such, she had to put all her attention toward her battle with them, and it was precisely during such a moment, when she was trying to concentrate, that those attacks of Chen Feng's became excessively annoying. Bang! 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 Another pile of attacks were spammed at her once again. Even the three old men did not know if they should laugh or cry. The battling method of this child called Chen Feng was truly somewhat. But then, it was still proving somewhat effective, as the ancient race member had been angered so much that she had missed several opportunities to counterattack against them. She raged unendingly. Damn it! This battle that was supposed to have been a sure win was now turning into a somewhat difficult battle due to that annoying bug called Chen Feng. Moreover, those bizarre abilities spammed by Chen Feng seemed to be gaining strength as time passed. This caused her to have an acute feeling that things were becoming bad, resulting in her becoming even twitchier. This can't go on. Suddenly, a bright radiance shone out of her forehead. A pink diamond appeared there, gleaming brightly. This is... Chen Feng's expression became solemn as he saw this. Pink diamond. This fellow was indeed Qin Hai's senior apprentice sister. Qin Hai once mentioned that his senior apprentice sister might make a move. As for her ability, it was control, enabling her to control the devil race members that were amid the primal chaos. This operation, those awakened devil race members. It was quite probable that she had been influencing it all along. Such a method of control went unnoticed even to the devil race members. This was her most terrifying aspect. Now, she had finally been forced out of her hiding. This person here was precisely the final hidden boss in this episode of the Devil Race War. With a cold bellow, a pink radiance surged out of her. Awake, souls among the primal chaos. On the ground, numerous light particles appeared and started shining dazzlingly. The earth started shaking. The devil race members that had been killed earlier and the tiger that had been killed by her earlier started to slowly stand up, a blank expression in all their eyes, akin to something dead. She pointed at Chen Feng angrily. Kill him. Even as she uttered those words, Chen Feng was still unleashing a huge amount of rubbish abilities toward her, giving her an excessively uncomfortable feeling. Kill him. He must die, she screeched in anger. The newly revived devil race members raised their heads slowly and locked their gazes on Chen Feng. Dragging their incomplete bodies, they charged at Chen Feng. These were the entirety of the devil race members that had appeared in this entire war. Even the 10 huge devil beasts and the tiger were included in this attack against Chen Feng. The rest chilled as they saw this. This is getting troublesome. The scope of this Star City battle had exceeded their expectations greatly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485, Descent. Chapter 485, Descent. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Genetic Union. There, suddenly, someone raised his head and gazed toward Star City. This power. Have we underestimated the strength of the devil race? He was somewhat anxious. Don't worry. They will be able to handle it, the person beside him stated unhurriedly. The reawakening of the devil race, the reappearance of the ancient race, both of these had caused the genetic union to have way too many things to deal with. As such, they could only spare a small amount of manpower for the defense of Star City. There has been a new breakthrough in our research to counter the Black Rain. You might be required there. A powerful devil race has likely been reawakened at some unknown region. At a certain location, traces of the ancient race have been found. One update after another was received. As he saw these updates, he could only sigh. Star City. You guys have to rely on yourself now. Presently, at Star City, the recently cleared sky was once again enveloped in darkness. The souls of the devil race members were all revived from the darkness as their corpses started moving again, akin to an undead army. This was precisely the effect of that pink diamond. Bang! Bang! All the devil race members were resurrected. They stared at the numerous devil race members in despair. How are we supposed to beat all this? Chen Feng glanced at them. What are we afraid of? Barbarian squad, go deal with those huge devil beasts. Su Fei, as usual, go deal with that meatball. Han Yula, you will have to deal with that tiger. As for you, Kong Bai, choose what to do accordingly. Instantly, the chaotic battlefield was reorganized clearly by Chen Feng. Among these resurrected devil race members, the trickiest ones to deal with were assigned to different people accordingly by Chen Feng. As for the rest of the ordinary devil race members, the remaining genetic union members should be sufficient to deal with them. All right. They exchanged glances and once again made their move. After resurrection, the bodies of these devil race members were much sturdier. They had higher endurance, as they were now essentially undead. However, their gazes were all empty, and their overall combat power was also obviously lower than it had been when they were alive. This was the single piece of good news. Everyone accepted their assigned task easily. As for Kong Bai, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. You guys are actually even uglier now? Bang! 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 Next, with astonishment, everyone noted that Kong Bai appeared even stronger now. He was obviously a mere B-class genetic warrior, yet he was now capable of crushing those A-class devil race members. Come at me, you ugly bastards! Accompanied by his wild laughter, Kong Bai started wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Pooh! Pooh! Devil race members were slain by him without stop. Everyone exclaimed in admiration as they saw this. How powerful! Despite being a B-class warrior, he was actually able to unleash a combat power equivalent to a late-stage A-class warrior. This guy called Kong Bai could very well reign high above all of them in the future. This was a person who would most certainly stand tall above everyone else in the future. Alas, his looks were truly somewhat lacking. Bang! Bang! Dot. Thanks to Chen Feng's arrangement, the advance of the resurrected devil race members was stopped. Despite their increased durability, these undead devil race members were obviously somewhat weaker now when it came to attacking. As such, all their attacks were blocked. As for Chen Feng, Xiao! Xiao! A succession of abilities was stuffed right into the female ancient race member's mouth. You! She was furious. If these were abilities that were actually powerful, she would treat them as normal attacks, but these abilities of Chen Feng's were incapable of even damaging her hair. These abilities were no different than trash. In fact, Chen Feng's act of spamming these abilities at her was akin to someone spitting at her. Even more vexing was the fact that she couldn't do anything to stop him. Her killing intent surged. You have no idea what exactly is it that you are doing. Chen Feng merely chuckled calmly as a response. He. From the initial release of his God Punisher until now, he had never stopped. 200. 400. 600. Through training, Chen Feng was already capable of unleashing 200 abilities per second. However, to unleash all his abilities, 32 seconds were still required. The reason for this was because he had built up his history of used abilities from the initial 2,300 abilities to the current 6,400 abilities. In fact, this was a rather easy feat for him. With myriad illusions and his unlimited wind blades, Chen Feng was able to unleash a huge amount of abilities each second. As long as he utilized a small amount of luck value, he could release a huge amount of abilities he had never used before, building up his history of used abilities. As such, discovering new abilities contained within his myriad illusions hadn't posed him many problems, despite the fact that the majority of these abilities were actually rather useless abilities and were only there to make up the numbers. Bang! Bang! With 6,400 abilities and a firing rate of 200 per second, a total of 32 seconds was required for a full release. This was, in fact, an extremely unreliable cast time. It was truly fortunate for him that the three old men were blocking that female ancient race member for him without even realizing that they were doing him a favor. And now, from the start of the release, 20 seconds had passed. So far, a total of 4,000 abilities had already been unleashed by Chen Feng. Now, when his abilities were unleashed, the amplification had already reached 40 times. Alas, as the abilities he was releasing were still too low in level, they were still ineffective against the female ancient race member. For example, low-level abilities such as Wind Blade. With Chen Feng's present strength, even an amplification of 40 times wouldn't be of any use when it was applied to such an ability. Therefore, for everyone present, Chen Feng was still spamming trash abilities. Toward the end, 21 seconds, 23 seconds, slowly, time passed until the final few seconds. All the support, defensive, and low-level attacking abilities were nearly done being unleashed. At this moment, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. It seemed like it was nearly time. He adjusted his posture slightly. This small detail went unnoticed by anyone. The three old men were thinking that Chen Feng was merely trying to distract the female ancient race member, while the female ancient race member was thinking that Chen Feng was purely trying to humiliate her. As such, nobody spared much thought to this action of Chen Feng's. After all, the difference in their strength level was too huge for Chen Feng to make any difference. Bang! Bang! Dot. As the full-scale battle erupted, that female ancient race member was no longer able to hold her anger in. This was especially true after some sticky and mucus-like abilities were spat right onto her face. Finally, she raged. You are all courting death. Bang! Her pink radiance surged. In the sky, a huge eye flickered before vanishing. Next, the pink diamond on the female ancient race member's forehead started shining brightly as a power that caused one's heart to flutter began to appear. This power signified the descent of the main body. Not good. She is actually trying to summon her main body here into this clone of hers. Damn it, has this woman gone crazy? Everyone's expressions changed greatly. The descent of the main body. Although this was not the arrival of the main body in the truest sense, this long-range forceful arrival of the main body into the clone was an ability that would damage even the user herself greatly. This signified that both the clone and the main body would both receive huge damage. He. She sneered. Despite the high price she had to pay, as long as she could kill these annoying bastards, everything was worth it. Die. The radiance around her hands bloomed. Her first target, the 3 clones of the super experts in front of her that had yet to react to what was happening. Pooh. A terrifying pink ray streaked past. Pa. Instantly, one of the clones vanished. The deputy president was horrified. You are crazy. This ancient race member had gone crazy. Pa. She pointed once again, destroying the second clone. And now, among the 3 top experts of the genetic union deployed here, only the deputy president remained. Finally, the female ancient race member's gaze landed on him. The deputy president's scalp felt numb. It's over. He was clear that the moment all 3 of them were eliminated, the entirety of Star City would fall. Descend. He howled furiously. A terrifying radiance shone dazzlingly as the deputy president tried to summon his main body as well. Only by doing this would he stand a chance at stopping this female ancient race member. Alas, it was too late. Naive. The female ancient race member pointed midair. Schwa. Instantly, the clone of the deputy president froze midair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486, do you think that this long cast time is for fun? Chapter 486, do you think that this long cast time is for fun? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The female ancient race sneered. Since the power of my main power has already been unleashed, did you really think that I would give you the chance to descend your main body as well? Pa. The clone of deputy president shattered. And now, within the entirety of this huge star city, there was no longer any super expert in existence. Yet what they faced was this terrifying female, a person who far surpassed an ordinary person. A cold smile appeared on the female ancient race's face. Next, it's your turn. Alas, she was only halfway through her sentence when, suddenly, a current of 7 colors flashed past with a resounding bang. Instantly, a chaotic mess of abilities were all stuffed straight into her mouth before exploding loudly. Chi. Chi. Numerous bizarre liquids of differing tastes erupted within her mouth. At this instant, the entire world had seemingly lapsed into silence. Everyone's jaw was left hanging as they disbelievingly watched the scene unfold. They were especially shocked by the sight of that seemingly undefeated female receiving that shot right on her face. Su Fei remained dazed for quite a while after seeing this. Wow. Kong Bai was incredibly alarmed as well. How ferocious. Someone actually dared to do this to a person who had insta-killed their deputy president? How brave. What could they say toward that person? By the side, Chen Feng merely shrugged helplessly. This truly wasn't something he had planned. The moment God Punisher has been activated, he had become unable to control the spammed abilities. The only thing he could do was stop the ability, nothing else. It was not possible that he would stop it willingly, since now, God Punisher was his only hope. He checked the time and noted that the God Punisher release had already reached the final 3 seconds. From now on, all of the remaining abilities that his God Punisher was going to unleash were extremely powerful abilities. After the amplification effect, they would be even scarier. Instead of being the end, this was the mere beginning of his true attack. You dare, the female ancient race screeched sharply. Bang! Her pink aura surged as numerous rays of light swept toward Chen Feng. In their path, space itself was ripped apart, demonstrating the unordinary strength of these rays. It seemed like this female ancient race was planning to rip Chen Feng apart instantly without giving anyone a chance to block her attack. Careful! Su Fei's eyes gleamed furiously as he calculated if he could take this attack on for Chen Feng. As for Kong Bai, his gaze remained cold as he stood silently, analyzing if his transmigration ability was capable of transmigrating this attack out of this place. Right at this instant, facing that attack, Chen Feng merely aimed forward with his hand. Bang! Another group of abilities shot out. You still dare to keep throwing out that trash? The female ancient race was so angry she started laughing instead. Previously, due to the 3 old men blocking her, she hadn't been able to do anything to Chen Feng. Now that those three were no longer here, this guy still dared to act so rampantly? Alas, she failed to notice that this time, the attacks released by Chen Feng were somewhat different from what he had released earlier. This trash. Her pink energy clashed with these trash abilities. Right as she was expecting that she would kill this annoying bug easily, she was surprised to find that those trash abilities actually pierced through her pink energy. Bang! The multiple layers of pink energy were destroyed. Bang! With a bright explosion, those abilities even pierced her defensive barrier and landed on her body. Bang! She was smashed backward, smashed to the point her head became dizzy. She was now dumbstruck. What was going on? She had actually been smashed away? Smashed away by those trash abilities that hadn't even been able to break through her defenses earlier? She lowered her head and studied her body. Her initially neat clothes were now torn, and on her originally spotless white jade-like skin were now numerous scars. She had actually been injured by this damnable human? How was this possible? She couldn't believe this. She had been injured by this guy who had been firing nothing but trash abilities? One ought to remember that previously, the abilities that person had unleashed had been incapable of even leaving a scratch on her skin. Was this sudden eruption his trump card? Her gaze became gloomy as she felt like she had underestimated this fellow. Fine. Since you can still mount some sort of resistance against me, I can properly enjoy this feeling of crushing you. Once again, she made her move. This time, she was not moving frivolously like she previously had when she'd believed that she was merely killing a bug. Rather, she was prepared to utilize her full power, to teach this fellow who did not know what was good for him a proper lesson. Having decided, she raised her head only to notice that the guy was still throwing trash at her like usual. Indeed, he was still throwing out those trash abilities. That guy did not even realize that it was now time for him to release some truly powerful abilities and had instead stuck with spamming that current of trash abilities with bizarre colors. If one had to describe the current Chen Feng, he was akin to a mobile hose, with her being his target. Bang! Bang! The ray of myriad colors shot straight at her. She inhaled deeply. Although she had no clue what this fellow was firing at her this time, due to the previous injury she suffered from him, she decided to face this person like she would an opponent at her level. Star World Defense. A huge defensive barrier appeared. The same moment her defensive barrier was erected, that bizarre attack of Chen Feng's arrived as well. Bang! Bang! With two loud sounds, this barrier that had never failed her started wavering. Exclamation point dot. This time, her expression changed completely. This ability she had been regarding as a trash spammer was actually capable of such might? Hastily, she replenished the energy supporting her barrier. Condense. She did not intend to allow an attack capable of threatening her barrier to land on her body. Naturally, even now, she still couldn't understand what damnable ability this was, exactly. Unknown to her, she was not the only one who had been alarmed by the attack earlier. Everyone in Star City was similarly shocked. Such an attack. Was this truly Chen Feng? Earlier, even the trio consisting of their deputy president had only been able to reach a forceful stalemate facing this female. Now, Chen Feng was actually capable of smashing her away? This Chen Feng fellow was actually so powerful? With their own eyes, they looked at that chaotic ray of various colors before looking at Chen Feng, the person responsible for firing that ray out. All of them were submerged in a feeling of deep shock, wondering what exactly was it that Chen Feng was firing. Even the boss of these genetic warriors couldn't figure out what ability this was, exactly. At least, as far as they knew, this was an ability they had never seen. Presently, Chen Feng was still silently counting down. Earlier, when there had still been 3 seconds left for his release of God Punisher, a huge bunch of powerful attacks had been unleashed. Each wave of his attacks consisted of 200 different abilities. On average, each of these abilities had been amplified 50 times. After 200 such abilities slammed down, even that woman's strongest defensive barrier had started wavering. Now, there were 2 seconds left. Every single second, his next wave of attacks would grow stronger than the previous wave. Those abilities that had been kept toward the end were all the strongest attacking abilities he had in his repertoire. Presently, his God Punisher required 32 seconds to fully unleash all his abilities. However, the first 29 seconds essentially consisted of abilities that were as good as non-existent abilities. One could say that the initial 29 seconds was no different from a cast time, a mere prelude. The true eruption of God Punisher would happen during the final 3 seconds. From Chen Feng's current ability history that contained around 6,000 different abilities, the strongest abilities were all kept toward the end. Along with the amplification, these abilities would erupt with an explosive might. As he saw the defensive barrier erected by that female ancient race, Chen Feng merely smiled. Time to end this. It was now the final 2 seconds of his God Punisher release. Bang! From Chen Feng's hand, a huge amount of attacks erupted. Ka! Ka! The Star World defense of the female ancient warrior failed to last even 1 second before it shattered entirely. As this happened, God Punisher reached its final second as well. Bang! A terrifying attack bloomed. The strongest abilities Chen Feng had were instantaneously unleashed. The seemingly endless attacks all landed on the female ancient race, instantly inflicting a serious injury on her. Just as everyone thought that this was the end of Chen Feng's attack, both Chen Feng's eyes started gleaming with red, signifying the arrival of the final attack of God Punisher, Chen Feng's strongest attack, Nether Gaze. This was the attack Chen Feng had taken 1 whole day to condense when facing the head of the Wild Saint family back then. Now, this terrifying attack was unleashed with a terrifying amplification of 60 times. Bang! The red shone dazzlingly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487, I have been waiting a long time for you. Chapter 487, I have been waiting a long time for you. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Had it ended? Everyone gazed at the dazzling red radiance. None of them had expected that this battle would conclude in such a manner. A conclusion where the female ancient race member erupted suddenly and killed the clone of their powerful deputy president, only to end up killed by Chen Feng in an extremely alarming manner. Without a doubt, those trash-like abilities of Chen Feng's that had seemed like they were only useful for annoying someone had ultimately erupted with a power that caused one to feel flustered. So powerful. I'm afraid this attack has already surpassed PK class, right? All their hearts shuddered as they bathed in this bright radiance. After a long time, the radiance faded. On the ground, only a large crater remained. Midair, countless pink particles hovered. These were the remains of that female ancient race member. She had actually been blasted so hard her entire body had been forcefully shattered into numerous pieces. Once again, a powerful clone of an expert had been killed by Chen Feng. As time passed, those pink particles slowly dissipated. It's finally over. Everyone clenched their fists as they thought this. It was over. Finally, this confrontation with the devil race and ancient race was over. They had successfully defended the Star City. Alas, at this moment, they noted that even now, the feeble pink particles were still flickering with a faint glimmer, attracting the attention of countless people. They widened their eyes. What is that? Why is it still moving? Has the female ancient race member not given up yet? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This. And so, under numerous unbelieving gazes, those pink particles started converging together again. After a while, a flawless body appeared there. This was still the same female ancient race member, as beautiful as ever. This time, the number of clothes on her body was significantly lower. The sight of her was so very enchanting, yet not a single person in Star City dared to have any distracting thoughts when it came to her. This female was still alive? She was still perfectly fine? All their hearts chilled as they saw this. Chen Feng studied her body indifferently before sighing deeply. Is there a need for this? Previously, to defeat the deputy president trio, you forcefully poured your energy into this clone of yours. And now, even after your clone has been destroyed, you are forcing the clone back together again. If you do this, how much of your energy will you have left in your main body? Doing this, the gains do not make up for the losses, Chen Feng stated regretfully. The female ancient race member's gaze was filled with hatred. You have no idea the number of sacrifices I have made. This devil race resurrection plan is supposed to be the start of my legend, yet everything has been ruined by you, you annoying bug. I will not allow my previous investments to go to a waste. I will destroy you all and recover everything I have lost. She was filled with hatred. Yes, she was aware that it would be better to have retreated the moment her clone was destroyed. After all, the price she had paid was much higher than she had imagined due to the long-distance clone formation. The only fortunate thing was the fact that her main body was still hidden somewhere safe. Chen Feng shrugged. Is that so? I suppose you have no idea what sunk cost fallacy means, then. The female ancient race member became somewhat confused as she heard Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head and did not bother explaining. He merely gazed at her calmly. Even if you had condensed your clone here forcefully, even after paying such a high price, do you believe that you will most definitely complete this plan of yours? She sneered. Yes, I can. I have already seen through your true strength. Chen Feng raised his eyebrow. Oh. You are very weak. You are truly only a B-class warrior. Thanks to that weird ability, your attacks start weak before increasing in strength without stop. Perhaps that ability is weak initially, but ultimately, it is amplified without stop, increasing the strength of your attacks. This is an ability I have never seen before, an ability capable of defying the heavens at its strongest point. However, the flaw of this ability is too obvious. As long as I deal with you when you first activate the ability, it's simply a trash ability, the female ancient race member said, a sharp gaze in her eyes. Chen Feng's heart shuddered as he heard her. What a terrifying power of observation. He had only used this ability once in front of her. He had even tried disguising his ability using numerous methods, yet this female ancient race member had been able to see through Chen Feng with a single look. Indeed, the biggest flaw of God Punisher presently was the long duration it required to reach its potential. Normally, such abilities have huge limitations. I don't know if you can still activate it again. However, it does not matter. I will not give you any opportunities this time. The female ancient race member focused her gaze on Chen Feng. This time, she was truly treating Chen Feng as an opponent at her level. If you have other trump cards, please do use them. If not, go regret your actions in the eternal hell then. After finishing her words, the female ancient race member moved. Bang! A terrifying radiance erupted. A pink radiance shone dazzlingly from both her hands as she charged straight at Chen Feng. She was able to see that now, the only person capable of threatening her was this person here. Alas, all this time, Chen Feng had merely regarded her calmly. Chen Feng smiled faintly as he asked, "Do you truly believe that there won't be any issues even after forcefully exhausting the energy of your main body without any restraint? You must be clear on the type of damage one's body will suffer after excessive overexertion, right? I don't need you to worry about that." Her killing intent remained despite Chen Feng's words. After forceful overexertion, the worst that would happen was losing the ability to use any energy for several days. For her, this wasn't much. With her intelligence, she was not the type of person to let Chen Feng waver her confidence with mere words. "You will most certainly die today." Shwa! The terrifying radiance pierced at Chen Feng. Right as her attack was several centimeters away from Chen Feng's heart, when she was about to pierce through him, her body suddenly froze. This terrifying clone of hers was actually frozen in space. You? Her eyes widened abruptly. Full of disbelief, she lowered her head. There, on her chest, a huge flaming sword was protruding. The sword had been inserted from her back and was piercing out of her chest. Her heart chilled as she realized this. Most terrifyingly, she still couldn't see anyone or anything behind her. This was a sword that had appeared out of nowhere. Chen Feng shook his head. What a pity. Why have I baited you here to this battlefield? The female ancient race member gazed at this youth before her. From his somewhat mocking gaze, she guessed an extremely terrifying truth. From the start, he had been aware of her existence. Devil Race Resurrection, Dark Knight Devil Tiger, despite all those, this young man's true target had actually always been her, but... I have been waiting quite a while for you. Chen Feng stepped forth and approached her frozen body before lightly whispering in her ear, "Now, it's time for you to return. I have a rather nice surprise waiting for you back at your main body." Clang! Chen Feng's right hand pointed at her forehead softly. Hum! A bright radiance erupted. Just like that, the clone of that terrifying female ancient race member started dissipating. "I won't let you off," she screeched. Shwa! Light swirled around. As her clone dissipated, her consciousness returned to her main body. Here, at this place she had previously deemed the safest, the place where her main body rested, a young lady of around 13 or 14 years old was seated before her. On that young lady's hand was a huge flaming sword, and presently, the sword was stabbed right through the female ancient race member. This was the very sword that had brought her back to her main body. The young lady was smiling sweetly, yet the female ancient race member chilled as she saw the sweet smile. "I have been waiting for you for a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 488, Calm Down. Lord, you must calm down. Chapter 488, Calm Down. Lord, you must calm down. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Star City. With the departure of that female ancient race member, this place regained its peace. The remaining devil race members weren't able to pose much threat and were all killed off. When the genetic union warriors were done with the battle, they turned around, and their hearts felt heavy as they took in the view before them. The devil race had indeed been repelled. However, Star City was completely messed up as well. This headquarters of the Gene Production Association had now been reduced to mere ruins. Even with this price, would this be the end of the Devil Race's attack? After all, this was only the first battle with the Devil Race. What about the second battle? It was said that the Royal Devil Race members were hibernating here. As such, the Devil Race would most certainly not give up easily. When the next attack came, could Star City still hold on? What should Star City do then? The strength demonstrated by the Devil Race had indeed surpassed their every imagination. Apart from that, there was also the Ancient Race, which was even more mysterious than the Devil Race. These two races that had appeared suddenly had planted fear in the hearts of the humans. The strength of these alien races was far beyond their imagination. They had themselves witnessed how even the weakest cannon fodder of the Devil Race was an A-class. What about their other members, then? This world would likely cease being peaceful from now on. After a long time, finally, the Genetic Union started wrapping up their affairs there. What to do about Star City? This single question was the one asked most. It was rather impossible for them to actually give this city up. With the Devil Race aiming for this place, if they gave it up, wouldn't that be equivalent to giving the Devil Race a boost in their strength for free? That was something unthinkable. Defending the city? That did not seem doable either. After all, this was still the territory of the Gene Production Association. They were members of the Genetic Union and would not be able to stay here to defend forever, yet the combat power of gene producers was rather low, and it did not seem likely that they would be able to defend this city without the Genetic Union's help. If the Devil Race invaded again when the Genetic Union members weren't around, what could they do? As they looked at the messed up Star City, they felt that this issue of what to do with Star City was a rather thorny issue. As they contemplated, suddenly, they all looked at Chen Feng. He was an excellent producer of the Gene Production Association. Moreover, he had also been the biggest helper in this battle of theirs. Therefore, his words would perhaps hold some weight when deciding the fate of Star City? They looked at Chen Feng solemnly. What do you think we should do? This place? Chen Feng glanced around. Just smash this place ourselves. What? They were all dumbstruck. SM smash? Chen Feng shrugged. Yes. This city has already been destroyed anyway. Just look at the craters everywhere. Rather than repairing all of these, we might as well rebuild a new city altogether. Besides, one particular prince of the Moon Devil clan is hibernating here. This is now too dangerous a place to be the Gene Production Association's headquarters. If so, we might as well smash this entire city apart, then. Their eyes widened as they exchanged glances. Surprisingly, they found this suggestion agreeable. If so, their next job was to completely destroy the city? Presently, at a certain faraway location, some Devil Race members were gazing in the direction of Star City. We failed. None of them had expected that their enemies would actually be prepared to face them. After using everything they could, they had still failed. There was also the damnable Ancient Race. Don't worry. There's always next time. Yes. Next time, we will most certainly reawaken the prince. We will, they stated solemnly. The esteemed Devil Prince was slumbering there. A day would come where they stepped into Star City to awake their prince. When that happened, their esteemed prince would most certainly lead them. Bang, dot. A sudden loud explosion startled all of them. As they looked in the direction of Star City, their eyes all widened. What in the world was that? The Star City where their prince was slumbering had been totally destroyed? All the Devil Race members were dumbstruck as they saw this. This sudden development had shocked them tremendously. What the hell? The humans had destroyed their own city? What about Lord Prince, then? One of them charged at Star City furiously. Prince! Calm down. Calm down. Another Devil Race member grabbed hold of him and stated, "There is still hope for us." The first devil was puzzled. Hope? What other hope do we still have? Only the shell of Lord Prince is slumbering there at Star City. Even if the entire city is destroyed, as long as the dust there remains, as long as those particles are still there, a day will come where we reawaken our prince. Look, after the destruction of the city, all the dust has landed on the soil beneath the city. When humans no longer have their defensive systems, when the black rain lands, we will be able to awake the prince easily, the devil stated in a gratified manner. As the rest of the Devil Race members heard this, they exchanged glances in ecstasy as they understood what that person meant. Ha ha. If so. Hold on. Suddenly, one of them looked toward Star City. What is that? The other devils raised their head and looked over. Instantly, they all blanked. Ha! What they saw was the sight of the entire Star City disintegrating into countless specks of dust. Those specks of dust were supposed to all land on the Earth, yet right at this moment, a sudden gale swept past, and just like that, all the dust drifted in various directions. All the Devil Race members were stupefied. What was going on? At the same time, where Star City once stood, in midair, Chen Feng was leading everyone as they all used immense fans to blow the dust in various directions. Who? The wind blew wildly. Those huge fans were capable of generating rather powerful winds, especially when used by the barbarians. Just like that, the dust was blown away in various directions. Everyone blanked as they asked, This works? Of course. Chen Feng was confident. After all, in his previous world, there was a precedent. A patent had been filed for some huge fans that would be equipped by 15 million people to solve the terrible smog problem in their capital. When that had happened, it had created quite an uproar on the internet. This did not seem like a reliable plan, yet surprisingly, the patent had been approved. As such, it had caused a huge uproar back then. Chen Feng reckoned that once this method became normalized, in the future, the site where cities blew their polluted air toward each other would appear. Naturally, those cities could choose to work together to blow the polluted air out of their country directly. This was something proven to work. As such, when used in a small city like Star City, it would most certainly work. Although Chen Feng couldn't get 15 million people to do it, the genetic warriors and barbarians were much powerful than the humans of his previous world. Besides, Star City wasn't that huge a city anyway. It would be quite easy to fan the dust away. With a casual wave by one of the barbarians, half the dust enveloping Star City was blown away. Come, here. Correct, put more strength into it. Don't stop. Put more strength. More. Yes, that's right. Faster. Excellent. No, don't all blow in the same direction. You guys, face that direction. Yes. Correct. Thereupon, the dust that was the reincarnation of the previous Star City drifted worldwide. At a certain location, the Devil Race members that had still had some hope earlier were all dumbfounded. She gone? Even the dust was gone? When the Devil Race boss saw the sight of those burly barbarians waving the huge fans crazily, the boss's worldview collapsed entirely. What kind of people were they, exactly? I will fight them with my life, one of the Devil Race members howled. 2 different Devil Race members stopped him immediately. Lord, calm down. There's still hope. There's still hope. The other Devil Race member despaired. There is? Yes. Lord, the dust and soil are mere physical objects. Just like us, Lord Prince transformed his entire body into energy form to temporarily latch upon that dust. Let alone blowing the dust away, even if the dust is destroyed, the energy of Lord Prince will still remain. As such, this is not something we need to worry about. From our observations of the humans these 2 days, we have concluded that they do not have any energy capable of erasing our energy. Therefore, we have no need to worry, the Devil Race member stated confidently. Is this true? Only now did the other Devil Race members regain some hope. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489, Chen Feng's Cheat. Chapter 489, Chen Feng's Cheat. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Presently, a thick cloud of dust drifted out from Star City. Under the efforts of the barbarians, the dust was all being blown in various directions. Distantly, black rain was still falling, and a cold breeze was whizzing through the air. Some of the dust landed before drifting too far away, while some was blown far away due to the strength the barbarians were waving with. And thus, Star City no longer existed. As for the Devil Prince that had been hidden underground, it vanished together with the city. Chen Feng was immensely satisfied. Look, how easy. The methods of the Devil Race's awakening were indeed rather unique. However, after their research, they had concluded that the reawakening was not merely the act of sealing the Devil Race members underground. Rather, the Devil Race members had all transformed into particles that had blended with the earth. If so, destroying Star City should do the job. This was what Chen Feng believed. As such, he acted on such a plan as a counter without any hesitation. With this, he refused to believe that they could still awaken the prince. Will there be any problems? Chen Feng asked Spirit. Spirit shook her head. Nope. The only way for this prince to be reawakened is if the Devil Race is capable of recovering every single speck of dust here. Chen Feng pondered. Recovering every single speck of dust? As he pondered, he noted that it was actually quite doable. After all, this was the genetic era. In this era, anything was possible. Even if the dust could vanish, what about the particles of the prints that were residing within the dust? Would the particles vanish together with the dust? Clearly, that was not possible. As the dust was destroyed, those particles would most definitely leave the dust before dissipating away amid the air and continuing the long way for reawakening. This won't do, Chen Feng muttered. Since he had already decided to eliminate the devil race, he could not allow them any chances. Chen Feng pondered and beckoned at the technician of the genetic union. Do we have any air purifiers here? Ah. The technician was somewhat stupefied. Air purifier? He was at a loss. Why was Chen Feng looking for air purifier at times like this? Chen Feng nodded. Yes, those capable of filtering the air. Indeed, we do. The technician smiled bitterly. However, they can only be used to filter physical dust particles. What was this Chen Feng fellow thinking? After all, this was a war between experts, and that dust was, after all, the results of the reawakening ability of the enigmatic devil race. As such, Chen Feng should have some sort of respect for the strength of the devil race, right? He should consider their feelings, right? Chen Feng curled his lip. Well, it's only a matter of changing the filter cartridge. Get the genetic union to install an energy sensor on the filter cartridge. In any case, we only need to trap all the dust containing energy undulations. The technician was at a loss. Will this work? However, since Chen Feng had already made the request, the technician would have to act on it. Soon after, the genetic union gathered several huge air purifiers, and the filter cartridges were changed according to Chen Feng's instruction. Chen Feng appeared immensely satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Everyone else. Would this really work? Chen Feng watched on silently. He was sure that the moment Star City was destroyed, apart from the huge amount of dust blown away, a lot of the dust had also been entirely destroyed as well. Since that dust had already been destroyed, the devil race's energy that had latched upon the dust would most certainly still be around here. In the air around here, they would wait until the moment of their awakening. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Sorry, you no longer have any chances. Bang! All the air purifiers were turned on. Instantly, the alarms buzzed without stop. They all widened their eyes as they witnessed the numerous reports that were popping out as the filter cartridges started trapping the energy remaining in the air. These air purifiers had actually managed to trap so much energy in them. Within the cartridges, the remains of our energy during the battle earlier are included as well. Filter those out. As for what remains, Chen Feng commanded decisively. All right. Presently, the technician appeared incredibly excited, even more excited than when he had dreamed of finally getting a girlfriend. New reports popped out without stop. Soon, the filtering was completed. With the energy monitoring apparatuses of the genetic union, Chen Feng separated all the identified energy and the energy that posed no threat. What remained was only an unknown energy. Found you. The technician was overjoyed. Although we are unable to get any information about this energy, from its structural makeup, it can be concluded that this energy indeed resembles the structural makeup of the black raindrops. Everyone widened their eyes as they saw this. They actually found it for real? Air purifiers could actually be used in such manner? Chen Feng was satisfied. Very good. Destroy it. All right. The technician started the elimination process. Alas, it did not seem to work. Disinfectants were most certainly ineffective against the devil race's energy. How about energy eliminators? Ineffective as well. All methods of energy elimination normally used were tried, and all failed. Even after exhausting every method known to him, the technician had still failed to do anything to the energy. This unique unknown energy was actually something they couldn't destroy. However, this was rather reasonable. If the unknown energy could be destroyed so easily, the devil race would most probably have failed to last this long and would have been destroyed long ago. After all, these were the energy particles that the devil race members had transformed into for their hibernation. Regular methods wouldn't work at all. What to do, then? Were they helpless apart from keeping this thing around? Keeping it waiting for the devil race to awaken? Despite the fact that this was merely a small portion of them, without thoroughly destroying them, the devil race in question would most certainly wake up one day, bringing disaster along with its awakening. Furthermore, other devil race members were still awakening without stop. If they could look for a method of destroying these particles, they might be able to purify the soil beneath all human cities. With this, they would no longer need to be worried about the ground they stood on. What to do? They looked at each other before, finally, they all looked at Chen Feng again. Chen Feng frowned. If regular methods were ineffective. Suddenly, Chen Feng raised his head and looked at the dark clouds. Even though the vicinity of Star City was already without the black rain, this rain was still falling everywhere else. Chen Feng contemplated. Use some of the black raindrops to try. Since these particles can be awakened into the devil race members using the black raindrops, perhaps. All right. Soon, someone returned with some gathered black raindrops. Shwa. The black raindrops were mixed with the gathered energy. Hum. The particles started shimmering lightly. These energy particles had actually been awakened by the black raindrops. With his own eyes, Chen Feng witnessed the recovery of the energy particles as they emanated a bizarre aura. Moreover, a formidable and mysterious attractive force was being emitted from these energy particles as well. Nearby, countless dust and particles started nearing the energy particles. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. The particles are capable of attracting other particles. Currently, this particle is summoning the particles that are similar in nature. Perhaps when all the particles have been gathered, they will transform into a powerful devil race member. By gathering all the same energy, the particles will condense together before awakening as a devil race member. So that's the case. With a single look, they all understood this. They felt enlightened. So this was how the devil race members had been awakening? Hum. The particles nearby started stirring. Some of the dust that had already landed on the ground earlier was now nearing this particle without stop. At the same time, they had also noticed something. It seems like the further the distance, the weaker the attractive force is. Indeed. Within 5 kilometers, the attractive force is the strongest. This is quite a huge range, as normally, the particles required for the awakening of a single devil race member are within 10 meters from each other. A range of 5 kilometers is very huge. Hum. That particle flickered without stop, and the attracted particles nearby increased in amount as well. Alas, due to what Chen Feng had done earlier, the dust containing the relevant particles had been blown somewhere else. As such, regardless of what this particular particle did, it failed to attract the particles that were of the same set as it. Hum. After finishing absorbing the required energy, the particles started condensing into a devil race member. Howl. A powerful devil race member thus appeared there. However, as they looked at it, they became speechless. That was because this newly awakened devil race member was obviously an incomplete version of itself. This was a devil race member with some features of its face missing. On top of that, its chest was missing as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490, Awaken, Great Devil Prince. Chapter 490, Awaken, Great Devil Prince. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Of course, the missing chest here did not refer to a flat-chested person. Rather, it referred to someone that was literally without a chest, only 2 bloody messes could be seen where the chest was supposed to be. It was clear that this devil race member here was an incomplete product. Moreover, from the dull expression in its gaze, it was clear that the intelligence of this devil race member here was somewhat lacking as well. Chen Feng frowned. This is the devil prince? The technician analyzed the data. Nope. From the looks of it, there are still some other devil race members from Star City that have yet to awaken as well. I see. Chen Feng pondered. Everyone else started studying this devil race member as well. Looks like this devil race member is without its brain as well. When the other devil race members awakened, despite being somewhat sluggish in their thoughts, that was the result of their long hibernation. As for this fellow here, its gaze is truly empty, resembling those undead beasts greatly. Indeed. Everyone there was endlessly amazed. So they could actually manipulate the devil race's resurrection project in such a manner? Pooh. With a casual wave, Chen Feng destroyed this devil race member. Despite it having the appearance of a devil race member, such a method of awakening had caused this devil race member to pose zero threat. Moreover, it seemed like things would be hopeless for the remaining parts of this devil race member that had yet to awaken together with this devil race member here as well. If so, what about that so-called devil prince? He. They all exchanged glances as they suddenly had an idea of what to do. If they were able to, in a similar manner, summon a part of the devil prince out first before destroying that summon part, What would the fate of the Devil Prince be? Good idea. Chen Feng's plan received their approval easily, and thus, numerous air purifiers were carried over. Shwa! Shwa! The energy contained in the dust was all gathered. Occasionally, when the energy couldn't be gathered by the purifier, they would personally destroy the dust containing that energy before letting the air purifier absorb the energy. It did not take long for them to gather a sufficient amount of energy. These unknown energies were rather unique. Among these unknown energies, there were some that were different than others, as they actually possessed a certain degree of immunity. This should be the energy particles of that so-called Devil Prince, right? I think so. Chen Feng waved his hand. Time to deal with this prince. Shwa! They started restoring the energy particles. Here at this destroyed Star City, the Genetic Union started summoning the Devil Prince. At a certain location, the group of Devil Race members that had been about to leave suddenly looked in the direction of Star City. This is the power of the royal clan. With a disbelieving expression, he stared in the direction of Star City. Didn't the awakening of the prince fail? Why has this power appeared, then? Does the prince possess other trump cards? As he thought of this, he became excited. At the same moment, countless Devil Race members were looking in the same direction in excitement. Had the time finally come for the Devil Race to rise? Hum. At this time, with a radiance swirling around them, Chen Feng and the rest watched on with aching hearts. It was beyond their expectations that the attractive force of this unique energy was actually so terrifying. Different from before, this time, all the dust within 50 kilometers of them was stirring. How powerful! Worthy of being the Devil Prince indeed. With such range, I suppose 99% of the energy particles can be recalled. Stop it. Get some people to move around to intercept those incoming energy particles. We can't allow them near. Understood. The Genetic Union executed their plan speedily. They had long been prepared for something like this. As such, the moment the body of the prince started reconstructing, they were already on their guard. Ultimately, the dust containing the energy particles were intercepted before they managed to arrive. The Devil Prince that was presently awakening was yet another incomplete Devil Race member. I wonder how much of the body will be awakened this time. The amount of energy particles we allowed entry is not too great. For the previous fellow, around 55% of its body was reconstructed. This time, roughly the same amount of energy particles were used. However, considering how powerful the prince is, the same amount of energy particles might actually consist of even a smaller portion of the prince's body. Perhaps 20%, they guessed. If it was merely 20% of the prince's body, they might be able to defeat it after its awakening. At a certain location, those Devil Race members that were observing this had an ominous feeling. They could feel that this was not a normal awakening. The energy particles were obviously insufficient for a complete awakening. Suddenly, one particular Devil Race member understood what was happening. Those damnable humans were actually trying to first awaken a part of their prince. Damn it! The expression of the Devil Race members changed greatly. Let's move in together. All right. Condense. Severe. Seal. The powerful Devil Race member pointed at the empty air 3 times in a row. At that, a terrifying power bloomed and forcefully sealed the gathering point for the awakening of their prince. Since a complete awakening was not possible, they might as well seal the awakening up temporarily. Regardless of whether the energy particles had dispersed worldwide, regardless of whether the energy particles were still in the form of dust, they could not allow those humans to awaken the body parts of their prince separately to be killed. After all, this prince signified the future of their devil race. And now, the awakening process initiated by Chen Feng's group immediately ended. The energy stopped gathering. Whatever. Just make do with this amount of energy particles, then. All right. After the absorption stopped, the energy particles started combining to construct the body of the prince. Due to the limited amount of energy particles available, the entire body of the prince would not be constructed. Only a small portion of the body would be constructed. However, they had never expected that the portion would be so excessively small. The amount of energy particles sufficient to construct 55% of a normal Devil Race member's body was actually only equivalent to a single piece of the Devil Prince. This signified the prowess of that Devil Prince. That technician even chanted imposingly to add to the effect. Awaken, O glorious Devil Prince! Alas, beyond even their wildest imaginations, the first piece of the Devil Prince they had reconstructed was actually this particular piece. Hm. They all looked at that long and cylindrical thing they had awoken, and they sank into silence. It was quite vexing that only a piece of the prince could be awakened. Why would it be this thing here out of all things that could appear? Was this a coincidence? Their gaze became odd. Yes, it's a coincidence. The technician was speechless. Was this a coincidence? That had to be the case, right? It definitely had nothing to do with him. Chen Feng rubbed his head. This is not a coincidence. How is that possible? In an agitated manner, the technician explained, I truly never intended to summon this part of the prince's body. This is truly a coincidence. Although I am without a girlfriend, I am still straight. Everyone else. Why was this guy getting so agitated? I know. Chen Feng glanced at him before continuing, what I'm trying to say is that among the countless energy particles of the Devil Prince, these were the only particles whose dust was destroyed and the only particles of the prince we managed to catch in our filters. Oh. Only now did the technician regain his calm, and he stated in a gratified manner, like I said, I am straight. Kong Bai glanced at the technician coldly. What was the point of having a normal sexual orientation if the person in question couldn't get any girlfriends? Chen Feng, can we summon other parts of this prince? Let me give it a try. The technician tried gathering more energy particles, yet nothing happened. He checked the data and explained, the initially stirring dust has now stopped moving. Someone has seemingly interrupted us. Regardless of how we summon them, it is no longer of any use. Chen Feng contemplated. The devil race has involved themselves, then? Well, this wasn't surprising, to be honest. The devil race would most certainly not allow the humans to mess around like this. Even if the prince couldn't awaken, they would not allow Chen Feng's group to summon the prince's body parts separately only to be killed. Chen Feng felt rather regretful. What a pity. Everyone else was gratified instead. This is already good enough. The devil prince is no longer a threat. Even in the future, when the devil race manages to awaken the prince, it will not be able to breed anymore, someone analyzed coldly. As the rest pondered his words, they found this agreeable. However, they couldn't help but wonder if one day, when the devil prince awoke to discover that it was no longer with its ding-dong, would it be saddened? Meicheng, what a sight would that be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 491, The Apocalypse of the Devil Race. Chapter 491, The Apocalypse of the Devil Race. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng pointed at that thing. So, what to do with this? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Logically, as a part of the terrifying Devil Prince, this thing would definitely have a rather astonishing usage. Under normal conditions, this was something everyone would fight over. But, as it was that part of the body, everyone sunk into silence. Suddenly, the technician stated, let me take it away first? Schwa. Uniformly, everyone looked at him with an odd gaze. This lad here was not straight after all. No, it's not what you all are thinking. The technician wiped away his sweat. We can take this thing back to conduct more research on it. We might be able to obtain additional information on the royal clan of the devil race through this. Oh. Everyone else contemplated this. It was indeed quite important to obtain more information. The only reason they could have reached this point today was thanks to the research conducted on the Black Rain and the idea thought up by Chen Feng. This would most certainly bring their research into the devil race a large step forward. This was especially the case due to the fact that, from the battle today, they had obtained a huge amount of raw materials for their research. There were still numerous bizarre devil race members stalking around, as well as that enigmatic devil prince that had yet to make an appearance, a prince that had been reduced to a eunuch now. When your research is done, we will transmit the data to all our classrooms. The act of countering the devil race will most definitely become an extremely important course among humanity, moving forward, one of them stated. As of now, this affair regarding this devil prince had reached a temporary end. After being in contemplation for a while, everyone was startled awake as the realization finally surfaced in their brain. So, we won, someone stated suddenly. Indeed. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. We have won. In this Star City battle, we are victorious. Indeed, the devil race had been defeated. Their invasion and restoration plan had failed. All the reawakened devil race members at Star City had been killed. There was also a chance that the devil prince would never have a chance to appear again. The devil race had been defeated. As for that slimy pink senior apprentice sister, she had been pierced through by Wang Yao's sword. As such, she was most probably dead. Despite the fact that Star City had still ended up destroyed, the ending was different from the future Chen Feng had once glimpsed. At the very least, there hadn't been many casualties among the gene producers and genetic warriors. This was the most important accomplishment. Indeed, they had won. Hua. They all cheered. Star City had been destroyed. Even the deputy president trio had had their clones destroyed. However, they had ultimately been victorious. All of them stared up at the sky. At present moment, the sky above the entire world was still shrouded by a dense black. The only exception was this place, this piece of sky above Star City. When they looked up, a bright sunny sky welcomed them. Report this to the superiors. Decide on a date to rebuild Star City. This very place is the first land purified of the devil race. In the future, this will also be the place where humanity is the strongest. At the same time, at a certain faraway location, a devil race leader that had reawakened not long ago was looking toward Star City in a daze. As it felt the aura of the royal clan, as it felt that royal aura that came to a halt while reawakening, suddenly, that devil race leader knelt down and started wailing. Your lowly servant awakened too late. The bloodline of the royal clan has actually ended at that place. Our countless years of hibernation were in exchange for such a conclusion? The cries of grief shook even the heavens. Countless mutated beasts nearly lost their mind in fear as they heard this mournful cry. The devil race leader was submerged in his sadness for a very long time. Casualties were something they could accept. War was something they could accept. The only thing they couldn't accept was the fact that the formidable devil prince, the most able devil, the most attractive devil, the devil with the strongest bloodline, had actually been transformed into a eunuch. Why had this happened? This fateful day was also the day where the numerous devil race members worldwide felt their world collapsing upon them. The battle had ended. As the news about this battle spread outward, the entire world was in an uproar. Ancient race, devil race. For the very first time, the information about them was made public. So the black rain is because of the devil race? How scary. There's also that ancient race. Everyone exclaimed endlessly. The two alien races that had appeared out of nowhere caused them all to feel panic. Despite the fact that humanity had long been looking for alien lifeforms to the point that their search had even extended into outer space, they had never expected that the new lifeforms would actually be found on this very planet. The strength of both races was sufficient to cause humanity to panic. Humanity was especially alarmed when the participants of the Star City battle started spreading the news that even the weakest among the devil race was as strong as an A-class warrior, let alone the strength of the ancient race that had once scared the entire devil race into hibernation. What of humanity, then? How many A-class warriors did humanity have? There were way too people who had trained their entire lives yet were still stuck below a class. As such, a lot of people started submitting applications for migration to a different planet. In this genetic era, the advancement of humanity's technology had long touched the domain of outer space as well. However, before this, space travel had merely been utilized as a form of vacation. As for actual outer space migration, that was something humanity had never attempted. It was said that due to the appearance of the ancient race and devil race, several wealthy families had already exhausted trillions just to contribute to the research of spaceships, trying to complete the research as soon as possible. In this genetic era, with a sufficient expenditure, such a feat could very well be accomplished. Air. Survival. So long as one had money, all these were things that could be made available. Chen Feng rubbed his head as he read the latest news report. Looks like this planet will lose a bunch of rich people soon enough. Ho Liang curled his lips. That is inevitable. I have never expected them to actually contribute anything of substance anyway. Those rich people were merely trying to reduce the risk this new development would pose on them. Something like this had already been attempted 10 years ago. Back then, a certain big shot had been worried that the unknown regions of this planet would pose danger to humanity. Bringing around 1,000 genetic warriors capable of forming a natural energy ecosystem with him, they built a huge spaceship. With the spaceship, they entered outer space and started roaming the space. That particular spaceship was akin to an independent city in itself. Due to the existence of gene energy in that ship, any form of living facility could be constructed within that spaceship. Presently, on that particular ship, the population had reached 100,000. That spaceship was akin to the Garden of Eden, a dreamlike place. What these rich people were attempting was similar to what that big shot had done back then. As far as Chen Feng was concerned, these people were a tad bit too spineless. Chen Feng curled his lip. You called me here just to listen to this gossip? The decision of those rich people was ultimately something completely irrelevant to people like him. Moreover, was it a sure fact that humanity would be safe just because they escaped to outer space? If one day the devil race reached a point where they could enter outer space as well, those humans would still fail to escape the devil race. The optimal method of dealing with a threat was to eliminate the threat. Of course not. Ho Liang closed the gossip news on his screen and stated faintly, "This time, I am looking for you in relation to the start of a new project. This is a unique project started by both the Gene Production Association and the Genetic Union. Due to your unique identity, they are hopeful that you can take part in this project." Chen Feng was astonished. Oh? They had yet to deal with the follow-up of the Star City battle, and the new Star City had yet to be rebuilt, but they were already starting a new project? What project? Chen Feng asked. A project that will enable humanity to contend against the devil race and ancient race. Ho Liang's eyes shone as he confidently stated, "If this project is completed, humanity will be strong enough to face the devil race and ancient race. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 492, This Works? Chapter 492, This Works? Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Oh? Chen Feng's eyes shone. He was too clear on how strong the devil race was. Just the first wave of their invaders had already been so strong that the weakest of them was a class. What of the remaining devil race members, then? Their years of hibernation had obviously been for the increase in their strength. Similarly, the ancient race was not to be underestimated. It might seem like at present, three powers were counterbalancing each other on this planet, yet humans, who controlled the most territory, were instead the weakest of the three. The moment the ancient race decided to launch an invasion or the devil race completed their reawakening, humanity would be finished. In this era where the majority of the top existences among humanity were A-class or PK-class warriors, humanity was way too weak compared to the ancient race and devil race. What was the plan mentioned by Ho Liang, then? Are you aware of the classification of the strongest existences among humanity at this time? Ho Liang asked suddenly. Yes, Chen Feng replied without hesitation. Presently, the majority of the strongest among humanity were still around a class. However, due to the difference in strength between those in the same class, different tiers were used. For example, beginner A class referred to those who had just entered a class, genetic warriors who yet to learn a secret art. A-class expert referred to A-class warriors who had mastered a secret art. Based on their initial strength and the strength of their secret art, there were further subdivisions among these experts. PK class referred to the top existences among those in a class. Such was the current makeup of the top existences among humanity. These were also the main pillars of humanity. During the devil race invasion, the 30-plus warriors deployed by the Genetic Union had been in this category. All these people were collectively known as a class, the A-class that the commoners knew of. The so-called A-class is merely a single stage, Ho Liang stated faintly. As for the division of those within the class, it is rather simple. The present simplest method of division among a class is rather straightforward. The A-class experts I have encountered can be divided based on their strength into A1, A2, A3, and so on. This continues all the way until A9. For them, what's important is to divide their strength into something simple and easy to understand. Chen Feng chuckled. That's true. He remembered clearly how he had once read on the learning forum that people once divided those in a class into several classifications, such as void into truth, reversal of the laws, endless energy, descent of heaven and earth, and numerous other different classifications. There had been even more detailed descriptions on top of all those. Chen Feng had indeed once studied them in detail, yet he had already forgotten all of them. Who could actually be bothered with remembering all those complicated classifications? Even though this was the first time he had heard of the classification of A1 through A9, he already felt that this method was so much better. Naturally, none of that is important. Ho Liang raised his brow slightly and asked, "Do you know about those surpassing A class?" Surpassing A class? Instantly, Chen Feng's heart became solemn. PK class referred to those who were theoretically the strongest in a class. In truth, there were still existences above a class. These were the people who had stepped past A class, transforming into an even stronger existence. These were known as beyond a class. I have seen them, once, Chen Feng stated without hesitation. I am aware of the existence of these people beyond a class. Ho Liang heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that you are already aware of them. Since Chen Feng was already aware of this, he would not need to explain as much. Those beyond a class are in fact extremely unique existences. Ho Liang continued with a solemn expression. In the beginning, when humans reached the theorized bottleneck of a class, they noted that regardless of what they tried, they were incapable of breaking through a class. At that point, a class seemed like the limit of humanity. However, those people were not willing to stop there. As such, they tried using other methods to increase their strength. And with that, those beyond a class were born. As for the S-class in the legends, that was nothing more than a legend. Not a single person actually reached that level. Chen Feng widened his eyes. S-class does not exist? He had initially believed that after beyond a class, there would be S-class, SS-class, SSS-class, and so on. Holiang shook his head. Nope. Humans are different than the devil race. The lifespan of a human is limited. As such, we do not have the luxury of time to research this aspect indefinitely. Even the appearance of beyond a class was the result of much research by countless seniors. Oh. Let me note this down. Chen Feng was rather confused. So, the top of humanity was a class. S-class did not exist. Those big shots that had been stuck at peak A-class had ultimately transcended a class through their research, becoming existences known as beyond a class. That was what enabled their dramatic increase in strength, completing their search for a brand new realm after a class. Chen Feng raised his hand. I have a question. Holiang looked at him. Say it. I have once witnessed the strength of a person beyond a class. That is a strength much stronger than an A-class. Why not classify that as S-class, then? Chen Feng felt doubtful. In essence, beyond a class was also a new realm. Wasn't that the same as S-class, then? Holiang shook his head. Naturally, that's not the case. Have you forgotten what the main point of breaking through each class from F to A is? Main point. Instantly, Chen Feng was startled awake. Gene. Correct. Gene. Holiang sighed. The fusion with a gene is the roots of a breakthrough. Chen Feng came to a realization as he heard this. It was no wonder that the newly discovered realm was not classified as S-class. That was because from F-class to A-class, each breakthrough enabled a genetic warrior to fuse with a brand new gene, enabling said genetic warrior to undergo a transformation. Why was the difference between genetic warriors of different classes larger the higher their level was? That was because of the additional genes the higher-level genetic warriors had. Even between those with 3 and 4 genes, the difference was extremely large. Toward the end, when one possessed 4 or 5 additional genes, the gap between them was even larger. Gene fusion was in fact an extremely mysterious and abstruse affair. As for the so-called A-class, that was a fusion with 6 different genes. Since they had yet to discover a method of fusing with the 7th gene, S-class would forever remain a legend. Holiang's expression dimmed. The limits of humanity. The Genetic Union and Gene Production Association have never stopped their research in this aspect. Alas, after countless years, there have still been no new breakthroughs in the research. Our equipment runs hundreds of millions of calculations on a daily basis, yet all our research has yet to bear fruit to anything thus far. S-class still remains a legend. So that's the truth of things. Now Chen Feng finally understood everything. What is the goal of this new project then? Chen Feng was suddenly excited. Had they gotten some clues to the breakthrough toward S-class? If so, Holiang shook his head. This project is unrelated to S-class. The focus of this project is beyond a class. MHM? Chen Feng widened his eyes. Beyond a class? Wasn't that a completed research? What more was there to research, then? Suddenly, Holiang asked, do you have any idea what exactly beyond a class is? Chen Feng shook his head. Nope. For him, even beyond a class was something out of the legends. The only thing he knew was that a person beyond a class was so much stronger than an A-class. They were in completely different leagues. The key to going beyond a class is to be beyond a class, Holiang stated with a solemn expression. Chen Feng. Are you bullshitting me? Those not beyond a class will remain in a class. Chen Feng. Are you bullshitting me again? Therefore. Slowly, Holiang continued, the goal of this project, apart from beyond a class, is to try to generalize the concept of beyond in the beyond a class. Our goal is to allow every single class to reach the realm called beyond. For example, beyond B class, beyond C class, or beyond D class. Bang! Chen Feng's heart jolted furiously. Was this possible? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493, Beyond X. Chapter 493, Beyond X. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Everywhere around the world, the black rain was slowly stopping. More and more places became sunny and cloudless. Under the assistance of the Gene Production Association's branches worldwide, huge air purifiers were produced to filter out all the devil race energies contained in the soil beneath each city after setting the soil on fire. With this, no devil race energy remained within the territories of humanity. This was an extremely important achievement. With this, the cities of humanity were once again safe. The devil race had seemingly noticed this as well. As such, the endless black rain vanished from human territories not long after. With the devil race energy burnt before being filtered out, the hibernating devil race members no longer existed. As such, apart from exhausting the resources of the devil race, the black rain was now pointless. Once again, the sky became sunny and clear. On the contrary, the black rain in the unknown regions was even heavier than before. The devil race has shifted their focus to the unknown regions. That's for sure. After all, those places used to be their territory back then. I suppose the world will not be a peaceful place anymore. Yeah. Devil race, ancient race. From the moment the darkness started descending, peace ceased existing. In a certain unknown region, amid the heavy rain, a certain terrifying devil race expert had awakened. Its entire body was filled with numerous tentacles, and a ferocious aura was leaking out of its eyes. This was a devil race member that had awakened from the soil the black rain had fallen on. Finally, I, Claire Maastricht, am. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying power surged. Before this freshly awakened devil race member was able to rearrange its thoughts, a huge palm could be felt pressing upon its body. Next, a terrifying power descended and pushed it back forcefully. No, I refuse. I am the great Crier Maastricht. Rumble. That place recovered its previous tranquility. It was rather awkward for this great devil race expert to be pushed back the moment it was reawakened. Presently, the owner of that huge palm merely clapped his hands as his real appearance was revealed. A toying smile appeared on his face. What a naughty fellow. Light started swirling on the ground. Only a crystal remained of the devil race member that had been forcefully pushed back. This crystal was also the main target of this person. He clenched the crystal in his hand. Finally, I have obtained it. A faint energy undulated out. A familiar power could be felt. The future of humanity will depend on you. He muttered. Slowly, he vanished amid the darkness. A similar event was playing out at numerous locations within the unknown regions. Evidently, only a small portion of the Genetic Union's manpower was deployed to Star City. Their true experts all had their own missions. Of these devil race experts that were being forcefully pushed back the moment they reawakened, each of them was beyond a class. If any of them were allowed to fully awaken, a huge calamity would ensue. The moment they were allowed to join hands, humanity would be in grave danger. As they were forced to deal with this, the manpower the Genetic Union could spare to be sent toward Star City was truly rather limited. Amid the darkness, one devil race member after another perished. Before their full awakening, they were already dead. This restoration had been planned back then using the lives of their commoners as the sacrifice, yet now, during their moment of awakening, they were all forced back, forced to true death. Presently, Feng was still researching the difference between B-class and beyond B-class. This was also the first time he had seen one of the crystals the Genetic Union experts had been gathering. The entire laboratory was filled with a radiance that caused one to feel flustered. In addition, there was also a power that felt so very familiar. Feng's eyes shone. This is the main research target? Ho Liang had already given him an introduction to the entire project. The project was codenamed Beyond X, with X signifying all classes of genetic warriors. This also signified that this was a project allowing all genetic warriors to reach this stage called Beyond, regardless of their level. This was an extremely important project for humanity. As of now, based on what Ho Liang had told him, everyone was still breaking through by brute force. During the preceding periods, everyone's understanding of this concept called Beyond had been rather superficial. As such, they had believed that this was a mere formidable power belonging to those that had surpassed a class, those who had gone beyond a class. As such, this state had been named Beyond. Based on the classifications for a class, after going up from A1 to A9, one could then concentrate on surpassing a class, entering the realm of beyond a class. Such a method of obtaining the power of Beyond was rather brutish and idiotic. Now, due to the appearance of the devil race, these crystals had appeared as well. That changed everything. The moment this project succeeded, the entirety of humanity would transform as a whole. This would be a true transformation. Theoretically, the existence of this stage called Beyond could allow one to be as strong as someone a level higher. For example, those beyond B class would be equivalent to the present A class. those beyond C class would be equivalent to the present B class. Even so, this was a mere superficial benefit. One ought to remember that this would bring about a beneficial cycle toward humanity. For example, the gene tempering process genetic warriors underwent by killing mutated beasts. Due to the strength of the mutated beasts, humanity had always been extremely prudent when doing so. But now, if this project succeeded, a beyond D class could easily kill a D class mutated beast. The act would be as easy as someone drinking water. This would enable that genetic warrior to charge straight to C class within a short period of time. After achieving beyond C class, the subsequent breakthrough would also be very simple for this warrior. This project would enable the process of strengthening genetic warriors to become a process of farming mutated beasts. And the moment humanity could accomplish this, would reaching a class be something really hard? Even those beyond a class would probably appear frequently enough. Granted, new beyond a class warriors that would appear through this method might be lacking in terms of combat experience. However, no matter what, a beyond a class was still a beyond a class. Chen looked at the crystal before him like he was looking at some precious treasure. It was precisely the familiar aura emanating from these crystals that had caused those beyond a class experts to send these back for research. The Genetic Union has already started their research. So far, there has been no progress. After all, when it comes to research, they are not as good as us. The Gene Production Association has already deployed someone over to assist them, yet there has still been no headway. After all, our existing system of research was already too large and was already rotten with bureaucracy. As such, Ho Liang shrugged. We have decided to establish more than 10 mini-teams to conduct their research independently. Each team will research in a certain specific direction, threading their own path. The teams that obtain progress will be rewarded based on their results as a form of encouragement. Only with this can everyone's potential be forced out, Ho Liang explained. Chen understood his point and did not find it surprising. Chen recalled how, in his previous life, a certain battle royale game had become excessively popular. Stimulated by the success of that particular game, numerous other game development companies had started developing similar games, and shortly after, a huge number of such games had appeared. Even a certain company called Tencent, who had managed to obtain the original rights for the game, had released several similar games on top of what they had to encourage internal competition within the company. Why was that? Well, only through competition could one's potential be forced out. Chen looked at Ho Liang. What if everyone fails? Separating all the researchers might not prove beneficial. All the teams are taking different directions in their research. Moreover, each of the teams has different specialties as well. As such, even if all of them fail, by combining the results of all the teams, we will still obtain a huge breakthrough, Ho Liang explained in an extremely well-practiced manner. Evidently, this was not the first time he had done something like this. Which team will I be in, then? Chen asked. Oh. Ho Liang paused before calmly stating, you know what? I personally think that you are too amazing. As such, you can handle the task of an entire team all by yourself. Instantly, Chen stopped walking. In short, you failed to recruit even a single researcher for my team. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494, I can recruit anyone I want? Chapter 494, I can recruit anyone I want? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. *T. Chen felt like he'd been scammed. What team project and competition? Had anyone seen a team project where there was only one person in the entire team? Chen did not believe that he would be able to completely research the power of Beyond just by himself. This did not seem like something Luck Aura would be able to do. At the very least, he needed to know clearly what exactly Beyond a class was before he could proceed with his research, right? Right now, he did not even have a single team member. Chen rubbed his head. Oh. The available participants have all been grabbed by other teams. Ho Liang felt somewhat awkward. There are only so many Beyond a class warriors in the Genetic Union. As for talented researchers, there are also only so many of them. As such, all of them were recruited by the different teams in a short period of time. This project for you is one I have provided special authorization. As such, your project is different from the other teams, and thus you have also started later than the other teams. But you don't have to worry, I managed to obtain one unique privilege for you. Chen Feng's eyes shone as he heard this. Oh? Ho Liang patted his chest. You can recruit your team members yourself. Instantly, Chen Feng's expression darkened. Who was there to recruit? All the Beyond a class experts and talented researchers had already been selected by other teams. Where should he go recruiting, then? I'm not doing this. The annoyed Chen Feng decided to just toss all responsibilities away and start leaving. Ho Liang pulled at him. Please don't. The future of humanity requires you. Chen Feng stared at him coldly. The Gene Production Association requires you. Chen Feng still continued staring at him coldly. I require you, Ho Liang stated bashfully. Chen Feng gave him a cold look before turning around to leave. You will be given access to the entire formula warehouse, Ho Liang stated with a bitter smile. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. And? If Ho Liang had mentioned this from the start, wouldn't this have been settled by now? Ho Liang sighed. You will also be given full access to the gene bank. He was aware that by granting these two authorities to Chen Feng, it was almost the same thing as granting Chen Feng control over the entire Gene Production Association, granting him control over all their resources. However, there must be some results in your research. Ho Liang's head ached. He was also under tremendous pressure. Chen Feng shrugged. Don't worry. As long as it's true that I can recruit my team members as I wish, I will be able to do it. There's no problem with that, Ho Liang confirmed. As long as it's helpful to the research, you can recruit anyone. Chen Feng smiled toyingly. Anyone? Ho Liang felt his hair stand on end as he looked at Chen Feng's expression. However, after putting some thought into it, he reasoned that this was still the Genetic Union headquarters. As such, Chen Feng shouldn't be able to mess around too much here. Yes. Ho Liang confirmed with a wave of his hand. Very good. Chen Feng was very pleased. One day later, Ho Liang had already left Chen Feng to get busy with other matters. As for Chen Feng, he had already gotten started with the preparations for the research he was about to conduct. His first test subject was also contacted and was already here. However, this test subject had been maintaining an odd expression on his face all the while. He stared at Chen Feng helplessly. Is this proper? Chen Feng curled his lips. What's improper about this? Since Old Ho didn't recruit anyone for me, I shall recruit my team members as I wish. But... That person pointed at the blazing alarm and smiled bitterly. The entirety of the Genetic Union's alarm system is blazing without stop. After all, his present identity was already different. This was especially true due to that black diamond shining on his forehead. That faint radiance served as an indicator of his present identity, a member of the ancient race. This person was precisely Chen Hai. To resist the invasion of the ancient race, the Genetic Union had long installed numerous defensive mechanisms. So long as the aura of an ancient race member was detected, the alarm would start blazing. Therefore, Chen Hai's appearance here had, triggered the entirety of the Genetic Union. Holy shit, there's really an ancient race member here? The detectors can't be wrong. An ancient race member has indeed appeared in our headquarters. This is too scary. Have the exact coordinates been located? Nope. This particular ancient race member is too unusual, too mysterious. We have already requested reinforcements. I suppose the true experts will show up soon enough. Continue. Stop all projects for now. Everyone, be on full alert. All right. A chaotic mess of sounds could be heard without stop. The entirety of the Genetic Union had been thoroughly provoked. Almost all their A-class warriors were mobilized, and the only thing lacking to complement such huge mobilization was the destruction of their own headquarters. Chen Hai looked at Chen Feng, who had an innocent expression on his face. Chen Hai had only arrived here after receiving a message from Chen Feng. As such, the fault for this should not lie on him. Chen Hai spread his hands. What about what's happening out there? Ignore them. Nobody dares to intrude here anyway, Chen Feng stated calmly. Shwa. After finishing his words, he started taking out numerous gathering devices to gather the energy in Chen Hai's body. Chen Hai could only spread his hands helplessly and allow Chen Feng to do as he wished. Open your cloth wider. Yes, correct. Chen Feng studied the energy that was appearing in the gathering devices. The color of the gathered energy was black, a rather unusual color. My energy should be somewhat different than other beyond-a-class warriors, Chen Hai stated with a bitter smile. He had an idea of what Chen Feng was trying to do. If the goal was beyond a class, using him as a test subject would be rather unreliable even though he was also a beyond-a-class warrior. Chen Feng shrugged. I know, but you are the only one I can look for. Chen Hai raised his brow as he asked, what about your girl? If he recalled correctly, Wang Yao had broken through into beyond a class not long ago, right? After all, his senior apprentice sister's residence had been attacked precisely by this young lady alone. That attack had even resulted in countless casualties. Even his senior apprentice sister had been killed during that attack. If it hadn't been for his master making a move personally to restore her and fishing her out from the past, she would have been gone forever. As such, Wang Yao's strength had most definitely reached beyond a class. I already sent a message to her. Alas, I have not gotten a reply from her. Chen Feng was somewhat worried about her. After the Star City battle, there had not been any news from Wang Yao. If he hadn't known about what she had done from Qin Hai, he would have thought that something had happened to Wang Yao. Since the senior apprentice sister had been killed, what of Wang Yao, then? Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled something. Could it be that your master? Nope. Qin Hai shook his head. By the time my master returned, their battle had already ended. I remember that Wang Yao had already left by that time. Hold on, let me check for you. Qin Hai contacted his senior apprentice sister while Chen Feng got out of the detection range of Qin Hai's communication tool. Shwa! A screen popped out. Soon, Qin Hai's call went through. On his screen, that slimy ancient race senior apprentice sister appeared. She was indeed alive. Chen Feng was alarmed. That old man was the sage from back then? Qin Hai's master, that fellow was truly capable of resurrection, However, as Chen Feng recalled how that old man's daughter, who was also the wife of Lu Han and the one who had previously worshipped Chen Feng, had also tried resurrecting Chen Feng, he found the fact that the old man was capable of resurrection acceptable. That was the power of time. A power that, apart from that old man, his daughter also possessed. Senior apprentice sister, how are you? Qin Hai asked sincerely. The ancient race female snorted. Humph. Even you have heard of it? Qin Hai expressed his anxiousness and asked, are you fine? How did a human manage to get there? I was tricked, the ancient race female stated coldly. I was tricked by that damnable human called Chen Feng. That is why a beyond-a-class human managed to follow my trail to where I was staying. However, this is something I will repay her sooner or later. That person called Chen Feng and that damnable little girl, I heard that Lu Han has encountered that Chen Feng guy before as well. I was just about to go ask about him. As she finished her words, the ancient race female stood up. Qin Hai took this opportunity to ask, little girl? The one who defeated you was a little girl? Where is she now? Let me help you capture her. The ancient race female shook her head. I have no idea. I suppose she left long ago. Oh. Qin Hai put out an expression of extreme disappointment. Next, he glanced at Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded at him. Since Wang Yao had managed to leave, she should be fine. All right then. Senior apprentice sister. Qin Hai nodded his head. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly widened. Unbelieving, he stared at his screen with a dumbfounded expression. A mournful scream resounded. This mournful scream of that ancient race female appeared so very tragic. Even Chen Feng by the side was shocked. The voice seething with extreme hatred of the ancient race female resounded. It's you! Who? Chen Feng looked at Qin Hai's stupefied expression before listening to the voice of that ancient race female. Suddenly, he thought of a single possibility. With a single wide stride, he walked to the front of the screen. On the screen, it could be seen that, presently, the ancient race female couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the screen. That was because, once again, a huge flaming sword could be seen protruding from her chest. The person who had stabbed her was precisely Wang Yao. Hi. Long time no see. Wang Yao smiled lightly, and in a low voice, she said, I have waited a long time for you, yo. The ancient race female was alarmed. You? I find resurrected people particularly annoying. I promised him that I will kill you. Therefore, goodbye, Wang Yao said. Pooh. The body of the ancient race female was pierced through. The ancient race female fixed her gaze on Wang Yao. You won't be able to kill me for real, . As far as the ancient race female was concerned, this little girl wasn't truly strong. If the ancient race female was in her peak condition, this little girl could be killed very easily. But now, due to the forceful descent of her main body to her clone, she had been damaged badly, resulting in a drop in her strength. This had given the little girl a chance to take advantage of her momentary weakness. And now, even after her resurrection, she had yet to recover her full strength, and just like that, she was killed yet again by this little girl. Wait for me. When I return once again. The ancient race female was filled with hatred. How could she not feel hateful after being killed 2 times in a row by this little girl that was far weaker than her peak strength? Wang Yao smiled lightly. You won't be able to return anymore. Although I do not have power over time, I am ultimately a person who went through transmigration before. When the time imprint of a person's existence is erased. Wang Yao slapped her palm on the ancient race female's forehead. You will be eternally erased. You? The ancient race female gazed at this little girl blankly before collapsing loudly onto the ground. Pa! The communication tool was broken after the fall, causing the scene on the screen to vanish instantly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495, Are you interested in doing some tests? Chapter 495, Are you interested in doing some tests? Translator, Limest and editor, Tenish. The two exchanged glances and looked at each other in dismay. Chen Hai had merely intended to call his senior apprentice sister to obtain some information. He had not expected to be presented with such a scene. Chen Hai rubbed his head. Your girl is so ferocious? Suddenly, he felt like him being undercover among the ancient race was an extremely dangerous act, as he might randomly be killed by this little girlfriend of Chen Feng's at any time. Oh. Chen Feng was incredibly surprised as well. The only thing he had known was that Wang Yao had gone beyond a class, nothing more. Suddenly, Chen Feng's communication tool buzzed. He glanced at it and saw a simple reply from Wang Yao, target dead, preparing to return. Please do send me the coordinates. After pondering it over, Chen Feng sent the coordinates over to her. As Chen Hai saw this, his mouth twitched. After all, he was extremely fearful of this young lady. Since you are already done gathering energy, I will leave first, Chen Hai stated with a low voice. Chen Feng was surprised. You don't want to meet her? Chen Hai shook his head. With my current identity, it's better to not meet her. The more people that knew about his identity, the more troublesome things would become. Chen Feng nodded. Fine. Turning into a flash, Chen Hai left noiselessly. Only now did the big shots of the genetic union sense the aura of the ancient race slowly vanishing. Gone? He laughed. I can still feel the remains of the ancient race member's aura here. Damn it. In short, that fellow took a stroll in here before leaving without anyone even discovering him? Or perhaps he completed his mission here? Quick, check if we lost anything. D. Their scanning devices beeped without stop. All the employees started a crazy round of inspections, with the inspections being especially strict on their core secrets. Alas, surprising them, nothing was lost. What exactly had that mysterious and powerful ancient race member been trying to do? Have the reinforcement arrived? The deputy president will arrive soon. All right. Maintain full alert. We can't allow anyone else to sneak in anymore. Even the area 5 kilometers around our headquarters must be fully monitored as well. Nobody must be allowed entry, you hear me? Yes. The entire genetic union became frantically busy. The sudden arrival of that ancient race member had alarmed everyone present. Since he could come so easily, if he was actually planning to destroy this place. Shortly after, the deputy president arrived in a rush. Where's the enemy? Left. Take me over to the remnants of his aura. All right. Through the remnant aura in the air, the deputy president confirmed that the enemy had already departed. Just as everyone was about to heave a sigh of relief. D. Once again, the alarm blazed crazily. Enemy attack. On the screen of their sensor, a huge matrix was being formed. From the screen, it was concluded that this time, it wasn't the ancient race or the devil race. Rather, it was a human, a person in the legendary beyond a class realm. As for the position that the person had appeared at, Chen Feng. Instantly, all their expressions changed greatly. During the Star City battle, the contributions of Chen Feng alone had surpassed everyone else. Furthermore, as an excellent producer of the Gene Production Association, he was also one whose knowledge of gene productions far surpassed others. As such, he would be extremely helpful in their future research. Had those damnable enemies noticed the existence of such a person? Damn it! Wasn't the defense here too weak, then? When had their headquarters become like a public transportation vehicle, one where anyone could enter whenever they desired? The deputy president raged. Go! They rushed over hurriedly. They could not allow anything to happen to Chen Feng, not here. Bang! Instantly, the door of Chen Feng's laboratory was kicked open. The reinforced door capable of resisting an A-class attack was deformed by the deputy president. After kicking the door, they saw that a red streak was rushing toward Chen Feng at a high speed. Careful! Everyone's expression changed greatly. Bang! A weapon coalesced in the deputy president's hand. Instantly, a powerful killing move was formed as it slammed through the void to slash at that red streak. Ka! Ka! Space cracked and the beyond-a-class power of the deputy president bloomed. Back then, during the Star City battle, he had been unable to go personally and had only been able to send his clone over. Due to that, the entire war had almost ended in a disaster. This time, he would not allow such a mistake. As he thought of this, he pushed his power to the maximum. Activating his trump card, his speed surged. Before the red streak could even reach Chen Feng, the deputy president arrived before him. Under his super-fast movement speed, everything around him seemed so slow. Next, he saw an extremely awkward scene. Chen, that red streak seemed to be a young lady? On her face was a smile, both her hands were outstretched as she was pouncing into Chen Feng's embrace. Due to her fast movement speed, it had been misconstrued as an attack. Chen. As he looked at her face, suddenly the deputy president recalled the identity of this young lady. As he looked at her flabbergasted expression, the deputy president felt incomparably awkward. Schwa! He forced himself to stop. Bang! A huge force seemed to be rampaging within his body due to his abrupt stop. After the forceful stop of his power that had forcefully erupted earlier, he suffered a certain degree of backlash. Next, he stared blankly as the young lady landed within Chen Feng's embrace. Chen, both of them were hugging each other now. You are back. Chen Feng immersed himself in the warmth that he hadn't felt for a while in his embrace. Next, he looked at those fellows that had appeared abruptly out of nowhere. What are you guys doing here? Everyone else. Deputy President. They exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. In short, they had hurried over just to witness the scene? We sensed the aura of a super expert. There must have been a mistake, someone stated awkwardly. Ah. Suddenly, Wang Yao came to a realization as she stated in a low voice, sorry, I have been careless. I have grown used to moving in such manner and forgot that this is the headquarters of the Genetic Union. The rest waved their hands without stop. Don't worry about it. This was a misunderstanding, after all. However, shortly afterward, they all stopped. Hold on. Sorry? In short, this young lady was the super expert? They all widened their eyes. You? Bang! A flaming sword appeared in Wang Yao's hand. Do you remember now? Wang Yao asked with a gentle laugh. Suddenly, all their hearts jolted furiously. This aura. The flaming sword that had appeared suddenly during the Star City battle to kill that formidable ancient race female was the sword of this young lady? Chen Feng's girlfriend? Everyone was dumbfounded. Let's go. The deputy president led everyone to leave awkwardly. If it was this lady Wang Yao, there shouldn't be any problems. With her by Chen Feng's side, not many people could actually hurt Chen Feng anyway. But then, even now, the flush on the deputy president's face still remained. This was too embarrassing. Chen Feng was somewhat speechless as he looked at the departing genetic warriors. His head lowered to look at the Wang Yao, who was embracing him silently. Instantly, he chuckled. Chen Feng poked her head. Do you think I can't see that you did this on purpose? Wang Yao rubbed her face against Chen Feng's chest before shifting her body into a more comfortable posture to continue the embrace. She stated in a low voice, I want everyone to know that you belong to me. Ah. A warm current surfaced in Chen Feng's heart. With this, the sense of unfamiliarity due to them not meeting for a long time vanished. Wang Yao was still the same Wang Yao. He rubbed her head and asked with a smile, are you interested in doing some tests in regards to the human body? Wang Yao blinked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 496, What is Beyond? Chapter 496, What is Beyond? Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Beyond, a mystical power, a power that had not left much of a profound impression on Chen Feng all this while. After all, as far as he was concerned, this was a mysterious power belonging to those above a class. Characteristic? Definition? Origin? Chen Feng had no idea about any of these. Only after extracting two different versions of such power from Qin Hai and Wang Yao did Chen Feng gain understanding on this so-called beyond. So, this is what beyond is. Both Chen Feng's eyes shone. Beyond was equivalent to the transformation of power. For an A-class, when the A-class power overflowed, when their body, the acting vessel, was no longer capable of storing any excess A-class power, by going beyond the class, they would undergo a qualitative change of sorts. That would enable this A-class vessel to store even greater amounts of power. That was precisely what beyond a class entailed. It was the process of transforming one's body for the second time in the same class. Compression? This was the first thought that surfaced in Feng's mind. Under normal circumstances, compressed power would be even more powerful, and the storage capacity would increase as well. However, compressed power would normally be extremely unstable as well. Normally, one's power would only be compressed for a moment of eruption, for a burst of power. But now, for this concept called beyond, it was a concept that would alter the origin of the power itself. Feng's eyes shone brightly. For this, the structural makeup of the power itself is changed as well. This is not compression, rather, this is an altering of the structural makeup. The energy of a person was essentially similar in nature despite the person's advancement from F-class to a class. As an example, if the limit of a human's body was a huge room, the F-class of this room would be equivalent to a thin layer of gaseous substance that hovered on the floor of this room. Moreover, the amount of the gaseous substance would be rather low as well. As for E-class, it would be equivalent to an increase in the stored gaseous substance. Due to the increase in quantity, the assembled gaseous substance would have a higher concentration. As such, apart from quantity, the quality itself would be improved as well. As for the subsequent classes, the same concept applied. Slowly, the gaseous substance in the room would increase in quantity. The initial thin gaseous substance would become more and more concentrated as its quantity grew. This would continue until a class. The highest capacity this room could contain was the maximum amount of a class. The quantity and concentration of the gaseous substance, which represented the energy of a genetic warrior, would also have reached its peak. At this point, this room would no longer be capable of storing anything more. This was the so-called peak A class. This was also the current peak of humanity. Next, with numerous secret arts and unique abilities, the energy might undergo compression, modification, or release through some unique methods. If so, what about beyond a class, then? When a person entered a new realm, the realm beyond a class, the structural makeup of all the contained energy would be completely transformed. Sticking with the same example, the gaseous substance would now transform into liquid. This was a brand new energy structural makeup. Instantly, the room filled with gaseous substance would be emptied. The only thing left would be the thin layer of liquid energy at the bottom of the room. Despite the thin layer and seemingly low amount, the liquid energy was in fact extremely powerful. Such a transformation in the structural makeup of the energy was not something those secret arts or unique methods of energy manipulation could compare with. The same ability released through the new energy makeup would be much more powerful than its original form, so strong that one couldn't even begin to compare the two. Therefore, beyond a class was akin to someone of an entirely different realm. This was also the main subject of their Beyond X project, a project trying to figure out a method to allow even normal genetic warriors to understand the concept of beyond. This seemed rather impossible for those in F class, though. According to the conversion rate of energy to the new structural makeup, the amount of energy in F-class could only be transformed into a single drop of the new energy. This amount was too little to be of much use. But then, at the very least, there was the possibility that this was doable. One could imagine how powerful even the lowest of the secret arts would be if they were unleashed using this new energy. The power of beyond, for those beyond a class, beyond B class, or beyond C class, apart from the quantity of their energy, would there be a difference in the might of their new energy? If the answer was no, did that not signify that the moment one grasped the concept of beyond, one would directly become a super expert? All of these required further research. Beyond. Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. The appearance of a new energy makeup was indeed something sufficient to cause excitement. During this lowest moment of humanity, during the appearance of the powerful devil race and ancient race, during this moment where humanity was in a panic, research on this concept of beyond was indeed humanity's best hope. Suddenly, Feng said, "Spirit, analyze this for me." "Luck value will be required," Spirit stated honestly. Luck value. Feng checked his luck value. During the Star City battle, all his luck value had been exhausted. Even now, only 30 points had recovered. With such an amount, it was as good as useless. Feng sighed. "Forget it. I will continue researching myself." After all, he couldn't rely on luck value all the time. The recovery speed was truly too slow, and each point was way too important. He should only use it during a moment of crisis, such as the Star City battle. "Spirit, it will be sufficient to use the luck value only to control the direction of my research," Feng stated. Spirit nodded. "All right. This was the cheapest method of utilizing luck value at this time. This was also a method Chen Feng had devised in order to save luck value while at the same time ensuring that he didn't act incorrectly. In fact, the idea behind this was rather simple. What was the most feared thing during research? It was the research proceeding in a completely wrong direction. For a lot of research, if the chosen direction was wrong from the start, even toward the end, the research would produce no results. All the resources spent would have been for naught. Chen Feng had seen way too many such situations in the news. Every single path chosen during a research, every line of thought pursued, every single possibility, all these would give birth to numerous paths for one to choose. Only by pursuing each path relentlessly and failing relentlessly, followed by relentless successes, could one reach the ultimate result of the research. As for Chen Feng, from the start, he would only select the correct direction, the correct path. With luck aura pointing at the correct path, he only needed to concern himself with traveling down that path. The pointer of his luck aura leaped, pointing him in a certain direction. Direction ascertained. Time to start the research. Chen Feng was excited. Alas, the research hadn't gone as smoothly as he had expected. From the very start, he had already encountered a rather thorny problem. The essence of his gathered beyond energy was still the same as regular energy. The only change was the structural makeup of the energy particles. This feeling was akin to the difference between carbon and diamond. As Chen Feng understood this, his expression darkened. In short, the difficulty level of this experiment was similar to the process of transforming carbon into diamond. Although this research had long ago been completed thanks to the technology of the genetic era, if a similar transformation needed to be applied to energy, the difficulty would rise dramatically. After all, a bit of carelessness when handling energy could very well result in a catastrophic explosion. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Come, then. Let me have a clear look at the actual structural makeup of this new energy. The energy observer device was activated. On the screen, the energy was greatly enlarged to the point the particles could be seen in detail. Alas, a single glance at the particles caused Chen Feng to be dumbstruck. This energy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497, Trade? Chapter 497, Trade? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Shit. This was the only thought in Chen Feng's mind presently. He had been aware that the structural makeup of the energy would most certainly be different than before. He was also aware that the new energy had to have a structural makeup that was steadier and more complicated than before. But he had truly never expected that. Schwa. He looked at the energy. Under the device, it could be seen that some energy particles were assembled together. Occasionally, they would assume an S shape. At times, they would assume a B shape. These particles would move unendingly. Astonishingly, the new energy actually consisted of mobile energy particles. This was completely different from the particles of regular energy, which were immobile. These new energy particles were actually alive. Are you kidding me? Chen Feng was dumbstruck. How was he supposed to study this? Chen Feng tried consulting Spirit. Spirit? Oh. Spirit widened her eyes, evidently surprised by this as well. Both of them looked at each other, they were at their wits' end. The makeup of this new energy had evidently far surpassed their initial estimation. This was a makeup that they couldn't even begin to start analyzing. Even if Chen Feng was capable of dissembling the energy to assemble the particles into a certain makeup, he still wouldn't be able to create this new energy. That was because there was no fixed makeup for the new energy, as the particles were seemingly alive. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something. Perhaps these energy particles all share a common characteristic? Schwa. He started studying again. And next, after several minutes of observation, even his eyes started hurting. Several thousand completely different structural makeup were seen. Some were flat, some were three-dimensional, some were mystical, and the only shared characteristic was that these particles were mobile. It seemed like, in the structural makeup of this new energy, all the particles were mobile. What to do, then? Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Perhaps our primary analogy is totally wrong. Although the analogy of gaseous substance and liquid form is rather similar to the case of the new and old energy, the essence of the new and old energy is completely different. Perhaps, beyond merely signifies the transformation of the energy particles into something mobile. Suddenly, this idea surfaced in Chen Feng's mind. Naturally, he had only been studying Wang Yao's energy so far. Let's take a look at Qin Hai's energy. With excitement, he checked Qin Hai's energy. Shortly after, he sank into complete silence. If Wang Yao's energy was equivalent to a lively ocean, Qin Hai's energy was equivalent to a dead ocean. All the particles appeared dead. Let alone being mobile and lively, not a speck of vitality could be sensed from his energy particles. In short, the earlier hypothesis where energy particles needed to be made mobile was also incorrect? Chen Feng frowned. A regular person's energy particles were calm. As for Wang Yao, her energy particles were lively. As for Qin Hai, his energy particles were dead. But then, both of them were similarly beyond a class. If so, what did beyond entail, exactly? Chen Feng was unable to make sense of it. He required more beyond a class warriors for his research. Beyond a... Chen Feng sighed. This was too rare a resource. With the several tens of teams researching the concept of beyond at the same time, nearly all of the beyond a class experts available were already recruited to help. As such, the amount of beyond a class warriors available were definitely not sufficient. Therefore, their current situation was akin to the situation where the wolves were many but the meat was little. Chen Feng glanced at the numerous research projects that had been launched. Beyond a class's blood, body, semen, everything about them was being studied. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. How is this research on the power of beyond? This is clearly a human experiment. The only thing lacking is the test subjects being chopped into parts for testing. He was sure that the only reason these experts had been cooperating was because this was a project launched by Genetic Union. Otherwise, they would have started raging long ago. They had no choice but to do this, for humanity. That had to be how they were rationalizing this. As such, these beyond-a-class experts could only hold their anger in and work with the researchers. However, Chen Feng was also aware that to guarantee the integrity and accuracy of the research, regardless of whether it was blood or other types of liquid, all had to go through tests. That was because, essentially, the body of said expert was a body that had formed the power beyond a class. As such, the body of the test subject would most certainly be the most important thing. For Chen Feng, thanks to luck aura, he had avoided wrong directions from the start of his research. With only several points of luck value, he had already ascertained the general direction the research should be heading: energy. Should he inform them, then? Chen Feng gave it some thought, but he shook his head in the end. Since he had no proof and could only tell them this was his guess, they would probably believe that Chen Feng was merely messing around with them. Perhaps they would even think that Chen Feng was trying to misdirect them. He was better off thinking about how to get more beyond-a-class experts to help him. One or two teams sharing a single beyond-a-class warrior was essentially something logical to do. However, if he wanted to analyze the energy of beyond-a-class warriors properly, that wouldn't do. A single beyond-a-class warrior would only have a single type of energy. With that, how was he supposed to progress in his research? As such, in the spirit of friendly cooperation, Chen Feng started requesting help from other research teams, requesting to borrow some beyond-a-class warriors for his energy research. As he had heard that a certain team had 2 beyond-a-class warriors for their research, Chen Feng went to them for help. They rejected him without any hesitation. No. Impossible. We don't even have sufficient research time for ourselves. How is it possible that we lend them to you? They were firm in their rejection. We will only agree if you trade your beyond-a-class warrior with us. The other person chuckled. Trade? Chen Feng looked at their research subject and noted that the majority of their tests would involve the private parts of a genetic warrior. Instantly, his leg kicked out. Screw you. Bang. The researcher was flung away by Chen Feng's kick. Although Chen Feng's strength was nothing special, he was certain that among all researchers, he was the strongest fighter. And among all proper genetic warriors, he was also the best researcher. And now, these folks were thinking of taking advantage of Wang Yao? He. Chen Feng turned around to leave. Complain. I am launching a complaint against him. The researcher was furious. This was too excessive. Pressing his hand on his belly, he scrambled up with difficulty. He was truly exasperated at Chen Feng's action. Why did there exist such a person that resorted to physical actions immediately after a disagreement? Was this fellow still a researcher? How was he different from a thug? Alas, if even fights between researchers was something the Genetic Union needed to moderate, they would be truly too busy. As such, so long as nobody was killed, it was likely that nobody would be bothered with him. Calm down, old Sue. Calm down. That's Chen Feng. So what if he's Chen Feng? What, he thinks he's amazing just because he participated in the Star City battle? Which of us here is without any contributions? The amount of contributions I made in the form of research is no lower than his. What gives him the right to kick me? Oh, calm down. This isn't anything serious anyway. What do you mean this isn't serious? Don't look at my appearance, that looks fine. You have no idea how hard he kicked earlier. My belly is in great pain now. His identity is not so simple. Which of us selected to be here has a simple identity? Which of us has no backers? His entire body was still aching. From Chen Feng's kick, a bizarre energy had been transmitted into his body, causing a great vibration within his body that made him feel incredibly awful. Furthermore, his teeth suddenly felt like they were loosening up and were about to fall. He raged. Chen Feng. I shall remember this. Unfortunately for him, nobody cared about him. Presently, Chen Feng was still busy thinking of a solution for his dilemma. He pondered. Seems like asking the teams directly won't work. If this was a normal research, it would be rather normal for different teams to exchange their test subjects to prove their theories. But then, this wouldn't do for him. First, the test subject was his little wife. Second, the other teams were not extracting only energy for research like him. Chen Feng contemplated. Well, looks like I have to think of something else, then. Perhaps, Old Man Ho could be of some help? Chen Feng thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 498, this is simple. Chapter 498, this is simple. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. If he couldn't find a solution, he would go running to his backer. Chen Feng was very straightforward. That Ho Liang fellow had basked in the light quite frequently recently thanks to Chen Feng's numerous contributions. As such, Ho Liang had long been elevated to a position of power in the Gene Production Association. Furthermore, he had rather high authority in this research project as well. Therefore, Chen Feng had decided to look for him directly. Alas, as it concerned Beyond-a-Class warriors, Chen Feng was directly rejected. I don't have the rights to decide on that. Ho Liang was very helpless as well. The reason he had no rights over that was very simple. Almost all Beyond-a-Class warriors were under the genetic union. Moreover, this was not Star City. Therefore, he had no authority over them. One more thing. Ho Liang paused. Recently, someone complained that you have been spoiling their tests. Chen Feng curled his lip. Oh? That person that screamed mournfully after being nearly kicked to death by me earlier today? That person who's even uglier than Kong Bai? Ho Liang rolled his eyes. How was that person this ugly? Chen Feng wasn't the least bothered about that person. I'm spoiling the tests just because he said so? Ho Liang spread his hands. The most important thing is that his elder brother is an expert of the genetic union. As such, things might be somewhat troublesome. Chen Feng sneered. Poof. Who's without a backer? If you can't deal with this, I will leave right this moment. I have no interest in participating in this stupid research anyway. Ho Liang pulled at him hastily and smiled bitterly. No, haven't I dealt with that for you already? Don't worry. So long as you don't kill anyone, nobody here can touch you, Ho Liang stated imposingly. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. That's more like it. If you require more Beyond-a-Class warriors, perhaps you might consider trading, Ho Liang stated after contemplating the matter. Schwa. Chen Feng's killing intent-filled gaze drifted toward Ho Liang. Ho Liang shook his head. No, not the kind of trade you're thinking of. Rather, it is the trade of research results. After all these teams were essentially established to hasten the research. Therefore, almost all verified research results can be released to be converted into points and can be sold to others interested in the research result. After gaining a rough understanding of this whole system, Chen Feng noted that it was rather similar to the research paper system at Star City back then. As long as a sufficient amount of research results could be released, so long as one could gather sufficient points, one would be able to check nearly all other research results to increase the speed of one's own research. Chen Feng contemplated. Releasing the results, eh? You are not allowed to cause any trouble. Ho Liang reminded Chen Feng hastily. The memories of what had happened back then, when this similar expression had last appeared on Chen Feng's face, were still vivid in Ho Liang's brain. That was precisely when Chen Feng had created that loot box system. Chen Feng coughed before saying, how is that possible? As he looked at Ho Liang's solemn expression, he could only push back his thoughts. Releasing results. After arranging his energy research results, he transmitted them to the common channel. Alas, nobody believed him. Energy? Ha 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 ha. It's a given that the energy of an A class and a beyond A class are different. Do we need you to tell us this, Dot? The existence of this state called beyond is definitely due to the mutation of one's energy. This is the only probable explanation for it. What in the world is this mobile thing he's talking about? Everyone berated endlessly. The preliminary result of Chen Feng's research was berated without stop the moment it was released. Evidently, without the assistance of Luck Aura, nobody but Chen Feng would choose to research in this direction. And when Chen Feng used the little number of points he had to check the research results of others, most of them were focused on the body. Surprisingly, they'd actually made some headway in those directions of research. Bloodlines and gene, these were the present two directions that most people were focused on. Some believed that the origin of the new energy originated from bloodline mutations, allowing a person to possess the power of beyond from then on. Some believed that the new energy originated from genetic mutations, allowing a person to possess the power of beyond. Under these premises, the researchers had been progressing without stop until now, where they had reached a point where they had already gained a certain degree of progress in their research. Moreover, through bloodline improvement, a certain A class had indeed successfully entered beyond A class. This caused everyone to be unendingly ecstatic. As Chen Feng studied all this, he frowned. From the start, all the others had chosen the completely wrong direction in their research. Even an idiot's body could be improved by genetic mutation or bloodline improvement. But then, would that truly increase that person's strength? Would a person who pursued such a path truly be as powerful as a proper beyond A class? How idiotic. A person at the peak of A class was already a person nearing the gateway of beyond A class. Even without outside assistance, that person might still be able to go beyond A class in any case. How in the world would this relate to the strengthening of one's genes or bloodline? Since that particular genetic warrior had already been nearing beyond A class, those tests they conducted on him might be the very last straw that pushed that person toward beyond A class. And next, what was the conclusion of their research, then? The last straw could indeed break the camel's back? Chen Feng shook his head. A cold voice resounded beside him. Jay Zerzo shagging zur head? Chen Feng took a look at the origin of the sound and immediately felt like laughing. This fellow beside him who was talking in such an unclear manner was precisely the person who had been flung away by his kick previously. Chem, what was his name again? Your name is Su. Chen Feng thought about it, but he couldn't recall this person's name. That person raged. Su Hui Huang. Now Chen Feng remembered. Oh, Su Hui Huang. Not Su Hui Hang, it's Su Hui Huang, that person stated angrily. Chen Feng felt doubtful. Su Hui Huang? I'm not wrong, then? That person widened his eyes. Zatsu Hui Huang, Zish Su Hui Huang. Chen Feng. The hell, what was the difference? Right at this moment, someone passed by and coughed before saying, his name is Su Feifeng. Chen Feng. What stupid name was this? Little Zay, I tell Zo, Jesus my Zsult. Su Feifeng started pointing at the beyond A class research result proudly. This was the only successful case of someone entering beyond A class since the start of this entire project. This was also why his group had been allocated 2 beyond A class experts to help in their research. Chen Feng appeared rather indifferent. Oh. That person who had broken through was someone that had already been at the bottleneck anyway. How did this relate to this researcher, then? Can I have a look? Chen Feng asked. Zo, Su Feifeng stated proudly with his unclear speech. Zo's mashed my teeth. I am Zod zilling to forgive Zo. Now Zo are zinting of taging away my A class, Zhao Fanny. Chen Feng. What in the world was this fellow trying to say? Forget it. Chen Feng gazed at him pitifully before turning around to leave. As he was leaving, that person was still muttering without stop. Alas, Chen Feng couldn't understand a single word that person was trying to say. Since he had still failed to get more information, he had to look for some beyond A class warriors directly. This would be the best choice. Unfortunately, after Chen Feng tried approaching some beyond A class warriors, he noted most of them looked down on this research. If they weren't being forced by the genetic union, coupled with the appearance of the ancient race and devil race, they would have left this project hanging long ago. As such, it was impossible for them to agree to Chen Feng's request for additional tests beyond what was assigned to them. No results? Wang Yao asked the returning disappointed Chen Feng. MHM. Chen Feng felt helpless. Everyone ignored me. You only need to gather energy? Wang Yao asked. Chen Feng nodded. MHM. That's easy. Bring your gathering device and come with me, Wang Yao stated abruptly. Huh? Chen Feng blanked. Wang Yao had a solution for this? But then, since he couldn't think of anything, he did as Wang Yao asked. He was guessing that perhaps things would be easier if a Beyond class was the one talking to the other Beyond class warriors on his behalf. And so, he followed behind and watched on as Wang Yao met another Beyond class warrior. This warrior that previously couldn't have been bothered with Chen Feng seemed very willing to talk to Wang Yao. Indeed, Chen Feng rationalized that those of the same level could truly communicate with each other better. But then, just because they were of the same level, would that be sufficient to get that person to agree to additional tests? While Chen Feng was pondering, he saw Wang Yao take out her huge flaming sword and stab straight at that person. Bang! Fire erupted. Bang! Bang! The energy of Beyond a class erupted and splashed everywhere. Ha! Chen Feng was instantly dumbfounded. What in the world? Why had they started fighting? Gather it. Wang Yao glared at Chen Feng. Look, isn't Beyond a class energy everywhere now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499, you call this not causing trouble? Chapter 499, you call this not causing trouble? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng remained in a daze for quite a while before he reacted to this so-called solution of Wang Yao's. This works? Chen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was truly too understanding. He had the urge to give her a kiss then and there. Don't be too excessive, Chen Feng reminded her before he started gathering the dispersed energy crazily. Soon, the gathering of the energy of this Beyond a class warrior had been completed. Wang Yao glanced at him. Do you need more? Yes. Chen Feng answered with his teeth clenched. Damn it, since he was finally getting the chance to gather energy, he might as well gather more. He was sure that something like this, regardless of how big or how small of an issue it would end up as, would be forbidden in the future. Since that was the case, they might as well gather as much as they could. Thereupon, with excitement, Wang Yao challenged the entire genetic union. Bang! Bang! The entire genetic union shook from the battles. Almost all the researchers were startled from their research. There truly was no helping this, as the scene created by a battle between Beyond classes was truly too huge. Even when both parties had already made supreme effort to restrain themselves, the uncontrollable undulations of the battle were still sufficient to shock everyone else to the core, as they all thought that this was another devil invasion. As they panicked, they went out to check out the devil invaders only to see the sight of an astonishingly beautiful young lady. It's her? Isn't this that young lady called Wang Yao? The awkward memory of when this young lady had first arrived and triggered all their alarm was still fresh in all their minds. None of them had expected that this young lady Wang Yao would run around with her huge flaming sword and start challenging the Beyond class participants of each of the teams involved in this project. Indeed, when she approached, she would call it a challenge. Alas, before the opponent could even respond to the challenge, her sword was already swinging. Almost all the Beyond class warriors ended up challenged once by Wang Yao. Even that incredibly amazing big shot of a deputy president could not escape this fate and ended up having a huge flaming sword stabbed at his face. This is too excessive. They are blatantly spoiling our research. Zamnable Zenfone, Zording Zeef. Among the sea of complaints, this familiar voice of someone who seemed to have lost some teeth could be heard as well. Ultimately, the ruckus became larger and larger until the person in charge of both the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association was forced to personally make an appearance to end this. Naturally, Chen Feng couldn't avoid getting a scolding. Is this what you meant by not creating any trouble? Ho Liang asked with an unsightly expression. That is a friendly exchange of martial arts, Chen Feng stated earnestly. Ho Liang rolled his eyes endlessly. It is blatantly obvious that your little wife is the one slamming her huge sword at people's face. Doing this to others could have been overlooked, but even the deputy president suffered the same fate. This little couple was truly a perfect match. Chen Feng laughed dryly. He. Accident. Purely an accident. Hoof. Ho Liang grumbled. Never again. I'm serious. This trouble has triggered a bunch of complaints. If this happens again, I truly can't protect you anymore. Chen Feng smiled. Understood. One time is already sufficient. Since he was already done gathering energy, what was there to be afraid of? After bidding Ho Liang goodbye, Chen Feng started his research once again. With Ho Liang as his backer, the way in which Chen Feng did things was much braver than before. Naturally, if Ho Liang found out this thought of Chen Feng's, he would most probably end up angered to death. In short, his purpose of existence was purely to clean up after Chen Feng? At least Chen Feng had managed to gather data on the energy of over 10 Beyond class warriors. The excited Chen Feng started his research, comparing the data of all the Beyond classes. From them, energy particles similar to Wang Yao could be seen. All of the particles were lively. Almost all of them. Qin Hai was the only exception. Chen Feng gained understanding. Is it because Qin Hai is now an ancient race? Qin Hai was a rather unique existence. That mysterious diamond on his forehead was perhaps the thing causing his energy to be rather different than others. Among the energy of others, Chen Feng found a single similarity. Lively. All of them were lively. Since they all shared the same characteristic, this was perhaps the key to this state called Beyond. All those analogies such as gaseous substance and liquid form were mere nonsense. The true meaning of this Beyond was the act of transforming one's energy particles into lively energy particles. As Chen Feng looked at those energy particles that were moving freely around, his heart was tempted. Let's give it a try. He put his thoughts into action immediately. Chen Feng urged his energy and tried to get one of the particles to move from its initial position, to transform it into a lively particle. Chen Feng lamented. Is this similar to forcing an honest girl into prostitution? Alas, things did not work as simply as he had expected. The particle forced out by Chen Feng automatically tried to return to its prior position. Shortly after, this honest girl that had been forced into prostitution by Chen Feng had returned to the proper ways. This won't do. Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. Initially, all the energy particles were arranged neatly, each in their very own positions. One could say that the attractive and repelling force of these particles was what formed the actual structural makeup of one's energy. Regardless of which particle it was that was moved, the other particles would be affected as well. If so, what if only the topmost particle was moved? Chen Feng pondered. Using a particle separating device, he separated the topmost two particles. At that very instant, a gold flash seemingly appeared. That is. Chen Feng's eyes shone. If only a single particle was moved, nothing would appear, but if two particles were moved to assume a certain form, a glimmer of radiance would appear. Granted, this only lasted a split second before the particles returned to their previous appearance. That split second was shorter than even 0.00001 seconds. Fortunately, the recording device was able to record every single instant of that test accurately. During that split second, for the very first time, this calm energy had seemingly transcended a certain law. That was precisely the power of Beyond. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Indeed. His theory was verified. The key to Beyond was indeed the lively energy particles. If so, the previous analogy of gaseous and liquid form was proven to be incorrect. If the key to Beyond was to make one's energy particles lively, there would still be a huge gap between Beyond A and Beyond B. Thanks to the gap between A and B class, this Beyond state would merely cause the energy particles to be lively rather than change the quantity or quality of the energy particles. A would remain A, B would remain B. Similarly, Beyond A would still be much powerful than Beyond B. Indeed, hoping that all genetic warriors would jump straight from whatever class they were at straight to Beyond a class was truly something hopeless. But then, this hypothesis of Chen Feng's had instead proved that there was indeed the possibility for all classes to go beyond their class. This would work if a method capable of making energy particles lively could be found. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions at this discovery. If so, then how should he make these energy particles lively? After all, making one or two particles lively was an entirely different matter than making all energy particles lively. Moreover, what he had accomplished earlier was only making the particles lively for only a split second. The duration was too short. What Chen Feng needed was to truly transform the energy particles into lively energy particles. If he wished to do so, he required a better test subject. Since he had already confirmed that all classes could enter this Beyond state, he would not require A-class warriors for his subsequent test. But then, it would still be better to get someone stronger, as such a person would be able to better understand the concept of Beyond. As such, B-class warriors would be most suited for this. Due to the energy of each person being different, Chen Feng would still require a huge amount of B-class warriors as his test subjects. Even better would be to get B-class warriors with different energy characteristics. Such test subjects. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's mouth as he thought of a certain someone suited for this role. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 500, Lady Summoner. Chapter 500, Lady Summoner. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Turning energy particles lively was in fact an extremely difficult thing to do. Theoretically, as long as he had sufficient luck value, Chen Feng might be able to complete this research easily. However, theory was, after all, just theory. It was different from reality. In his previous life, Chen Feng had believed that as long as he had sufficient money, his bad luck wouldn't be that bad. With sufficient money, wouldn't he still be able to do as he wished? Alas, the reality of things was him being dirt poor even when he died. As such, in his present state, where luck value was a limited resource, he had to put in more effort as best as he could. Name, Su Fei. Class, B. Specialty, high endurance. Before the test subject Chen Feng had invited arrived, he managed to get Su Fei to join in the fun for a bit. In any case, due to the previous Star City battle, this fellow had been hanging around nearby at all times. Su Fei's energy had only a single characteristic, yet with him, Chen Feng was still able to conduct numerous tests on a single type of energy. Presently, Chen Feng was trying to figure out how to make Su Fei's energy lively. Chen Feng passed Su Fei a pill. Eat this. Su Fei was flabbergasted. What is this? A stimulant, Chen Feng answered honestly. Su Fei swallowed the pill without hesitation. Fine. Shortly after, he became excited from the stimulation. As for Chen Feng, he was silently observing Su Fei's state through the devices around him. The stimulant had indeed stimulated Su Fei's physical body, turning his body lively, yet his energy still remained unmoving. This was a failure. Silently, Chen Feng recorded the data of this first test. Number 1, using RB stimulant to provoke the energy to become lively, failure. Test results as follows. Chen Feng continued with the second test. Take this. This time, a shiny blue pill that had been reinforced was given to Su Fei. After taking it, Su Fei's body indeed changed. Unfortunately, it still failed to change the state of his energy. Chen Feng wasn't discouraged in the slightest. Again. Numerous stimulants, hormone injections, and even estrogen injections were given to Su Fei. Everything Chen Feng could think of, he used. It was fortunate that Su Fei had a unique physique with a high endurance and that he was able to resist such tests from Chen Feng. If it were someone else, that person would have begun suffering some negative effects long ago. Alas, all the attempts failed. Every gene reagent capable of provoking any sort of reaction from one's physical body only worked on one's body rather than one's energy. Chen Feng sighed. Indeed, it doesn't work. Since all drugs and gene reagents related to the physical body had failed, his next step was to conduct tests on the energy itself. However, the subsequent tests weren't something Su Fei could help with. Chen Feng's wristband buzzed. He glanced at it and smiled. He's finally here. Soon, an employee led a person to Chen Feng. As Chen Feng saw him, he was overjoyed and gave the newcomer a firm hug. With a smile, he said, "Long time no see, Wang Chun." Indeed, the person Chen Feng had called over was Wang Chun. Oh. I heard that there was an important project to join. Therefore, I'm here. Wang Chun was rather excited as well. He had been training hard without stop, and finally, he had now reached B class. Unexpectedly, he was actually able to join an important project. This was, after all, the headquarters of the Genetic Union. This was a project concerning the survival of humanity itself. So, what can I help with? Wang Chun was filled with expectations. Chen Feng put on a grateful expression. Just summon all the ladies and that will do. Wang Chun's expression darkened. In short, this experiment required the ladies rather than him? Wang Chun was somewhat distressed. Is there nothing that I can do? There is. Your job is to summon the ladies, Chen Feng stated righteously. Wang Chun. No matter what, he was still a B-class warrior. He was not some lady summoner. Quick! My Xiaoying is missing his wife already, Chen Feng stated playfully. Chen Feng. Behind Wang Chun, there was a flash of red. Next, a figure appeared, and a gaze filled with killing intent landed on Chen Feng. If you continue spouting nonsense out of your mouth, I will chop you down right this moment. Chen Feng waved his hand. It has been a while, my dear adorable Lady Mingyu. Mingyu. This guy's face seemed even thicker nowadays. Here. A red blur flashed out of Chen Feng's hand, and Xiaoying pounced at Mingyu directly. Between Xiaoying and Mingyu, there was a rather bizarre connection. Xiao. Xiaoying started swirling around Mingyu cheerfully. Mingyu. Although technically they were married, in truth, Xiaoying was more like an adorable child. As such, Mingyu couldn't bear to actually do anything to Xiaoying. If it was Chen Feng pouncing at her instead, she would have given him a kick long ago. "Oh, right, where's Shenyi and Shenwei?" Chen Feng asked. "Here." The two sisters appeared and greeted Chen Feng with a smile. Chen Feng gasped in admiration. "Wow, you sisters have gotten even prettier." Shenyi smiled happily. "Thanks." To the side, Wang Chun felt extremely sour. This was the reason he had been avoiding Chen Feng all this while. Why were his summons so friendly with Chen Feng? Wasn't he the actual master here? There's only 3? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. "You are already B class, right? Aren't you supposed to?" Schwa. Lights started assembling together. 2 young ladies in maid outfits appeared. Both of them had the same appearance, the only difference being their hair. One had red hair, while the other had blue hair. Similarly, both were astonishingly beautiful, dream girl material for nerds worldwide. Presently, the two were gazing lovingly at Mingyu. Indeed, after entering B class, Wang Chun had obtained 2 new summons. Another pair of beautiful sisters. Wang Chun's life was truly too good. Hold on. Suddenly, Chen Feng sensed that something seemed off. Shouldn't these sisters be gazing lovingly at Wang Chun instead? He turned around and saw that Wang Chun had a bitter expression on his face. "These two are?" Chen Feng asked curiously. Carefully, Wang Chun pointed in a certain direction. Chen Feng looked over and noted that it was Mingyu he was pointing at. Mingyu sneered. "This palace master here is the master of the demonic palace. Therefore, it is natural that I have my imperial concubines." Imperial concubine? Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Only now did he recall that the Crystal Palace was a world where no males existed. But then, who said that females couldn't marry among themselves? This was especially true for a major boss character like Mingyu. In a world where there were only females, it was extremely normal for females to marry each other. Even the characters in the book thought this way as well. If so, what was Wang Chun to them, then? An alien? Animal? Toy? This was indeed a question worth contemplating. In short, Chen Feng looked at Wang Chun in sympathy. In other words, this fellow's harem had fallen into the enemy's hands? All the chicks he had painstakingly cultivated could very well fall into Mingyu's hands? How lamentable. This harem-building youth that had once seemed so very amazing had indeed officially transformed into a lady summoner. Chen Feng patted Wang Chun's shoulder with sympathy on his face. "It has been hard on you." Wang Chun. What could he say? He was very helpless as well. Now that all the ladies had been summoned, those Chen Feng required could be considered to have all arrived. Now, Chen Feng could start preparing for his tests. Su Fei had helped complete the primary and also the hardest physical tests. The remaining energy tests would have to rely on these ladies with different energy characteristics. Only they could complete this part of the test. After being summoned into this world, regardless of what abilities they used, the energy used was the energy of this world. More importantly, they wouldn't die for real here in this world. This one point alone was already something nobody could compare with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.